証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 問ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dead by Daylight Mobile Invitational, and here we are on the final day between our remaining 3 teams. It will be Froggy Frogs, Team Predrop, and Team Swing. When it comes to playing the tournament, this day in particular will be a major deciding factor to see how the different placements will fall into place. And as this is the final day, every single point matters, every single kill, every single escape. The tension's going to be quite high along when it comes to this event. So I hope you guys are as excited as we are when it comes to the finale day of the Dead by Daylight Mobile Invitational.
Absolutely, but the action isn't just for our players today because you can redeem this code on screen now to redeem 20,000 blood points in the DBD mobile online store. You can do that to get started to get started out if you're looking to try the game out for the first time, or just to get some stuff out of the blood market and keep on grinding if you're a franchise player. Just something small to keep you to keep tided over during this exciting event today. With the finals knocking on our door, these players are going to be playing their heart out for their share of the $30,000 remaining prize pool, and it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm very much looking forward to today.
Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting, as the first team, the champions, will be taking a grand total of $12,000. The second place team will be getting $8,000. Third place team, $6,000. And the fourth place team will be taking $4,000.
While the fourth place was decided yesterday, when Team Kingdom got eliminated at the end of yesterday's games, today's going to see the remaining 3 teams playing it out by these rules. For every we're playing, each team will have the survivor team play against 1 killer, and then they're going to switch around to do the other way as well. And for each kill the killer gets, they'll get their team a point, with a bonus point for a total of 5 points if they get the 4K. And the survivors are working on the same rules: 1 point for each survival, and 5 points total if they get a 4-out.
And this is the team brackets. Yesterday we had a little bit of a brawl between Team Swing, Team Kingdom, and it seems like Team Kingdom got knocked out when it came to yesterday's matches. Today's couple of matches will be a head-to-head against Predrop, Froggy Frogs, and Team Swing as they try to secure their placements within the finale. Our first game is going to be Predrop versus Froggy Frogs, and the loser of that will be facing Team Swing. And now, here is the schedule for today as well, which is going to be Predrop versus Froggy Frogs, the loser of that versus Team Swing, and then the winner of that matchup will be facing off the winner of the first match.
Absolutely, and Froggy Frogs, especially, haven't seen them in action since last week, so it's going to be interesting to see how potentially the proving ground of yesterday's matches that Predrop and Team Swing participated in may give them a chance to dethrone Froggy Frogs from the top of the leaderboard that they were at the end of the first week. Now, today is where it's all going to matter. Today is where everyone's playing for all the marbles, and it's going to create interesting Dead by Daylight, I'm sure. What are your expectations for things like killer picks or potentially map picks today that you think you're going to be keeping our eyes out for?
I think we might see a lot of Billy, of course, but I think we might see something a little bit interesting from Froggy Frogs, since they didn't play yesterday. When it came to the matches played by Swing, Kingdom, and a Predrop, they all had a little bit of like an ace up their sleeve. They played different killers that they don't normally play, and I'm expecting there might be some sort of like a possible surprise pick from Froggy Frogs, something that no team doesn't expect and maybe comes out of left field, and that can be a major deciding factor, as that's the team at the current moment that all the players have the least amount of information on when it comes to their game plan.
Absolutely. Since if anyone wasn't around last week, Froggy Frogs won the group stages, meaning they weren't playing yesterday while the other 3 are fighting it out for their to stay in the competition for today. Froggy Frogs is a relative unknown, despite being, at least from the group stages, the favourite. We know, for example, Super Elf, who is the killer for Froggy Frogs, favoured Nurse, Spirit, and Hellbilly during his matches. But who knows? Maybe he spent the last week practicing some totally different killer. and I guess we'll be finding out on Blood Lodge. Feels like we're seeing happen a lot in this tournament, especially yesterday.
It seems like a very popular choice, along with the Cold Tower, probably because of its nice like open fields. What killer do you expect before we get a pull up from this?
Well, I smell a. I was gonna say I smell Billy, but no, it's not Billy. Looks like Lonely on Team Predrop playing Spirit into Hens Yoichi, Deadly Kittens near, Dan's Bill, and Lasers near. So this is going to be an interesting start to the match.
I almost wonder if Billy was banned in the first round, because I'd imagine you choose Billy, in the first.
I assume so, given everyone the Mumptons want to play him. But loading into Blood Lodge, Spirit's build looks to be heavy on the exposed perks: Ruin, Devour, Hope, Haunted Ground, Crypt, and Dimension. Looks to be a Hex build to some significant degree.
That's quite interesting, as this seems like one of the first kill faster builds that we are going to have seen from Predrop. This is actually something quite new from what we're used to when it comes to the gen slowdown or like a no way out endgame. So it'll be very interesting to see how he utilizes this Haunted Ground, Devour, Hope type strategy.
Indeed, it perhaps suggests that maybe Lonely is confident that they can get all the kills they need before the gates get completed. And I think this is our first use of Devour Hope as well. We've seen a lot of Ruin, a little, I think maybe one use of Haunted Ground, but this is our first ever Devour Hope in the tournament. So I'll be interested to see if we can get any exposure with it, or perhaps even a Mori.
That along, that's like so this is technically a totem build because he has 3 totems in the kit.
Absolutely. Looks like maybe the survivors here are waiting out Corrupt Intervention, perhaps feeling the pain of not having Lethal Pursuer there for the Spirit, because a lot of our killers will run Lethal Pursuer. I mean, waiting out Corrupt Intervention for the survivors is impossible, so the killer can get into a chase immediately while Corrupt was still available. Spirit hasn't seemed to have done that. So.
But and regardless of that, if you look at the generators, all the generators have not been progressed at all. Only the most progressed generators only on 28%. So I wonder if they waited out Corrupt Intervention before ever touching them.
That certainly wouldn't be surprising, just kind of leaving the 3 distant gens that they want to do, as long as they can. But that's first blood on Deadly Kitten. And
Going to be continuing the chase here, as she's going to be running straight to the shack. Hopefully she'll be able to hear him. The shack pallet goes down.
Immediate pallet drop, which is good for Kitten, but possibly even better for the Spirit.
Now she's continuing the chase around a car loop. She's connecting the shack straight into the first down of the match. And it seems like, even though it took quite a bit, she's not in a terrible spot. The basement seems to be here. Yeah, she's making full utilization of the shack space.
For basement hook. Well, the thing I like about this build that I didn't like about the previous the Hex build that we tried to do, which was, I think it was a Nurse with Solo Haunted Grounds, was relying on the survivors breaking a totem with no knowledge of what it was. Whereas Ruin being up and potentially Devour being up later means survivors are going to be more inclined to get on those bones, potentially cleanse some hexes, and then have, because due to the 4 lit totems being in play, have half a chance of just receiving a Haunted Grounds to the face. Which is not something that I'd recommend against a killer with as lethal as Spirit is.
And it seems like they're doing a little bit of an interesting strategy against Lonely by basically kind of like almost ignoring all the totems. Maybe they're going to be trying to fight like fire with fire. If they're like, if we could just complete all the generators, we don't even need to worry about doing any of the totems. But the only issue with ignoring Ruin is if the Spirit gets a 3-gen setup here, it can be really painful when it comes to endgame.
Exactly. I've no doubt these survivors are terrified of a Haunted Grounds proc, so they are not risking proccing the perk, especially because they know Ruin's in play, but may not know about Devour. If they've only found 3 lit hexes, they may believe that's all the Spirit's got. Maybe thinking she's got Pop or something as her last perk. But the Devour in the back pocket could be very, very bad if the survivors take some risks. Deadly Kitten forced a second while the Spirit pressures hands off of his generator. It's a tag.
Gets a tag on Hens, and I think also getting a Devour Hope stack. Oh, and then this is a little bit of a setup, as she's going to be able to get like a combination of 2 hits here. Maybe she's going to be able to get the down right off the hook, and this might be converted into a kill. Unfortunately, borrowed time. That's a good utilization, proving to be very helpful there.
Fortunately for the Spirit, though, the use of BT was only you actually force it out without just doing a regular round 1 without having to use the power, so they can immediately use the power to catch up anyway. That's lethality of spirit there for you. If you can get a hit without having to use your power, the second hit can come almost guaranteed and come very quickly. To just ensure that nice quick down. Totem's been broken. Looks like that was Haunted Grounds. Haunted Grounds has been procced. A survivor is dead and Haunted Grounds has been activated.
That's the absolute best case scenario for the Spirit here, because both Devour and Ruin are still up, and that means they're still going to be trying to look for the totems. That's also kind of like a technical passive gen slowdown, as they're going to be trying to make sure that, hey, this Ruin totem is like literally being a pain in our side. If we don't get it, then the gens are just going to keep regressing over and over and over again. So this being a Haunted Ground allows Lonely here to be able to get a bit of a snowball effect to get another down on play.
Indeed. Looks like Dan has found an exposed totem, but unfortunately the Spirit has also found Dan. So that could either be Ruin or Devour Hope still up, but I don't think Load's interested in getting a pickup here and would rather attempt to maybe snowball off of this down. Wants to make sure that Hens doesn't get this gen through, because Spirit has got a 3 gen at this point.
And with the Haunted Grounds up, they're probably very scared to try to get another pickup. So this is a play where Lonely's making a full capitalization on trying to get a huge amount of pressure off the backs of the fear that the survivors have. And a very nice back down onto Yoichi here.
Looks like Dan is up, and that is the team's Unbreakable used to recover Dan. Dan's going to be hopping on a totem, I'm going to bet any time soon, especially with a chase up the other side of the map. This is a very awkward situation for the survivors to be in now, because they both have to deal with the totem, have to deal with the spirit chase with a man down, and critically,
oh my god, that was
Unbreakable.
really
Team's
good.
Unbreakable still used.
When that mind game was really good. Lonely,
Absolutely.
I don't know if all the other killer players have been doing this, but Lonely's been doing some really nice mind games when it comes to like moonwalking and trying to patiently wait out to see what the other survivors do. So that second guess is actually biting them in the side there.
It looks like Dan's just waiting on top of the hatch, given it has spawned, and we can see it in the corner there. But I don't think Lonely is particularly wanting to risk something bad going wrong here.
Yeah.
They're almost, given the hatch just spawned, I'd be surprised if Lonely doesn't like hardcore slug for the 4K now, especially with the team's Unbreakable already used. And
Yeah,
Dan, I believe, being the only person who's unhooked in the match too, meaning Deliverance, if it was on the table, it isn't now.
Yeah. Right now, it's Lonely's best interest to find Dan, as to try to secure like a 4K, because if Alf, we know how much of a powerhouse Alf has been getting the 4Ks, it could just be one escape could be the difference between taking the round or not. So this is a trying to make sure that they can't get a single point on the board, as that could be the difference between winning and losing here.
Absolutely, Lonely is giving no quarter at all. I think that's why Dan didn't cleanse the totem that the Unbreakable next to, because if he did, that would give away his position to the killer. Looks like Dan has picked up Laser. Laser's running to the corner of the map. Potentially to buy Dan the time to get an unhook, or potentially, yeah, Dan's getting the unhook while Laser is kind of zoned out.
Yeah, this is going to be like a little bit of a tug of war, as one person gets picked up, another person goes back down, and that's going back and forth and back and forth. I think what's going to be the hardest part here is trying to get all 3 survivors in play. So that's going to be the challenge that Lonely is going to be facing when it comes to these survivors.
Absolutely. At this point, with the Ruin still up, Devour still up, there is a decent chance that the survivors will be able to get all the gens done if they really try. Even if they really try with all the gens at 0, this many tags, things like Unbreakable have been used up. The killer can slug effectively for free with Unbreakable, no longer being a concern. But I don't think Lonely's playing to save the gens anymore, because I don't think the survivor's going to be doing them very much. I think Lonely's playing for Hatch, is playing to deny Hatch. That's where it stands at this point.
I think the best case scenario for Lonely here is to try to get a kill, find the hatch, and then try to play for like a slugging, find the last person play. I think that's Lonely's best play at the moment.
Indeed, I think Dan's on the distant totem, but did not commit to the break. So that is Devour all room, potentially endangered, but Lonely's already on it. And there's the hatch there. Maybe Lonely will spot it.
That would be a huge spot, even if it's not a down. There she goes.
Yep.
Sees it right in front.
Lonely letting us know that there was a little wiggle there, that they did in fact notice hatch. And that's going to make like any future plays to protect the gens and start slugs going so much easier for Lonely, because now they know where the other survivor is likely to be, hanging around the hatch.
That's like a massive amount of information. That could be like absolutely game changing, knowing where it is here. And
Hence hopping in locker. Maybe as a head-on incoming. Maybe not.
Getting Yoichi here is going to be hooked on the side. This is his death. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the blood trail leading Lonely directly to Hens's locker, possibly even hearing Hens inside the locker. Looks like Dan has taken out one of the totems. Is that what's happened? I think Dan's taken out a totem there. Yeah, one of the totems has been destroyed by Dan. Looks like that was the Devour Hope, so Ruin is still active. And that's where it is.
Oh. And I think she spotted Dan here by the foliage. Oh, he's going to be able to get the follow-up hit onto Bill, and with the explosion, Lonely knows where both players are, so this is a little bit of peace of mind, knowing that you don't have much to worry about, as you have complete total information, and in theory, you can have better control when it comes to denying the escapes.
Especially with the teams in Unbreakable already used, there's no risk of Dan picking himself up again to go and hop in that hatch, because, well, who's going to, like, there's no way that Dan makes it out.
So,
if Laser was to get hooked here.
What do you think team FroggyFrogs is going to do? Are they going to do a bleed out? Do you think they're going to go for a bleed out play, or do you think they're going to go for try to pick up and get the last generator play?
I think a bleed out for hatch is probably the play here. Well, actually no, it wouldn't bleed out for hatch. It'd bleed out for a gate.
Yeah.
Because this is a large map, so Lonely being able to control both gates is not the easiest thing in the world. So it's likely that they're just going to let Dan rot on the floor. His pickup's probably 99, but they're never going to use it. Yeah. And it's just a question of picking up now, and then possibly hooking right next to the hatch, so that he can keep a Laser away from unhook and close the hatch at the same time.
Yeah,
that might be the play here from Lonely, because the longer he has to bleed out, the more time the survivor has to maybe even get a gen done.
This might be the first 1v1 door like standoff you might see here. As No Way Out's not going to be in play, they're not going to have like perfect information. Almost certainly, Lori has to make a decision. Do I want to save here, or do I want to, does Dan want to suicide unhook?
Well, since Dan isn't attempting to 4%, that does suggest to me that the team's plan may be to unhook, but I've been wrong before.
Yeah, this is like a major inflection point, and this is like a very difficult decision. Like, do you go for the save here? Do you not go for the save here? Everything kind of like is revolving around what do you want to do, and I don't think this is actually a correct play. You could very well make it work. I'm only giving a nice little bit nod there, checking all those lockers.
Looks like Laser's hanging around the hatch. That could be a mistake if Lonely knows where it is, which we know he does know where it is. So looks like Laser's plan maybe to sneak into that hatch that's near Dan's hook, but unfortunately the Spirit doesn't know where that is. And if Spirit closes that hatch and Laser's too close, that could go very badly wrong for Laser.
Hopefully Lonely knows like about a certain particular tech where you stand on a hatch so that a survivor can't jump through it. That could be something that comes into play if there's a little bit of micro involved when it comes down to this 1v1 here. I don't. Well, if I'm Laser and I see the Spirit hovering around the hatch here, I'm probably just not going to run to the hatch. I'm probably going to play the door, like you said, right?
Yeah, sneak to a door. Well, one door is over in that direction. I'm not sure where the other one is though. Guess we're about to find out when Lonely closes this hatch. But I'm willing to bet the other one might be close to Laser, because I'll just see why else Laser would be there. And yeah, it's right by that. So the Spirit can't easily patrol both gates, but it's looks like Laser's just going for it.
Wow, that's bold.
Yeah, Laser just trying to force that door open, but Lonely's not having it.
Going around this loop in the front here, it seems like we probably get this pallet into the window vault here. Almost certainly Lonely's going to be able to not lose Lori unless she finds a way to lose with the scratch marks here.
Yeah, it's looking like what's happening here is effectively just almost a formality of seeing a Spirit can The game is not can laser escape at this point. The game is can lonely down and hook laser before the endgame collapse goes off. I think this is the question we're asking at this point. Because I don't think there was nowhere on Earth as soon as that chase started that.
That's a pretty solid start for Team Predrop. They're going to be going into the next round, either going out with a tie or a round win. So very nice setup from Lonely. Very nice spirit plays and the totems.
Yes, thank you, Lonely.
The totems.
Yes, that's fantastic. This is. I think it's the first time I've seen Lonely on Spirit, but it was a fantastic game of Spirit to see Lonely really cut loose. It looked a little dangerous actually. It looked like it was going to lose a survivor at the end because those doors were so far apart. But Laser just sticking the door, absolutely no fear in front of the Spirit, I think may have spelled the difference.
That's a bold play.
Yeah, it looks like no one had Wake Up. I know Wake Up I've seen in the tournament a little bit, some Wake Up gamers, but I don't think there's any. No one has seems to have it here. Actually, I'm seeing a perk combo on Laser that I'm actually a huge fan of, and that's Will Make It with Renewal. That's a perk combo that I whenever I play Survivor, I love using that perk combo together. Let's get that quick heal off. And that may have been why Laser was was hanging around for the unhook on, I think it was Dan. Because if that unhook had happened and then maybe you'd gotten the heal off, that could maybe done something pretty big for Team Froggy Frogs. But unfortunately, I think at that point with the ruined totem set up with 2 people dead, trying to hold around for the gens might be too little, too late.
And the thing is, in the end game there, when it came to Lori, that door commit was actually very risky. It's a huge gamble. Almost praying that Lonely is going to check the other door. There might have been a little bit of. It can be argued that maybe it could have been played a little bit better by hiding first, waiting to hear the terror radius of the phase noise, and after that fades away, you're like, okay, they're checking the other door. We're going to now start the progress here.
Yeah, the sheer size of Bloodlord plus the lack of no way out, I mean, that was a serious risk that Lonely had to take. It's possible then that Laser didn't know where the hatch was and didn't realize it was as close to the hook and the door as it actually was. Maybe didn't realize it. But thought the Spirit was further away, especially because she has a smaller terror radius, only 24 meters. It's very possible that Laser just didn't realize how close the Spirit was until it was too late.
Yeah. But that was a very, very solid match. It was a lot of back and forth when it comes to like the pickups. There were a lot of points, and I think Lonely played that very well. But there was a lot of points where it's like there's every single time there's a down, there's a pickup, there's a pickup, there's a down. There's different inflection points where things could have gone like array. It could have gone like a little bit south. So it very, very interesting how it played out. When it comes to the totems, how reliable do you think that type of a build would be on different killers?
I'm not 100%. I can see it on Nurse absolutely because Nurse is an M1 killer, so at least on mobile she is. So she gets to use exposed perks, Haunted Ground, Devour Hope, that sort of thing. Spirit, again, another great killer with the ability and lethality with an M1 perk, like an exposed perk, to be able to use Haunted Grounds. Most other killers, I fear, are either M2 killers, so they are Huntress or Trickster using like attacks that don't proc exposed, or they have the mobility to get those M1s quickly after Haunted Ground procs. I think that's going to be difficult for any killer other than our Spirit to be able to do. I could maybe see a variation of it on maybe Sadako because of her mobility, but beyond that, I think it's mostly going to be limited to Nurse and Spirit. It's not like there isn't a Death Slinger, for example, on the platform who's like a lethal killer who uses M1 perks. That doesn't exist on mobile, unfortunately. There is no Slinger, so
I imagine like it's a build that's kind of like risky, because when it came to the Froggy Frogs, they just ignored the totems for the first few parts of the match. They got like 3 generators done with Ruin, Haunted Ground, and Devour Hope. If they get they also waited out Corrupted Dimension so they could try to break a 3-gen setup like really early as well. So there's a little bit of risk involved when everyone's going to be playing so tightly and trying to make sure to make like no mistakes. I'd worry about, like, when it comes to a build like that is trying to get value, because if they just kind of like pressure gens, that they could just make it so that we have 3 dead perks. So it's very risky, but it turned out to play perfectly into Lonely's hand there, which was really good.
Well, the awkward part is if they start turboing out gens, then they're ignoring your Devour Hope. And you could tell that how Lonely was playing was just on the edge of the Devour Hope detection radius. Obviously, you can get token if you're too close to the Hope when the unhook happens. But you notice Lonely's chasers were all just outside of the range of Devour Hope. So, if you ignore the totems like that, then that insta-down that happened on, I think it was down in the corner of the map, would have happened throughout the match. You could argue that by that point, the Spirit had already gotten a kill, so she didn't need the insta-downs from Devour Hope, but it certainly wouldn't have made things easier. If you just ignore the totems, then by the time you do them, there's 3 more totems you have to check to make sure that Devour is the one you're getting, because when there's 4 lit totems, and you're like, oh, we have to deal with Devour now, there's a 3/4 of the chance the totem you're cleansing isn't Devour. It could be Haunted, it could be Ruin. Obviously, getting Ruin's not as great, getting rid of Haunted Ground not so much.
I also think it was like an interesting choice to choose Devour Hope instead of like Noed, because we've been seeing Noed in a lot of the games, and Noed's like, that's the guaranteed end game play. By having the Devour Hope totem up, there's what, Ruin, Devour Hope, Haunted Ground. So there's 4 totems instead of 3 for second guessing, to try to get the Ruin. So even if Devour doesn't get the value for the insta downs, it's a lit totem that plays a role in keeping Ruin alive longer.
Absolutely.
So even if it doesn't quote unquote get value from an insta down or a Mori, it's almost like a backdoor, putting the other team in a weird spot, gen pressure perk.
Yeah. Part of it is it makes Ruin even more awkward to get rid of, and part of it is also punishing the teams for ignoring the totems.
Yeah.
Because if they ignore the totems, or if they get rid of Ruin and by luck, and the Haunted Ground's up, and they're like, nah, we didn't care about getting rid of Haunted, it's fine. Devour is there to punish them for that. It's there to be like, okay, yeah, you didn't get rid of more totems, yeah, eat exposed, sillies. And getting rid of Haunted, obviously is very useful if the survivors are. It's kind of Haunted and Devour together puts them in a kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Where if they're aggressive getting rid of the totems, Haunted Ground gets them. If they're not aggressive getting rid of totems, just trying to ignore them, Devour gets them. They have to be forensic with getting rid of the totems while crossing their fingers that Haunted doesn't bite them in the rear. It's a hard thing for survivors to do, especially against a killer lethal spirit, and that's why I think the build's so good on her, and why I think the risk was taken for Devour Hope over Noed.
And building on top of like the damned if you do, damned if you don't, if Lonely decided to do like a 3-gen setup, even if Lonely gets like a sprinkle of hooks, you could build those Devour stacks. You know, like, because we remember when it came to, I think it was Team Swing, they had to devote 2 whole people to just break 1 totem. So when it comes to like a 3-gen setup, even just getting a sprinkle of hooks here and there, you almost force them to have to focus on the totems, because that Ruin is just going to keep regressing, keeping everything at 0, and keep constantly giving that killer passive pressure over time. So I think it's very, very different, very solid pressure build. I'm quite happy to see a little bit of a different playstyle coming out from Lonely here. That a totem kill faster build, very, very different, very effective, and I wonder if other teams are prepared for a strategy like that, as this would probably be the first time they're going to be facing something like this. Well, as this is the last day, bring out something completely different. Everyone's unprepared for it. I wonder what Alf might be bringing into the next match.
That will be interesting, because we've seen Alf when he's played Nurse rocking Haunted before, but that was with no other totem perks. I think the build then was like maybe Corrupt, Pop, Noed, and Ruin, and Haunted, I think, were the perks. I think that was what Alf's build was. And that didn't get any value out of Haunted because the survivors knew that it was Haunted because there were no other totems to deal with, and didn't bother taking the risk. Maybe Alf may have learned from learned from Lonely's build choice here, and maybe going for something similar of his own if he wants to get value out of Haunted, especially if by some dark miracle team Predrop survivors have let Nurse through.
Yeah.
Because if Nurse is available, I have no doubts that Alpha's going to play her. And on Blood Lodge 2, pretty open map, hard to break line of sight against a Nurse, pretty solid place to go. But it is very big. So if he's not running range add-ons, then it could be difficult to navigate a map as big as Blood Lodge. But apart from that, I think Nurse could be a pretty frightening pick, and would let Alf use some of the perks that got Lonely a lot of value in the Spirit game.
Yeah, I feel like I pretty much agree with you. The thing that when it comes to like a Nurse pick from Alf in comparison to a lot of the other players is that Alf has like thousands of hours of Nurse, so he has like that game sense to be able to try to make like a maximum capitalization off like a similar strategy. Nurse is almost like if you've got the game sense and you're able to get the hits down, just like a better Spirit if you can pull it off. And the thing is if Alf is both really great with Nurse and both really good with Spirit, they'll be like, hey, we don't want to face his Nurse. We've banned Billy first, we banned Nurse, and then Alf could just go on to Spirit and just be like, you know what, mirror matchup. I get to do the same thing to you, and we could start rolling.
Absolutely, there is a significant risk in because Alf's killers that he's played before would Nurse, Billy, and Spirit. 3 very powerful, very mobile killers who will particularly thrive on a map as big as Blood Lodge. Nurse may be lesser than the others because Nurse map ability isn't quite as good, but let's see what got let through. Looks like Alf's on Billy.
He didn't ban Billy. That's interesting.
No, I'm assuming they banned Nurse.
Oh, I see.
So Billy is probably the next best pick, especially if Alpha had a feeling they're going to Blood Lodge.
Okay.
I think Billy makes a lot of sense against Team Predrop here.
I'd be interested if any of the survivors have learned. Wait, is this? Oh yeah, Aaron. Aaron was really good against Billy, so I'd be kind of curious to see if they taught each other how to counter a really good Billy player. This particular team. Yeah, there it is. Oh, he still gets it. Wow.
Beautiful 180 hit on Classic there to start the match off. Lethal Pursuer plus Crop Intervention doing God's work to get Alf that early down. You can see the turn rate once again. If you've not been here for the past few days, where we've been seeing Billy's insane turn rate on mobile, Dad's boots plus mobiles that naturally increase turn rate of Billy. Like, look at this steering. This is the kind of thing that Billy's on the core game on PC or console would kill their fathers with a meat hammer for. they would absolutely go. They'd do anything for this, and looks like Alf's really getting the best use possible out of all that mobility.
And it's a little bit terrifying because Alf did like a full circle around a very tight rock loop. It's almost like there's no safe grounds against Billy here. And in order to try to make a playoff, what Team Predrop really needs to do here is get one survive. This is like very reminiscent of the matches that we saw yesterday. They just need one escape. With Ruin in play, Pop goes a Weasel. Alpha's not running Noed, so they could very well get like a hatch playoff in the end game. They could very well get an outdoor play. Looks like Alf's going to be doing the camp to second hook, and he's going to be leaving. I'm trying to look for somebody close by. I'd imagine he's going to be coming back if he doesn't find anybody here, though.
But it looks like he's found Zeno. Either that or Zeno has himself. But no, he has found Zeno.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, those 180s again coming out of Alf. That is something that's horrifying. I've been having nightmares about that for the past week after watching these Billy flicks and 180s and whatnot on mobile. I'm having nightmares about it, and hopefully you guys are starting to see why, because it just means that a lot of these tiles, especially the long, kind of narrow tiles that you see on Blood Lodge, are just useless against them. You're just demolishing them unless you pre-drop.
Yeah, especially the 180 flick. I've said it once already. It almost feels like there's no safe ground. If you could get like a 180 flick off and you keep 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, you could technically kill anybody anywhere. Oh, this is the good old-fashioned Lynxie's best friend here, unfortunately.
The invisible wall of death. This is unfortunate for Alpha, but Zeno very late on the vault. Maybe misclicked the button there, or just underestimated the distance between himself and Alf, because that was a looked like Zeno wanted to vault there, but just maybe an input error or some sort of positioning mistake. It's unfortunate that in any case that Xena gets on that hurt there. But that's at 4 gens, someone's dead. Only 1 more gen has progress on it, and Ruin's gonna be eating that progress up if someone's not working on it. This is a difficult situation for Team Predrop to come back from.
We also saw Aaron go down to the basement there, so I wonder if they're already trying to set up a key play, looking for something in a chest. I'd be interested to see if somebody's running a Plunderer's Instinct luck build to try to go for an endgame escape.
Going for the big tunnels to potentially to deny potentially deliverance on somebody else.
I know this is mobile, but those 180 flicks, they are terrifying. That's insane. Aaron proving Aaron was the one that was able to outplay a lot of the Billies yesterday. So very interesting to see how he's handling Alf here.
Absolutely, a true clash of the titans here between Aaron and Alf as he tries to flick Aaron around these tiles. Is he going to pull it off this time? No, he's not.
Yeah. The little bit of the thumb text, you gotta keep flicking. It's very difficult to pull off. You have to maneuver your thumbs in such a way where you can do a massive double screen flick, and it's a little bit of a maneuvering when it comes to the phone.
Absolutely, Alf's clearly been practicing, and that's forcing an early pallet drop from get 3 gens done by himself. That may be somewhat of a challenge. So, we're looking for it. So I think almost the last gen not being popped is definitely a blessing in disguise for Aaron and Rezino here, because if B knew where the hatch was, this game would probably just be over.
Yeah, this is a very standard play that we've been scenario right here. They have a slug on the. Oh, you're. I think my co-caster's mic is a little bit, and yeah, Alf is searching.
Yeah, okay, maybe you can prove some things, but in any case, yeah, it's looking like this is a gigantic map. So even though the tiles are not the biggest, so the survivors aren't able to hide them as easy as they could in a more stacked map, lots of dead zones. There's still a lot of places for Aaron to hide to wait out this hatch escape, and you can tell how Alf's kind of desperate because he's just checking random lockers and hoping to maybe find Aaron inside one. But I don't think it's at this rate, and with Aaron's ability to stay hidden, I have my doubts that Reno will find him. But with Alpha in the area, you never know.
I think Alf is having PTSD flashbacks from playing against Team Kingdom when Candy was just walking around the map. because I think they possibly have lost the round because of that too as well.
Yes, they did.
So like the thing is like
that's the one
I
round.
don't want this to happen again.
Yeah, that's actually the one round that Team FroggyFrogs dropped as well. Actually, the one round they dropped was because King snuck out through the hatch.
Yeah. This tactic proving to be a very a pain in the side for FroggyFrogs. A little bit of a haunted spirit that they had to deal with back to back.
Indeed, you can't lose if you can't like. I mean, you can lose, but you can still win by just simply dying. That is the big brain plan, is simply die.
Yeah, the Kingdom coined a tactic. There we go, yes. And it's proven to work for certain rounds. So you know what? If it works, go for it.
Yeah, the little known dying tech. It's as long as it works. And it does. I guess we're gonna see Rezino's blue timer is very, very low now. So maybe the next 20-30 seconds, the outcome of the match is going to be decided. If the hatch just happens to open up in Aaron's face, then I'm sure that may be a round win for Team Predrop. But if it spawns somewhere in the open, somewhere that maybe Alf will find on his chainsaw adventures across the map, then maybe we're in for a bit more of an interesting outcome where Alf has to fight for the doors.
Oh, that's unfortunate for
this is
Aaron.
So sad.
That door spread's not that bad. So there isn't a no way out in play, and there is no no-ed. The thing is that Alf is likely going to be going back and forth between these two doors, and Alf's biggest weakness here, his biggest is not Aaron. It's actually the overheat on the chainsaw, or maybe it's these yeah.
Invisible walls, maybe limiting his ability somewhat. Maybe there's even an alternative path he could take to avoid the invisible wall if he thinks he knows where they are. But this is the downside of Billy here, is that occasionally the map collision just ruins your whole existence. Aaron's not even trying to go for the door though.
Yeah,
Because
I think
he knows
Aaron's
that...
like he probably knows that overheat is Alf's biggest weakness here. If that overheat comes into play, it could just be game losing for Alf. And he hasn't been checking the other door. He seems to have a gut feeling it's this one. He's like, Aaron is here. He's here. I know. He's checked it over and over and over again. Not quite so sure about the other one though.
So Aaron's just finally committing. He ran out to the door, leaving scratch marks. So if it's ever gonna become something he needs to worry about, he needs to probably just do it now.
Well, imagine the strategy that Aaron did. Oh, he's running back to the other door. Does he see him?
Oh. Ooh. Just brushing Aaron's hair with that chainsaw, but it doesn't really matter at this point because the game is functionally over. The endgame collapse is gonna be triggering soon. So even if Aaron somehow breaks the chase, EGC may just still result in his death. But Alf gets the grab at the window. It was a really hard position for Aaron to be in. That was the worst possible hatch spawn because not only did it spawn there next to a door, the fact that it spawned close to a door meant that unless Aaron was hiding like directly up Alf's nose effectively, the only door Aaron was likely to be able to get to was that one in the corner by the main building.
Yeah.
So I think that's why Alf Bay checked the other door, because he was confident that Aaron had to be at the hatch and he's a pursuer. So if that's going to be his build going forward, which is no guarantee that it will be, there is a real risk that a bad map for Alf could be double backbreaking because of the lack of bamboozle to mitigate strong windows. Like if he gets disturbed ward, if somehow that map seems to get through the bans, then dealing with things like the downstairs windows by the flights of stairs on disturb ward without bamboozle can be an absolute chore. So that could be a serious undoing for Alf if he continues to play Billy without bamboozle, but there is no guarantee that he will.
Do you think that any of these teams have practiced on a map and that they're like really good at it, and they're going to choose a map to like screw over the other team that they might not be so familiar with?
I think it's possible because Lonely and Alf have somewhat similar killer pools. I think lots of Billy, lots of Spirit. Let's just assume that Nurse isn't a factor because I'm pretty sure she's getting banned to hell. I don't think that's going to happen just because Billy is somewhat map dependent, and if they're planning on playing Billy, picking a map to screw over the other team's Billy may also be screwing itself over. So I guess we'll see. But my unless maybe Lonely has a pocket pick of like an M1 killer or something that Alf does, like say if Lonely was to go crazy and break out the Sadako or something, then maybe I could see Haddonfield getting picked. But I think right now we're going to be seeing a lot of the same killers. We saw Lonely on Spirit. We saw, if they let Billy through, we're probably going to see Lonely on Billy at some point. I think it's more likely that we'll be getting maps that will be favourable for both of them. So Blood Lodge, maybe your Rotten Fields. I don't think the killer pools are different enough to warrant it, although it could happen. It's far from impossible. What do you reckon?
I'd be interested to see if it's going to be a lot of back and forth, like a 4K into another 4K into 4K. We might come down to overtime. It could come down to it, where we're going to have to be looking into like the overtime rules to see who may take it. And in terms of performance, I think the survivor who escapes the fastest might determine like the draw, or I mean the draw, or and if there's no survivor escapes, the killers, how fast you kill is going to come into effect. So when it comes down to it, if it gets down to overtime, all the knit and grit might come into play.
Oh, absolutely. We've only ever had I don't think we've had anyone go to overtime yet. I don't think that's happened. So it'll be an appropriately climactic thing to have on the last day of the tournament, to have players going to overtime. But by the looks of it, these games have been fairly quick on both sides, and most of the waiting just being finding the last person, really trying to deny a hatch. Well, I guess we're going to see how long we end up going tonight, because yesterday's matches were actually pretty quick. For the most part, I think most of them were 3 games, but they were 3 quick games. So it's there's a decent chance these ones do go longer, but I guess we'll have to see. It partially depend on the things like killer picks and map choices and whatnot, if the survivors can power gens through. But I guess we will see. Are there any? Do you think Alpha's going to deviate? Because we've seen, obviously, Lonely has a wide variety of killers that they can play, but Alf has only played so far Billy, Nurse, Spirit. Do we think we're going to see any surprises from Alf?
Well, I feel like if the bans come out, he's going to be almost forced to deviate, and I think it could be very likely that we might see a Sadako possibly. She's been known to be very reliable. These are like very difficult killers to play, but they're very strong, and that's the thing. You want to learn. You want to have a wide array of killers that you played. Especially, I think Alpha's in comping, so he has to learn like every single one. So he probably, if need be, he'll probably be playing like Sadako or something. I'd imagine.
I wouldn't be surprised if we even saw a Huntress out of him. Because Alf does seem to favour those mechanically intensive killers, and Huntress is very good at securing kills. So I think seeing Alf on Huntress, especially because if it goes to 3 rounds, which Alf has never done before, to be fair, Alf's never gone to 3. We could end up with seeing Nurse, Spirit, and Billy all get banned away, which admittedly would limit Lonely's killer pool, but would more or less eliminate what we know of Alf's killer pool. So you have to pick something else, and for all we know, that could be something like something like Sadako, you're right, or it could be something like a Huntress. I would suspect something mechanical, given that's kind of Alf's forte.
Yeah.
But it really could be anything. Whereas with Lonely, I think Lonely has the highest diversity of any killer player we've seen in this tournament. We've seen Spirit, Nurse, Plague, I think Legion from Lonely. I think we've seen
Clown too. I think.
Yeah, we've seen Clown, Billy. We've seen Billy. We might have even seen Bubba from Lonely. We saw Bubba from Linksy, but I don't know from Lonely or not. We might have done. But in any case, we've seen a massive variety of killer picks from Lonely. So it signals to me that almost regardless of what FroggyFrogs chooses to ban, Lonely still has a fallback option. There's no guarantee that Alf will necessarily be the same. What do you think? Because obviously we just have Blood Lodge. Do you think Alf will be irritated by the invisible walls on Blood Lodge and potentially go for another map? Because Rotten Fields is a map that, even though it's in the map pool for this tournament, hasn't been, I think, picked yet. Or hasn't picked once, I think.
Well,
it might have been,
the thing is they've exhausted their Billy pick, so like I don't think they can play Billy again. So if they choose Rotten Fields, it'd be very they'd have to pray that they also banned Billy so the other team can't play it. So a Rotten Fields would be nice if your Billy isn't banned. I think it might be a little bit unlikely for them to choose it, but if it was the other side around, they'd probably be very happy if they were in this scenario to be like, you know what, we get to play Billy, you know what, we have Rotten we get to choose the map. Rotten Fields, let's go, let's do it.
So 100%. I don't think we've actually seen Lonely and Alf's Billies go head to head, and I would like to see that. That seems like from a Clash of the Titans, because they're both very, very good Billies. But I think after how Alf performed on Billy, there's a reasonable chance that Team Predrop bans him out, because again, Alf's killer pool is somewhat limited as far as we know. So kind of cutting out his legs from under him, depriving them both of Billy might be the safer idea, because then Lonely is going to be less wrong-footed by it than Alf will, especially because a Billy ban plus Nurse probably being banned as the other ban for Team Predrop means that the only killer that Alf would have left of the ones we know he can play is Spirit, who also Lonely can play very well, as we just saw. Lonely can also play a really good Spirit.
Yeah.
So there's the thing, if banning Spirit to ban it away from Lonely risks Lonely banning Billy and Alf's picks basically being drained by round 2, because he has to play something that isn't those 3 killers. So we have no idea. So that is, I think while we're probably going to see Billy banned, having Spirit let back through is far from possible.
Looks like we're going to be going to the Coal Tower, good old-fashioned, all reliable. I think what's going to be determinant here is how many double pallets are in those jungle gyms. That's going to be a bit of a terrifying sight to see. And
Ooh, Lonely
Yeah,
breaking up the Oni pick again. I think Lonely's been the only player who's played Oni so far in the tournament. But has done. I think one of the person who did actually. I think it might have been Flowers at one point. But we have seen consistently great Oni performances from Lonely, and this is breaking out some add-ons he had before. Lion Fang for additional duration, and Kanai Anzen Talisman for speed. I think it's a very aggressive pre-drop there from Hens.
and he's going to be continuing the chase on Hens, trying to get the first hit off. It looks like he probably get a connection unless Hens has balanced landing. Ooh, gets right into the Shack pellet there. And
I think there was
he really
balance
needs to get
landing,
this
but that's
first
also-
hit off to try to get the blood flowing, as that's what he needs to get his ability active. So continuing the chase on Hens here.
Oh, a hit through the pallet there, and that's 3 pallets used up at the start of the match, and it didn't even deny Lonely the hit. 4 pallets used. Hens is clearly but willing to burn through pallets to keep the Oni from getting his first down. But when he's already injured, the value in doing that is maybe not as high as it could be. Because the longer Hens is alive, the more blood is being left around, and Hens is kind of being zoned out now. So there's a pretty decent chance here that Hens goes down with just enough blood left in the tank for Oni to get his power out of it, which is kind of the worst of both worlds for the survivors here.
So imagine the strategy that Lonely's doing here is to just chase Hens, get the first hook off, and then the blood that Hens, the trail left behind, just go reback and get your ability to try to get a follow-up hit. Maybe even camp the hook with your ability, so that maybe you're almost like a camping Bubba. You can just double down the people as they're getting unhooked.
Well, just about the convention, we're going to see 2 gen pops from the survivors very quick, very like pretty much ignoring corrupt completely. We actually saw it looked like Hens was actually being chased in the corrupted area because Shack Gen was not corrupted. Maybe Lonely plans on using that to create a 3 gen around the hook on Hens, because there's a generator by Hens' hook, lasers on that gen in the corner with the pallet used up, and there's a gen in Shack. So if they're not careful, they could end up being stuck in a 3 gen with Lonely and a hook right in the middle of it.
Yeah, but luckily for them, they don't need to deal with a ruin totem. The thing is that it's really risky to go for an unhook here, because all Lonely needs to do is pop off his ability, and then he could just double down both survivors. So I think what the survivors are doing right now is they're doing what's in their best interest, is try to get the last 2 generators powered, and now Lonely trying to counter that, trying to get his first kill off. He's in a tight spot as Laser's doing the gen right in front of his face here.
Using power here effectively forces Hens to second, and due to the Lion Fang add-on, it means if Hens wanted to if Lonely wanted to just face camp Hens in power, and he'd still have his power by the time Hens died, even if Hens landed all the skill checks, just because the Lion Fang increasing Oni's power duration.
Yeah, and they
it's a
probably
very
don't
frightening
expect that
add-on.
too. That might catch them off guard. Ooh,
That
nice
is a
connection
very
on
long
Laser.
range down. You could see Laser was trying the locker play there to deny Lonely the ability to continue slugging, because by forcing a grab, it would have pulled him out of his power and forced him to start again. But that Lion Fang powering Lonely into potentially multiple downs here, tunneling Hens
look at
straight to the
that.
borrowed time.
That duration, that massive increased duration, that added alone probably secured Lonely this early kill here. And
Absolutely. Lion Fang Nation represent. It's an absolutely fantastic add-on. Anyone who plays a lot of Oni will know Lion Fang is like a drug. Being without it feels very strange once you start to play with it. And seeing him use a powerful add-on slot on that makes me very happy. It's doing a lot of work for the team, clearly. And even though they did pick up Laser, that means Laser's now leaving blood all over the place near the 3 gen. So there's probably only a matter of time before Lonely's able to get his power back, even though he fully expended it last time.
And with Shack Pellet down here, Laser seems to be left out in the open. Lonely's going to be having to be worried about these last 2 generators popping really quickly. So he has a build to set everything up, but I imagine in this scenario he's trying to get his no way out stacks, so we get a little bit more value out of his no one escapes death as it pops off.
Absolutely. Dan's right there next to the hook, but I don't think Lonely's noticed. He's too busy on his blood collection grind set. He's on the blood drive.
Yeah, he has a bit of like the technology.
This is very, very unfortunate for Team Predrop here. This is going to be.
And I imagine Lonely's back as we're seeing this little bit of I guess a dance with Dan.
So it would seem maybe, assuming the fact that he's not hitting Dan, that suggests that he's just trying to secure the potentially having a bit of a grab game here now. And looks like, unfortunately, that's laser hit in second. Dan, I'm not sure what Dan's plan here is. I think he's waiting there to have the last gen pop.
Yeah, maybe
But
that's
that's
like
a
an
very big risk with
adrenaline
no
play or something that might come out.
I think by doing this, they have a gen at 80%, 90% almost. So maybe they're waiting to get the last gen done, but maybe this is Dan not reckoning on the no-ed coming out from.
Yeah, this is so risky. The no-ed, all he has to do is just one tap and then it's down. Like, yeah, free. If the kitten decides to do the door, no way out, and then you just know where everybody is.
Yes.
The only issue with a play like this is that there could be an unbreakable that comes in. Like Lonely needs to play around unbreakable, needs to play around deliverance. So does Lonely have a little bit of an inkling on who has what?
Yeah, well, it's certainly an interesting question, but with the laser now dead on a hook, and No Way Out notably has yet to proc, because kitten didn't actually touch a door. It's entirely possible here that even if Unbreakable Deliverance gets used, that will not get them out. Because then they touch a door, No Way Out will continue to trigger, and that is with 3 No Way Out stacks as well. So that'll last a while. But it looks like Lonely's just trying to secure the force of deliverance out of Dan here. If Deadly Kitten's not Unbreakable, then maybe something could happen here. But it doesn't look like that's the case, and we're waiting now to see if Dan attempts to unhook himself, or if there is no deliverance in play.
I found it to be interesting that even though Lonely got disconnected, I found it a little bit funny that the AI was chasing Lori, like, and Lori probably thinks like, oh my God, Lonely's gonna get me, but it's like we have a little bit of a nice little feature here on mobile where it takes over for you. So cool.
Indeed, it bought just enough time to it got Dan to the hook, but not to get the unhook, which is significant.
I think what's interesting is that I think even though the disconnect happened, it doesn't change the outcome of what would have happened, which is kind of interesting.
That's what I was worrying about. Was oh, hang on, Deadly Kitten slugged on top of the hatch.
Ooh.
This could be if Lonely doesn't find this quickly, that could be a sneaky escape from Deadly Kitten, which would actually cost Lonely a point, especially given Laurie's failed her skill checks. This is potentially a mistake from Lonely that could cost him a kill.
And possibly the entire round, as Kitten.
Yes.
Kitten's going to be able to get the hatch here.
That's extremely unlucky for Lonely here, as Kitten's able to step out the hatch at that possible moment. That is not what I expected. It looked to me for a second there like Lonely had that game on lock, but maybe perhaps looking for the slug during the time that the time that Dan was on hook may have been the better play there, because
like the thing is he had both players on the ground, so it's almost like guaranteed 4K. But the thing is, what Lonely probably should have done was look for the hatch first before picking up. And the thing is like, even if they have Unbreakable, even if they have Deliverance, find that hatch, because your No Way Out hasn't procced. Even if they get up, they can't even escape through the doors because they still have to face your perk.
Absolutely, because I think possibly it would have been a good play to do after hooking the lorry, because if the lorry, as soon as you leave the lorry, they deliverance, it's really not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Because what do? They go for a door that's been blocked, and by the time the door gets unblocked for them to open it, the decides the striker's timed out. So you can just down them again. You know where they are.
You also know that Kitten does not have Unbreakable because she would have used it already, I'd imagine.
Yeah, or deliverance, because in the situation presumably Laurie would have used it. So I think it was just a slight unfortunate mishandling of Survivor perks, about being overly cautious, trying to secure the deliverance at the cost of actually knowing where Kitten was. Because that took so long to go from first stage to second, that Kitten's able to crawl across half the map to get to that hatch. That was in part Cold Tower's small size doing that, but also Lonely had a full minute to look for Kitten in that hatch, and I think playing overly cautious around the lorry really made his life difficult there.
I think it was just a bit of a slight miscalculation, like a tad bit of a misstep, there. So
Yes,
I want.
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate, but aside from that slight fumble in the end game, otherwise a very solid match from Lonely on Oni there. I gotta say, like, we've been kind of nitpicking about the end game a little bit with the one escape that, to be fair, could matter with Alf's record of playing killer, but nevertheless, there is no guarantee like that Alf even gets the 4K next round. It will obviously matter if Alf does, but letting one person out is not to diminish how well Lonely played up until that point.
Yeah, it's very very difficult spot, to be honest. But overall, like the Lion's Fang play, getting that down, getting conversion on hens, even through the borrowed time, because I think from Froggy Frogs, this is like the first team that we've been seeing getting like almost max value out of the borrowed time plays, and even through this secondary obstacle that you haven't faced before, Lonely still pushing it through and making it work. And yeah, even though Lonely did have a setup for like a 4K, very solid play overall. Yeah, we're nitpicking as every escape, every single kill matters. This is a finale. This is the playoffs. So yeah,
absolutely. There's the any error made will be punished by your opponents most likely, and we'll maybe see if Alf's not going to want to let that mistake happen to him. I expect there'll be some very draconian, I want to say, playstyles. Potentially, you could see no way out just to make sure gate situations are under control. Because I think even if hatch gets closed, another Blood Lodge style gate spawn where the gates are opposite ends of the map and you're not playing ability kill at this time, maybe Alf is on nurse, maybe Alf is on spirit and hasn't got the phase distance to get between opposite sides of the map easily. A gate play could still make his life very, very difficult. And he make no mistake, right now he needs that 4K. Because if he gets that 4K, that's a big leg up on Predrop that right now Froggy Frogs needs.
yeah. It's like a bit of a tug of war, and any little bit of a slip up is just, like you said, punished by the opponents. And it's the thing is they need to play almost perfect, it feels like. And that's probably a lot of pressure for both players to be facing, as everything makes like a little bit of a difference. When it comes to the killer that Alf's playing, we imagine Nurse's band, and we imagine Billy's band. So what do you think Alf's going to be bringing into this next one?
On Coal Tower, I can 100% see Spirit being picked. If they didn't ban Spirit to keep Lonely off it. If Spirit did get banned to keep Lonely off of Spirit, then who knows? We have no clue what Alf could be playing other than probably something mechanical. But if Spirit's available, I have no doubt Alf's going to pick it, especially on a map like Coal Tower. Spirit can navigate easily. It's got good grass. It's not too big. Spirit doesn't care about the pallets. There's a lot of ways that Spirit can free dominate on Coal Tower, and maybe we'll see her get picked. I think it would be. A part of me does want to see Nurse get picked again, because seeing Alf's Nurse last time was an absolute experience. It was a really solid Nurse that he played. But I doubt, after seeing how that Nurse played in that first match, way back in the mists of time, i.e. last Saturday, they're going to be letting Nurse through again. So I guess it's likely to be Spirit if they didn't ban it off Lonely. If they did, I genuinely have no clue. Do you have any thoughts? Say if Spirit has gotten banned, and Nurse, Spirit, and Billy are all off the table, what do you reckon we're going to see out of Alf? I know you said Sadako before, but
yeah, I don't know if they actually did ban Nurse, but we're likely probably going to see like you said, the Spirit, but to see something completely different and mechanical. I know you said Huntress could be in play, but she's a very risky pick with a 110, so it's hard to even to make that call. But I could see it. It depends on how much practice he's had on mobile in particular. There's always the Sadako. The Sadako is the pick that I always think is you know what? When in doubt, we have Sadako. She has really good mobility. And yeah, it's. I don't think we're going to be seeing like an M1 killer out of him. He's probably going to go for a killer that has a lot of power, like potential to make explosive growth, such as like the nurse, such as the Statica with a high mobility type of style. But what if we see like a hag? No, I don't think so. Though.
If Alf plays Hag, I'm going to track him down and make sure he's all right. Because Alf playing Hag indicates to me that someone's abducted Alf and replaced him with like some sort of evil clone. But actually, I had a thought. Actually, one thing we hadn't considered from Alf at all. What about Oni?
Oni?
Because Oni's been demonstrated to be successful, and a Coal Tower, as you've seen, pretty solid map for him. That kind of mechanical mobility style suits Alf well. And also that it would let him use Top Knot, and Top Knot is very, very fair and balanced add-on that certainly doesn't cause difficult gameplay on a map as small as Coal Tower. So maybe I think Oni is actually an option we hadn't really considered, but I think could really play into his wheelhouse while being a powerful killer. What do you reckon?
You might be right about Oni. When it comes to Coal Tower, especially, so it's like a nice tight map. You're able to get in my opinion, he's definitely going to go for a mechanically proficient killer. But Oni, seeing how Lonely was able to pull it off, even just possibly even using like a Lion Fang Top Knot type of similar strategy, he could probably pop off just as much as Lonely was able to. So yeah, I could see it. I could see it.
We saw what Lion Fang duration can do on a map as small as Coal Tower, and only was doing laps around chat like he's doing a cross-country race. And seeing Alf potentially mirror that, although potentially also with Top Knot, because as we all know, that add-on is very fair, and so I think would not be out of the question, especially if Spirit has been banned on it.
And also we have to mention that every single killer player has been practicing Hillbilly. So they've been getting used to that turn rate, and that experience has a massive carryover to playing Oni. So if you know how to play Billy on mobile, you probably know how to play Oni. So there's a high chance that Alf will probably pick it as well.
Yeah, because Alf's demonstrated ability to 180 flick with Billy on mobile, and doing so with Oni is significantly easier to do even on core game. I can 180 flick with Oni on core game, and I'm useless. So I'm sure there's actually good killer player who's shown his ability to right now go pretty much undefeated in this tournament. He can do all the tricks in the book with Oni. I have no doubt at all. So it's very I think it's a good chance if the big three, Nurse, Spirit, Billy, are not available. Oni on a map as small as Coal Tower is very possible. Whether it's going for the same build as Lonely did with the No Ed No Way Out combo, unsure. No Way Out, I think, is quite likely given the fact that to win, Alf needs the 4K. So No Way Out for that information might make gate plays during the end game a little bit easier. But I guess we'll have to see, because the really is to be able to tell what he's playing, we have to know the bands. We don't know the bands, so it's very much up in the air. So I guess chat will be as unsure as we are. I'm sure the guesses are going to be abounding right now with what on earth Alf could be playing.
Yeah. And we've been talking a lot about the killers. I think what would be interesting to see is if he has a undefeated record, technically, if you don't count the hatch type of plays. I'd imagine what strategy that team Predrop will be going in with it. It was are we going to play for the one man out? Because that's something that they had Aaron do for the match. So I'm wondering what their game plan is going to be. Are they going to try to go for the for a tie break for this round, or are they going to be trying to go for let's try to get all the gens done and try to make something work? But the thing is that was against Billy, and we know how strong Billy is. When it comes to playing a different killer, maybe we may see something a little bit more confident from team Predrop's survivors here.
Oh, absolutely. Because again, I think you were right in saying that aside from hatch escapes, no one's got an eye against Alf yet. No survivor has escaped through the gates against Alf.
Yeah.
Admittedly, that may have been due to the fact that he wasn't playing at all yesterday because he'd secured his place in the finals day on the previous week. But nonetheless, no one's escaped Alf through the gates yet. This would be, and in order for Predrop to actually win the second round, 2 people would have to do so. So this is a tall order for Predrop to do what has never been, to boldly go where no survivors have gone before, the exit gates.
Yeah.
But I think if any team's up for it, I think Predrop is the one to they've got some very good survivors there, and all it takes is Alf to get a bad map. That's all it takes. Because he's got Cold Tower, which that's never mind. He's not, a bad map isn't likely to happen. Cold Tower's good for everybody. But all it takes is Alf is a couple of mistakes. Maybe he picks Oni, someone playing very safe. He picks Nurse, maybe some mechanical slip ups, to throw off balance. That's all it takes. Because remember, Alf has played in less tournament matches than the other killers have because he wasn't there yesterday. So there is every chance that he might choke on this one. I guess we'll have to see as he plays. They did let Nurse through.
Yeah,
That's a choice.
that makes me wonder the ban. Maybe they banned Sadako in the first round.
Maybe.
Yeah, letting this Nurse play go through. I think they had this Team Predrops has had a little bit of experience against the Nurse a lot, and I think Lonely might have played Nurse as well at one point. So I'd imagine that this team has some experience against playing Nurse. So we'll have to see how that's going to fare when it comes to going against Alf here.
That looks like purple range, green recharge. I think those are the add-ons anyway. If anybody in chat knows what Nurse's add-ons actually do, then do let us know because I haven't got a clue. But I'm pretty sure there's a purple range, green recharge. And an early chase with Xeno without even Lethal Pursuer to help guide him. It's a very, very quick down with only 40 seconds, if that, into the match. That's a very, very aggressive start from Alf.
The Nurse being like the strongest killer in the game, going to be absolutely dominant if you have the game sense here. I think Alf is very likely going to be going for just I think he's going to be not camping this one. He's going to try to get a transition, get a double down play here, getting a follow pit on Aaron around the hill as he moves a little bit closer to the hook. Maybe that's not the best pathing in the world. Alf doing a little bit of a prediction play in Aaron.
Aaron putting those Billy looping skills to work on Nurse there, but unfortunately, that is a big farm from Classed there. Maybe there's a decisive strike involved. There is no DS involved.
And unfortunately, no borrowed time. This is a big difference that we saw when it came to Froggy Frogs. Froggy Frogs made sure that the person unhooking was the borrowed time player, and now having the person going for the unhook not having BT is just brutal when it comes to a little bit of the micro here.
Classed out there attempting the comp corner, but unfortunately that comp corner is still pretty damn close to the hook. And given that Alf knows now that Xeon does not have DS, or if he has, he's missed it, means that should somebody without BT get the unhook this time, then there is no consequences at all to tunneling Xeon to death right now at 5 gens with only 40% progress on 1 gen. If Xeno was to die here, that would be catastrophically bad for the for Team Predrop, and without a pallet save, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, very brutal start, and that's 2 minutes into the match and the first kill. That's absolutely crazy. A little bit of the Nurse blink range playing into a little bit against Alf there. He's unable to get the connection. Aaron right here, right next to the generator, does not get the connection as the generator is right in his path.
Alf striking the gen with disdain as he goes into his fatigue there. But it looks like this match is going to be a very hard one to come back from. Because in case it wasn't bad enough for Team Predrop with someone dead at 5 gens, Ruin is up and with Haunted as well. On a map that's this small, there's a massive risk to both trying to get rid of the Ruin and dealing with Haunted grounds should they accidentally break that instead. Because Nurse can cover the gens aggressively, meaning that Ruins are going to eat them up, but especially with range. But at the same time, trying to get rid of the Ruin and then potentially hitting a Haunted is disastrous, because map this small, Alf will get into a chase significant, and then with a single hit, that's going to be very bad for the survivors.
Yeah, and Alf doing a little bit of teleporting around, chasing Ray Xeno, and having a little bit of trouble when it comes to getting the blinks off around the loop, but I think he's going to be able to get a quick conversion as Ray Xeno makes a little bit of a mistake here, vaulting right into Alf.
Yeah, it looks like it was either a very, very, very small second blink or somehow swinging between the end of the second blink window and the fatigue.
Mm.
Because either way, that was some major zoning from Alf that I don't think Rezino was fully expecting, and that results in a 4-gen remaining basement hook, which is really not great for the survivors here.
Trying to check the side generators. It looks like he probably has a 3-gen setup if he really wanted to around the main building.
Because we all know Alf didn't have enough going for him right now. He needed a 3-gen on top of it. This poor man. He only has someone dead, ruined and haunted up with Noed, and on a small map. He also and the basement hook. He needed the 3-gen as well to just to make sure.
Yeah, he's got like a nutty setup. You know, I could see if Aaron gets a key somehow with his plunderers, they can probably get like a 2-man escape through the hatch if they get the appropriate amount of gens done. But it seems like Placid and Aaron are playing very like they're waiting for their teammate to die here.
Perhaps. Well, the here comes the virtue of those range add-ons, especially because now the nurse
Hmm.
can blink from 1-gen. Use first blink into basement. You use second blink with the increased range to get back out of the basement again. To basically contest the whole 3-gen, go from 1-gen to the next to the first one away in a single blink charge cycle, and that shows the power of Purple Range as an add-on because it lets Alf go for such ridiculous blinks and have really good map control on top of having very lethal chase. And there goes Classed right back on the floor. Rezino's off the hook. Me forcing a locker DS here.
Very, very likely I'm trying to play the locker DS there. And the thing is this is a little bit a difficult situation as how is he going to get past Aaron on this? I mean, Alf on the stairs here. I would wonder if he has like a dead hard, but even if he gets the unhook the hook play off, you're gonna have to be getting conversion. Oh, he forces the grab. And that's the decisive strike coming into play.
Absolutely. Well, unfortunately, this means getting out of basement against a nurse with Purple Range is still not the easiest fate in the world. And look, Rezino is already back with an Alf blink radius. This is very, very. Rezino's well and truly out of the fireplace, but into the microwave here, as Alf bears back down upon him after the DS distance gets him almost nowhere.
It seems like an effective tactic against the nurse here for Team Predrop is to try to use the range add-ons against him. And there we go. That's the down on Rezino. They've been proving to be very effective as the longer it takes for Alf to make the blink off, the more they know that he's going to be blinking further and further and further away. So they're using that against him, and it's proving to be quite effective. But unfortunately, with the really fast kill 2 minutes into the game, Alpha still has a person on the hook, person on the ground, and that's just like all the pressure you could ask for, like a all-you-can-eat buffet of pressure right here.
Absolutely. Aaron's moving closer to the basement hook. Maybe he's trying to sneak an unhook on. No, not on Classic. Classic's dead. I guess Aaron's hiding, but is doing so in a very, I want to say, central place. Like it's the equivalent of hiding in the middle of a stage in a theater. Like it's certainly a place you could choose, but you might end up from running into you completely by accident. Especially as you're blinking through the map. I'm not sure. Unsure that Alpha will just go for a hook here, or is going to continue to slug Rezino while looking for the fourth person. Because if Alf finds Aaron, then that means round 2 goes to Froggy Frogs. So it's kind of whether Alf makes it to killing Aaron or not. We don't know.
And
So
like
I guess we'll see.
it's very interesting to see what Aaron's doing here. He's checking chests. They're really trying to go for this key play. They know that finding a key would be huge if they can get one off. But it all comes down to luck. I'd imagine that Aaron needs to check the basement hook now. The tower radius is actually scaring him a little bit away as Alf blinks straight into the basement.
Interestingly, the fact that the basement chest hasn't been opened might suggest to Alf that Aaron's not here because by his mind might go, oh, Aaron hasn't opened the basement chest here, meaning he's not in the main building.
Oh, you might see him here.
Oh, unfortunately, Aaron has been spotted.
Oh,
Okay.
The range add-ons coming into play there. My goodness.
Aaron pretending that Alf might not have seen him. But those range add-ons let him go all the way back through the main building, even with second blink. And with Aaron now in the open.
He might be able to lose him here. Oh,
Oh, sadly not. Unfortunately, the power of Alf's eyes prevail, and Aaron is in the wind. This is pretty backbreaking
that's
at this
an
point.
interesting tech. Using the very dark corner to make Alf do a little bit of an overblink here. The table
Unfortunately,
saw getting in his way as Aaron goes around the corner, goes around the trees, and now there's a little bit of a cat and mouse trying to make sure. What Aaron needs to do, his win condition, is basically to either lose Alf or to loop Alf for 1,000,000 years and get the bleed out.
yes, that would be very. That would definitely be a way of a way to pull it off. Would be to essentially try and force a bleed out into hatch play. But I'm unsure what the plan is right now.
Well, and looks like they're doing a little bit of a group hug at the shack.
Yeah, Razino just spectating like, why can't I get involved in that? Maybe some slight connection issues here on one of the players' ends, perhaps, because that was I think been going for a little while. Maybe it was a because Razino seems to be fine, so it's possible a player is just having a little connection problem. It'll sort itself out.
And yeah, how was it seems like he got like the connection off. And yeah, Alf may have gotten a lot of bit of pressure here. There's two survivors on the ground. When it came to like what Lonely had in a previous match, I wonder yeah, if we're gonna get a little bit of deja vu when it comes to someone finding the hatch there. We're a little bit in contention, a little bit of high pressure situation. I'm wondering what's gonna be happening.
Yeah, there's an unusual end to that match, but it looked like it looks like the results of that match are actually going to be actually going to be shown later due to the little connection issue that seemed to be happening there with Alf and the others. But that doesn't mean that the match that took place was necessarily invalid, because that match was still a really good match of DBD. Apologies for what looked like some sort of connection issue that one of the players had.
Yeah.
But the results will be sorted out later, so don't worry. That will be sussed. But I guess in the meantime, we start to discuss the game that took place for as much of it as we got to see. So they let Nurse through against Alf, something I was not expecting them to do, and they may have paid a significant toll for it. The wall, as to how this one ends, because worst case scenario is Aaron somehow makes it out through hatch, in which case it's a tie.
Okay. And the thing is, I don't think there was a no way out in play, so there could be like a possible like end game door play, but the only issue is that Aaron is also injured. So it like on mobile you actually get a little visual notification of a survivor crying while playing killer. So I'd imagine Alf will be able to find him. But the thing is, Alf had a very dominating performance. Like 40 seconds in, first hit. 2 minutes in, dead. It's like, wow, that's such the amount of power that was brought in playing when it came to the Nurse is actually crazy.
Someone dead at 2 minutes is big on a map as big as Cold Tower, with crucially at the time I think only one gen, if that, had been completed. Room was still available. Haunted Grounds had not popped yet. Everything was in Alf's corner and someone was dead. Meaning they're effectively playing a 3v1 effectively from the start of the match, minus crop interventions blocking. So it was a really dangerous situation for Team Predrop from the very, very start. The fact that Alf was able to get in a chase so quickly, even without lethal pursuer, I think as part of that's also a Cold Town moment because the map is so small, but also just a sign of Alf's good game sense. Like getting to a chase early with that, especially with a killer like Nurse who can get it down aggressively, so important to get that snowball rolling. And if he spent too long looking for the survivors at the start of the match, that could have gone very badly wrong. But Alf pulled it out at the start and kept it going.
When it comes to like why they didn't, we all expected like a Nurse ban, but the thing is, yesterday when Predrop was playing against Team Swing, they could have both banned Hillbilly, but they both let Hillbilly through, and it was like an all-out like Hillbilly brawl. So they're lonely. Seems to be very confident on killers, and it's like, you know what, I'll take what you can do. You know what, we're gonna go all in. It doesn't matter what you play. We're going to try to make it work. And I think there's a little bit of confidence from Team Predrop, and by letting that nurse through, it's just very interesting. Um, but I'd imagine the Billy ban that probably took priority somewhere in there, as well as maybe another team was scared of like maybe like Froggy Frogs is also scared of like Sadako. So like if you had a choice, Billy wasn't banned and Nurse wasn't banned, you're definitely banning Billy. Like that's the thing.
Without a doubt.
You can't let Alf be like, freaking 180-degree flick and now we'll go crazy. No. So they know how much power is held behind a pick like that. So very interesting.
Well, even though we don't know the exact outcome of the match at the moment, I guess it doesn't really matter, at least to Froggy Frogs, because best case scenario there, what would be the bleed out that happened on Ray Zeno? Best case scenario for Predrop here is that Aaron gets out through hatch and it's a tie, which is still not really what Predrop wants. They are going to like, regardless of the results, they're going to be fighting for their lives, especially because Lonely is the killer in the next match. So they really are going to be fighting for their lives to see if they can hold on, because either Alf has won or they have to get a win over Alf, or actually more likely both. It's going to be a real tall order, especially because again no one's gotten the gates against Alf yet. Which means even if Alf happened to win the last one by a single survivor, if Aaron wasn't able to sneak that hatch or able to get a door, that puts Lonely in a terrifying position, because then even if him and Alf do just well as each other in that third round, that's a win for Froggy Frogs. If Aaron wasn't able to sneak out through hatch there. And that's terrifying. Like, imagine being in the kind of situation where you know that your opponent has gone undefeated and not a single survivor has escaped through the gates against them yet. And you have to not just go on par with them, but actively beat them. That is a nightmare scenario for Lonely. And a nurse ban, I think, is quite likely to mitigate the ability for Alf to just go crazy like he did last time. But I think they have to try and force Alf onto a pick that's not a comfort pick, and that's hard to do.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to do, especially since you can only ban like one killer at a time. First round, one ban. Second round, 2 bans. 3 round, 3 bans. And I think it almost feels like regardless of what you ban from either teams here, they're going to be comfortable. But what it feels like is like right now, currently Team Predrop's on the back foot because they're down by 1. There's 1 escape, and it's a bit of an uphill battle that they have to fight, because regardless, it's like they're fighting for a tie at the moment, and if Aaron gets killed, then it's like Frogs takes it. So it's very it's a very important match for Predrop, and in order to make sure that they aren't fighting an uphill battle.
Absolutely. Alf again has only played 3 killers in the start of the tournament. He's only played Nurse, Spirit, and Billy. So in theory, Predrop could ban all 3. We could see all 3 taken away from him. It would unfortunately leave Lonely off Billy, which is a killer Lonely's very comfortable on, but it's probably worth it to deny Alf all of his comfort picks. At least all the ones we know of. There is a potential to force him onto a killer he's not comfortable on, or a killer we've not really seen him play, like Oni. It's certainly not impossible, but I think, for all we know, Alf's a beast with Oni, or beast with Huntress or whatever, and suddenly there is no way to ban him off of his good killers. It's probably even harder it's basically impossible to ban Lonely off of his, because Lonely has so many. Lonely has done bits with half a dozen different killers now. So even if they take out the best 3, which would probably be Billy, Sadako, and I'm going to guess Oni.
Mhm.
Lonely can still play Clown. Lonely can still play Plague. Lonely can still play like Legion. These are killers Lonely's played already. Even it. So there are so many choices that Lonely has got for the next round, even if some of his good killers get banned. If they're vigilant with their bans, Alf may not have that luxury. That's the one advantage I think that Team Predrop's got is Alf, at least as far as we know, having a pretty limited pool of killers.
Yeah, I'm surprised when it came to Lonely. If you're very confident with the spirit there, I'm surprised you didn't play Billy first, because like if you usually if you want to play the killers that you know you're able to get the free 4K out of, because especially if you know they're going to get banned in the second round. So I'm surprised in the first round that Lonely chose Spirit, because almost guarantee, like I'd imagine Lonely's like, I'm confident enough to get a 4K every single time with Billy, and Alf feels like I'm confident enough to get the 4K every single time. But now you know almost guaranteed, yeah, Billy's getting banned.
Okay. It looks like we'll be on that note. Because they're still sorting out the issues at ND last round. We're going to take a little short break. We'll be back momentarily. Hopefully with an update on how that last round ended before we can get stuck back in and we can keep going as normal. So we'll see you on the other side.
消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
And welcome back, friends and foes, survivors and killers. After a little technical hitch that we had there, but we do have the results of the last match ready for you. It looks like Alf did in fact get 4 kills by the end there. Aaron was killed, so pay respects to Aaron, I suppose. But in any case, we've got there was a 4K for Team Froggy Frogs, so that's 5 points for Alf and Team Froggy Frogs and 0 points for Team Predrop.
And you know what that means? For round 1, it was a bit of a draw, and round 2, it seems FroggyFrogs is going to be taking round 2 here. So that means on the board, I think Predrop's going to be having to be fighting for their lives when it comes to trying to get their wins into round 3 going forth.
Absolutely. And assuming everyone's tech is in order, which given that we're back, I assume it is, do we reckon that's got that Alf's victory has gotten Predrop a bit rattled? Maybe they're afraid of potentially giving him another victory there, because this is a nice edge. There's only 1 point in it, so it's far from a certainty that Froggy Frogs takes this, but it's not looking good for Predrop. So what do you reckon is going to happen? Anything exciting? Anything radical?
I'd imagine they're on their back foot. Well, that's taken for granted, but I don't think that it's the end of the world, as they don't need to face Billy for sure, and they don't need to face Nurse. So that's the 2 power picks out of the way. There's also been 2 bans. I'd imagine that if they didn't ban Billy, if they didn't ban Nurse, they had to be banning like Spirit, Onro. There's a possibility that Predrop might not feel as terrified as they would, as Alf might be being forced to play a different killer that he may not be used to.
Yeah, we just don't know what Alf's comfort picks after those first 3 of Nurse, Billy, Spirit are. We just don't know, because Alf wasn't involved yesterday. And he only played those 3 killers before, because prior to today, all of Alf's rounds were 1 in 2. So he would get he got 2. Yeah, he would win in 2 every time, meaning there was never a window for the enemy to ban 3 killers. But the fact that situation has now happened because of that tie in round 1, it puts Predrop in a very unique and new position, where if they ban, or if they kept there for the first time, Alf is going to be deprived of 3 killers that he might want to pick. And I don't know if he's going to be able to find a 4th that he's comfortable with. Again, we suggested Oni, suggested maybe Huntress, maybe Onryo. The options are there, but it's just a question of whether forcing Alf onto a pick he's not comfortable on might be worth it compared to Lonely, who's got a pretty wide killer pool.
And I think when it comes to the maps we'll be seeing, I think we're likely going to see like a Shuffle Pit. That's what I think. But when it comes to it's either Shuffle Pit or Family Residence, depends who's picking. But if a Shuffle Pit does come into play, I could see that round 3 might have a couple survives, just due to the sheer fact of how many jungle gyms would be there to work with. It's interesting to see what killers different teams will be forced onto because of the bans, because of the ones they've chosen already. And I just wonder, because they're being forced into a very like a back wall, and they have limited options. So when it comes to which killer like Team Predrop and Alpha choose, what's your guess?
I think if Predrop do what I think they're going to do and probably should do, and ban Nurse, Spirit, Billy, I think Alf may be forced onto Oni. Still a very, very strong killer, kind of killer that I think Alf could handle pretty nicely. Huntress is also a possibility. For Froggy Frogs, what could their bans even be? Like, maybe they'll ban if they see that, if they can kind of get an inkling that Predrop's going to ban Nurse, Spirit, Billy, they might try and ban things like Clown, or it wasn't me trying to be being uncertain that Clown could be a possible ban. But Sadako. But again, Lonely's killer pool is so big. There's no guarantee that they will be able to put Lonely onto an uncertain pick because again, Lonely has so many. Especially if they don't realize or don't think that we're going to see Nerf Spirit and Billy all get banned. Two of which killers that Lonely can play very, very well. We've seen Billy and Spirit. They may end up double banning and ending up kind of robbing themselves of bans and giving Lonely more options than they might otherwise. So the options here are plentiful for Froggy Frogs, but how many of them are actually good and what Lonely intends to play, especially if he has anything what the map's going to be, we just don't know because there are so many possibilities.
There's a perk. I've been noticing that it's been getting down to Aaron using both matches that we've seen from Team Predrop. Aaron is the last alive. He has a plunders, and it's seeming to be come into play every single game. And I've been mentioning it. I don't know if the players are going to be doing it. I wonder if someone's going to be running like one of those luck perks, like what's the one, the ace in the hole? It's like there's one that gives like a 4% luck.
Up the ante.
Up the ante, yeah. I'm wondering if someone's gonna be running up the ante to get that 16% luck boost along with the chest. It does cost an entire perk slot, but it might be worth it for how many times you guys are going for this strategy and trying to rely on an endgame hatch play.
Well, I don't actually think that the luck stat affects chest stuff. I thought it only affected like self unhooks.
Oh, okay.
The only way I think to modify what you get out of a chest is Plunderer's Instinct, which I noticed Aaron only seemed to have at tier 2.
Yeah.
But if someone with tier 3 Plunderers could make good use of it,
yeah.
I think a key play is could make a lot of sense. What especially we saw actually in yesterday's games, Running Man actually ran left behind with Plunderers, potentially trying to make a key play by unlocking a chest and then using the left behind to find the hatch. If Aaron is kind of becoming the team's last man standing a lot, maybe he could be looking into left behind, just to deprive Alpha of his ability to get that consistent 4K, especially if there was a Plunderer key. I think those two together, especially if they get a big map like, obviously not Blood Lodge, but like Rotten Fields, a map that's very hard to find hatch on because it's so bleeding massive. Finding hatch could be kind of the ace in the hole, no pun intended, to get Aaron out of that match and potentially deny a critical 2 points from Froggy Frogs. It's possible, but we'll see.
The thing that I'd be looking into is since it's been happening a lot, if they're going to go for like an all-in play, like where someone runs Wake Up, or someone runs like Left Behind, like you said. Like I know these are very like unorthodox perks, or even like the Nia perk, Urban Evasion. And there we go. There's the Suffocation Pit coming into play. That's the map. Has a very dirty center group of jungle gyms. That'll be a little bit difficult to deal with for both teams.
Take me down to the 3-gen city. But let's see if they bring in a perk to actually make use of it, because sometimes we've seen it, sometimes not. Lonely's on Plague!
Ooh.
I like that a lot. So we've got Hens, Kit, Dan, and Laser copying Survivor against Lonely's Plague. I believe Lonely's played Plague on Suffocation Pit before. I think this is a match we've seen already, and Lonely didn't do too well with it, unfortunately. Maybe he's learned from his mistakes from last time. We'll see some tight 3-genning Plague action on this map. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so as well. And if he brings like an apple, he's going to have the corrupt pools. It's going to be fairly. The thing is I feel like Lonely might possibly be forced into a 3-gen setup with being like half the map. It's not advantageous to puke on every single window, and you're going to have to be puking on generators as well. And it looks like we're going to be getting into the match. Lonely's going to be running a Ruin, Corrupted Dimension, No Way Out, Noed play. So basically a little bit of tiny bit of early game and a lot into late game here, half and half.
That is Ruin already got. No, that's Ruin already gone. This quickly into the match, it's not looking great for Lonely. It's a rough start, but looking at the gen spreads, there's one at main. I can't really see any others, but yeah, there's the one in that corner there and one at the front. So Lonely's got a pretty tight 3-gen if he chooses to play for it. Ruin, unfortunately, is gone. but no Ed, no way out. That could be very, very handy to keep. Potentially even a There's looks to be 3 gens on. It's hard to tell because of the central structure, but it looks like it's an odd split. There's 3 with a potential 4th on main building side, and the gens are relatively light on Shack side. Looks to be maybe as a central gen, 2 by Shack, 3 by main, and then 1 that's kind of middle on the side of main. So it's a very, I haven't seen that kind of spawn in a long time. Well, it sounded so uncertain about it, but it's a really odd gen spawn, but could be favorable for Lonely to protect.
I feel like Lonely should since Ruin got cleansed so early, Lonely should really try to get someone out as fast as possible. I think the top priority here right now is not the generators, but trying to get early pressure on the board as fast as like Lonely can. Lonely's getting a nice little bit of a chase on Hens here. Hopefully we're going to be able to get a max infection rate onto him, so he'll be able to get a nice quick down. Trying to get the conversion off. Finally infecting Hens. And it seems like Lonely's going to go for a try to make everyone infected so that you have a free node in early game play. It's a little bit risky if Lonely can't find anybody, but it might pay off in the long run. High risk, high reward. So we're going to have to see how this plays out.
For what it's worth, Lonely's add-ons are also, there is Devotee's Amulet for increased Corrupt Purge duration, and the Blessed Apple, which is the second use of Corrupt Purge, the second fountain at the start of the match. Interestingly, isn't using Ashen Apple, which is the same add-on, but green and gives you increased operative effective time as well, which seems like an odd thing to not be running over the yellow add-on because it's just strictly better. But maybe it doesn't have it yet. That would be entirely reasonable. Forcing Kitten off the generator at Shack, taking a first proper position at this end of the map.
And a good, nice chunk of Corrupt there, and I think Lonely will probably get a conversion on a max infection onto Kitten into a down, possibly. Goes with the M1 instead.
That's something I noticed a lot of players not doing, is just going for an M1 when you have it. Like, people get so fixated on I'm going to fully infect them, but if they're in M1 distance and you can just get a free hit, why not take it? It's almost no, unless you don't want to give them the speed boost, there's almost no reason not to just take the M1 for free.
It makes sense. Though the one thing is that you got to worry about is like the amount of distance they can get from the M1. But other than that, yeah, getting the M1 there is a nice safe way to get a secure injury on the board.
It's a fairly central hook too. Looking at the gens left, looks like Lonely have given up one of the gens on main, but has kind of a middle 3 gen setup, if that makes sense. Maybe a couple that are near the edges of main with the 2 in the middle looking to ones that Lonely wants to protect. I'm interested to see what Lonely tends to do with them. It's a pallet break at Shack, so Shack pallet's gone at 4 gens.
And it appears to be a quad infection on all the team members, so maybe the Corrupt pool will be coming into play somewhere soon to try to get a bit of a snowball off, hopefully.
Unfortunately, both the corrupted pools are a little bit out of Lonely's way. There's one that's quite near main building, and there's one that's kind of in the middle. So, but they're the wrong side of middle. They're at the other end. So maybe if Lonely gets a more central hook here rather than taking to the edge of the map, moves further into the map like he's doing now, maybe they have better access to Corrupt Purge and can make saves a lot more difficult. But I guess we're gonna see.
When we're talking about like a 3 gen setup here, it seems like going for the Corrupt play. So this is a bit of a power play. I'd imagine Lonely is going to be trying to hunt for a survivor, at least try to get maybe both of these guys here. With the Corrupt Purge. There goes Claudette. She goes down.
I like the pickup here, even risking Decisive Strike, because you have Corrupt Purge active. So even if you get Corrupt Purged, if you get DS'd, your Corrupt Purge remains active. So you can just go for it and read down the person who just got off your shoulder. The last gen's 75%, so this is looking kind of dangerous perhaps if Lonely's goal is to win while there's still a gen to do, but taking chase with Hens,
is the only full health survivor in the match. That would be an unfortunate chase. It looks like that Lonely wants to try to get a tunnel playoff, but I definitely don't think Laser's going to let him get that conversion off. Its best play is to let Laser go and maybe get him in an end game no way out play. This defending generator here is probably very important in order to try to get at least some pressure on the board.
Well, now at least
Nice
Hens got broken by taking generator. Let's see if he chooses to slug and go for Dan. Looks like that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
But
And luckily for Lonely here, this is the only progressed generator. With that really early Ruin cleanse, he's really feeling the pain of losing his totem so early here.
what I'd love to see here from Lonely is actually a basement hook, because then you can just hit on the Shack gen. Unfortunately, I'm not able to make it to basement. Maybe if it picked up a little bit earlier, it could have kicked afterwards. Maybe that could have translated to a basement hook. Because then someone in basement, getting out of that basement, could be a total nightmare. Especially if you can bring a Corrupt Purge over. Because a couple people have cleansed. I believe Laser's cleansed maybe twice now. Which means that there will be more Corrupt Purge on the map to use. There's actually 2 fountains that exist over there, at least 2.
And solid looping here from both sides. Get a nice conversion off. Very tight hugs around that loop. Very difficult to pull off. As Dan hasn't been hooked yet, Lonely is going to try to use a slug for pressure and get a conversion off on possibly getting a second hook on somebody else around the map.
Yes, given that Hans got unhooked, it could be a DS available. I think Laser's like cleansing because they're dead on hook, and they are very worried about potentially getting instantly down from. And that's a life use from Deadly Kitten there.
Ooh.
Lonely choosing to commit is certainly a choice I wasn't expecting off the life.
Yeah, I was expecting Lonely there to drop the chase and check the center gen where Laser's at. But this won't be for naught, as Lonely does get a conversion on a down. I'm surprised not checking the center gen first here.
Maybe Lonely was confident that one person had gone to get the pickup, meaning there was no risk of that gen being completed. That's a reality I could see. Now all the gens have got some progress on them, which is a dicey situation for Lonely to be in.
And it seems like Lonely's on practically a tightrope, as the generators are all half progressed. There's a couple survivors on death hook. It could be anybody's game. One mistake, one misstep, and Hens I don't think is also dead on hook here. So there's gonna be 3 people on death hook if he decides to go for the hook here. But he's deciding to slug for pressure, which is a bit of a wise decision.
Hens is
2 people are dead on hook.
Hens' OPZ wall tech not quite working out. But that's a brutally quick hit on Dan. If they've gotten that vault a little bit earlier, that would have been back-breaking and probably would have wasted a lot more time.
No, this is going to be the 4th No Way Out stack. Playing for endgame here. Be able to try to get some conversion off as the exit gates are powered, and Lonely wants to check the right side. Lonely doesn't know it, but both players are right in front of him right now. If he can get a conversion off on both survivors, it would be huge.
Oh, there's a Corrupt Purge pool here. That could go very badly wrong.
Oh my god.
This is the one thing they didn't want to happen. A Corrupt Purge drop right here, right now.
And if he gets a hint of that Deadly Kitten, I think he sees it. The thing is, the one thing that can come into play here is the Unbreakable. If he gets Deadly Kitten off, he needs to probably worry. I'd imagine, I don't think Deadly Kitten has the Unbreakable here. So it's someone else in the match, and there's going to be at least 2 picked up somewhere soon.
Yeah.
And he knows it. He knows it could come into play soon.
Yeah. Kitten could have it.
There we go. What a play.
That was as soon as Kitten hopped locker, that was a giant flashing neon sign to Lonely to say go back to this slug now, because they're trying to force a pickup rather than a slug. Go back to one of the slugs now. And that was an excellent macro play from Lonely there.
An extremely good game sense that something's going to go on, and I think he needs to get a read on what Deadly Kitten's doing, because it seems like he thought that she was going to go for the saves around the other side of the map. Doesn't see her on the door, and unfortunately he has not been fully recovered here.
Oh, the double tap on Corrupt Purge. And everybody on death hook, the team's Unbreakable used.
Is he going to do bleed out? Is going to be
unsure.
playing a little bit safe.
Doesn't want to risk a potential deliverance, but everyone's on death hook, so
yeah,
I'm not sure.
He may not be I'm not entirely sure what he's going to be playing around here.
It may be to deny hatch, because if the survivors know where hatch is, I don't think Lonely knows where hatch is.
Oh yeah, because in the one match where he dropped one escape, it was down to the hatch.
Yeah.
So he might have a little bit trying to play super safe when it comes to the survivors. And playing this type of a bleed out gives him the opportunity to have the most time possible to go for a anti-hatch play.
Yes.
Especially with the Unbreakable out on the board, I think it's in Lonely's best interest to find the hatch and just
Yeah.
go for it.
There's no risk of anybody getting up now. So going to, I don't know why he's hugging Deadly Kitten's back so much when, maybe because Kitten is the one who's going to bleed out last. So if anyone's going to get hatch, it's going to be them.
Oh, that would be
That might
interesting.
be it because Hens and Laser have shorter bleed out timers than Kitten does.
Yeah, that'd be like
yeah.
very solid. But he's like, yeah, you're right. All right on the
Yeah.
money. You got it.
I don't think Lonely could even hear us, but I appreciate sentiment all the same, Lonely.
His intuition was pretty good though. He's like, someone has Unbreakable. It's gonna be the Colette. He checks Colette, and then he has like the intuition. He's like, you know what? The commentator, the caster is gonna be like, yeah, I'm following her because she's the last going to be bleeding out. She's the only one that's gonna be able to get the hatch. I'm gonna bleed out the other two. She's gonna be the last to bleed out. And then insta, we got this.
Yeah, I think Lonely not knowing where hatch is going to spawn, I think is probably the deciding factor there because I don't see another reason why this bleed out would be taking so long. But otherwise, this has been a match and a half. I think the corrupt purge fountain being exactly where it was, just I think was backbreaking for them because there was no way Lonely was getting those downs quickly enough, especially with the Unbreakable, without corrupt purge doing the work. But that was. Thank you, thanks, Kitten. That was very involved. I appreciate the gesture. No, in any case, I think this is the game over because because Adrenalines would have been used if they were going to be in play at all. Unbreakable's been used. There's no Soul Guard on mobile. There's no on mobile. So, yeah, this is just over now. Maybe Kitten just crawling for hatch, and then Lonely will see it and close it, and then only then we'll go for a hook because no way out's been used. It did proc, so it's unlikely to be able to. So if someone was to wiggle free, they could even do a door. Because again, there's no way out.
So I wonder how Lonely's gonna react here, as Kitten is actually approaching the hatch. If Kitten sees the hatch here, Lonely's probably gonna freak out. Oh, there it goes. No, not today.
Yes, the magic hole will not save you this time. And that is a 4K from Lonely at the end of a long and drawn out bleed out to ensure no one gets that hatch. Very tight play from Lonely, very cautious. Something we've expected from Lonely over the past couple of days. Lonely is known for being very cautious with how they play, and the payoff was, I think, more than worth it to see.
I think it's coming from a lot from experience, having in very similar situations, being tested by not only Team Kingdom, but also Alf's team as well. I mean, with Froggy Frogs, very crazy.
Without a doubt. So Plague, that's a pick I'm always a fan of. I'd love to see Plague get played. I'm actually, the thing that impressed me the most actually was probably the survivors having the coordination to say to Kitten, right, you're far enough away, hop and locker now. Because the locker jump, if Lonely had committed to that chase and pulled Kitten out the locker, Groret's up with Unbreakable that are probably working on a door or going for the pickup on the other slug, on Hens. But the Lonely having the foresight to know that's why they're doing it, that's why they're hopping in lockers, is to try and force me not to slug. That is indicative Unbreakable is coming. And if Hens had it, he'd have used it by now. So the only reasonable choice there was Claudette's got it, she's using it right now. And you can tell that play was very smart because Claudette got up right as Lonely went back to the slug. It was fantastically well done by Lonely.
I think what a lot of that match came down to was a lot of like mental mind games. The thing is Lonely, a lot of the mistakes that were made were not in a typical scenario. It's not mistakes at all. You see a survivor go into a locker, you usually grab them. But Lonely's like, okay, they're going into a locker. That means they're telling each other in a Swift that you're going to get the grab, and the person's going to time the Unbreakable with the grab so that they can get the pickup all the way across the map, and then they get 2 up. But then Lonely's like, okay, I know that you're saying that to each other in the background, so I'm going to leave Kitten running, and then I'm going to go back to the slug, and then I'm going to play around the Unbreakable that Claudette has that I remember from previous matches that she's running it. And it's like a complete mental counter. It's like, I know exactly what you're doing, and I also know what the commentators are saying. Yes, this is what I'm doing as well. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
Okay, very well played. That's solid.
I see. Exemplary performance from Lonely there. I wonder how that match could have gone differently if instead of using the Unbreakable in Lonely's face, Claudette had saved it until Kitten got pulled out of the locker. Or even if Kitten hadn't gone to jump locker at all and just kept running.
Yeah.
Because Kitten was already a decent distance away from Lonely, decently far away. So if she just kept on running, do you think there's a way maybe where Lonely doesn't get clued in with the locker jump to the fact that Unbreakable was about to go off? If she kept running, do you think Lonely would have committed to her?
With the amount of game sense that Lonely had, I think he probably would have dropped the chase regardless. I think a lot of the difference would have came into play is what Deadly Kitten would have decided to do in the end there. Because she could have ran across the map and picked up the other player. And then they'd have 2 up. And then Lonely would have, in a world where Lonely has the intuition to know that Claudette has the Unbreakable, Lonely goes to the Unbreakable. And Kitten picks up the 2. They split off to 2 different doors. And that's like double pressure. Did he have no way out there?
He did not, but it was active, but it was timing out.
So it would have ran out. So the thing is they would have been able to split up and then possibly pressure from 2 different doors and get at least a 1 escape. So there's a little bit of error from Froggy Frogs, as there was a potential to get at least a 1 out there.
Yeah, the difficult decision there was that trying to get the doors not easy, given that both the doors were on the same side of the map where the hook where the Unbreakable user was. So if Claude doesn't use Unbreakable, if Lonely goes back to the hook, gets the pick up on Claudette, hooks her, and Kitten gets hands up rather than hanging around trying to get the pickup or the unhook or whatever. I think it would have been ultimately, the game would have gone on longer, but I think the outcome would have been somewhat immaterial, because at the end of the day, it was still Lonely's situation under most of Lonely's control, because the doors were both on the same side of the map next to the hook. There's another corrupt purge fountain there. There were lots of options for Lonely to make the plays they needed to make. Maybe if they'd cleansed on Shaq's side, maybe they can make something happen. But
possibly.
I think let's put realm of speculation. And the thing that's perhaps more relevant here is, what do you think Alf and the rest of Team Predrop is going to be like after seeing that performance on Plague? What do you reckon we're going to see on Suffocation Pit as well on that particular map?
I'd imagine that when it comes to Alf, they're a bit on the back foot, I feel like. The thing is, I think what Alf's going to do is going to run a Ruin Totem. And the thing is, a lot of how the momentum going forth for Froggy Frogs is going to be determined on how fast that Ruin Totem gets cleansed. Because if that Ruin Totem is in a favorable 3 gen, then yeah, it's going to be blown out of the water. For Froggy Frogs, they're going to be able to take it. But I think it's all going to be determining on the factors of RNG when it comes to what Alpha is doing, unless like for somehow like he plays like like Sadako, and then he just goes nuts like somewhere there.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see, because Suffocation Pit, not great for Billy if on the off chance Billy was to get picked because of all the windows, especially because I don't believe Alpha has Bamboozle on Billy. We better for no Spirit for sure. I guess we'll have to see. I think, but it's important to remember now, because of these results, Froggy Frogs needs to, if they want to actually cleanly beat Predrop in this round, they need to get the actual factual 4K. If it's a 3K with an escape, that puts the same number of points as Predrop, because that'll be
to overtime, I think.
Yeah, it'll go to overtime. And if Alpha gets any less than that, if a couple of survivors do make it out, that will be a loss, a statue defeat from the jaws of victory for Froggy Frogs, which I'm not the first time anyone's really, like, for a better term, drawn blood from Froggy Frogs to date. But that would require getting 2 out of the gate, something that again hasn't happened yet. Alpha's not been given a gate escape yet, so I guess we'll see if they can, if Hellrod takes on a map like Suffocation Pit.
And going into it, we imagine the amount of pressure when it comes to all these Survivor teams. They're like, it's been so many times in the match, it's like, we just need 1 out. We just need one person. And it sounds so easy on paper, but with how strong these killers are, it's like, we just need one person to get out. Alf's been getting a 4K like every single. We gotta make something work. We gotta. So yeah, you have to try to with Shuffle Pit. You got a little bit of a favorable center, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to make favorable plays. Hope that like somewhere maybe you could get a key. You guys have been searching chests like crazy. Pray that you guys get a key. And, yeah, try to get a way to a path to a secure out. Also, I was playing Plague. Hey,
it's the Plague Mirror. Let's go. Because importantly, last time the Suffocation Pit gen spread was like a weird 2.5 2 split up. It was very strange. Maybe I'll forget more conventional 3 gen this time.
There we go. Lethal Pursuer is going to be able to find a survivor. I'd imagine he's going to look for the survivor close to the totem spawn to make sure that has the least amount of chance possible to get cleansed. And that's exactly what he's doing by going over to Classed here. And he's going to have to try to find a conversion on an early
here,
down.
actually.
What's up?
I just thought because there's a corrupt purge right there. He knows everybody is with Lethal Pursuer. If he's very confident, especially if he's running double apple, he has 3 corrupt purge shots. He takes it now. That's what I thought. With Lethal Pursuer and those add-ons, you're taking corrupt purge immediately, because he knows where everybody is. He's got 3 fountains to use. So this means he can get very aggressive and get someone on hook very, very quickly, as we've just seen demonstrated on Classic. There.
And it's like a mirror from the nurse match earlier. 40-second. Well, on nurse match he got it down in 2 minutes. In this Plague match, he got it down in 40 seconds. So
yeah, like seeing Lethal Pursuer on Plague with those add-ons in particular. As someone who plays a lot of Plague, I see alarm bells ringing in my head because I'm like, something's going to go big now, because now the add-ons are now the apples. The double apples means that you're going to spawn usually fairly close to a corrupted fountain. With Lethal Pursuit, where everybody is, you can just grab a corrupt purge and immediately go to work within the first couple of seconds of the match. It's really devastating to get an early down this quickly, especially now that Classed is hooked next to another fountain, so he can camp pretty much for free here. And if someone goes for the unhook, just pop another drink and do it again, because wow, okay, I said it and it happened. Yeah, it looks like there's a couple of gens here. Classed's on hook. They can't unhook easily because of corrupt purge. Not even a group save will work against a corrupt purge face campaign like this. I think Classed has to just make peace with his gods and assert that he is dead. And with no gens completed, is pretty not looking good for Team Predrop here.
At least they got the Ruin Totem out of the way. There's going to be something interesting that goes on. Depending on if Alf goes for a commit on a chase here. Does he get the connection on Rezino? And he does. But it seems like he really is going to try to go for a secure hook camp play on Classed. And I think that's also a 3-gen setup for him around the corner there.
If anything, I'd say it's a 4-gen, because he's got that one there, one tucked by the side, one by the hook, one behind the hill. That is a 4-gen setup, with Classed hooked right in the middle of it. I almost think maybe the only way this could be even crueler is if, instead of taking the corrupt purge immediately, Alf had just sat on the hill, like fairly close to the hook, and just waited by the fountain. As soon as you see someone go for the unhook, then takes corrupt purge then. Threatening activation zones them off of the unhook without using the fountain up. This is just me, but like I feel that may be overkill, and it might have. And yeah, this is a really tough nut for Team Predrop to crack now, because look at those gens.
Yeah,
You can stand on the hill and see all 3 of them.
He's got like a very perfect setup here, and they're going to get the unhook playoff, but it's this triad, the triad of he's just gonna be able to gatekeeper so hard within this area. Getting the down on someone who hasn't been hooked yet. He really probably wants to get this conversion on Classed. Aaron's gonna be doing the body block plays. You gotta pray that you can get it off. Aaron, you got a body block. Oh! The comms must be insane right now.
Absolutely. Body blocking like a complete lord. Unfortunately, body blocking against the Plague is only so valuable, especially not if Classed gets hit anyway. That was pretty unfortunate, but he has to force Aaron away because of the risk of a pallet save. He still has to do it. So in effect, Aaron's protecting him, even though the body block failed. But now that Aaron's infected and injured, the ability to body block is pretty much done and dusted now. He can't continue to do it.
Okay, so now they have 3 up. I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to get this this pallet save off.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Xeno coming in, but it's too little, too late, and giving Alf yet another chase. This is what I'd like to see now. Is actually what Xeno's doing, which is getting that gen done. And now that's the 3 gen. It looks like the 3 gen's actually been broken now. So despite working so hard to get Classed killed, the 3 gen has now been broken, and it looks like Aaron's right next to where the hatch spawned. So there's a good chance the survivors even know that the hatch is usable here.
Yeah,
Big
it's
pre-drop
actually
from
looking
Xeno.
like it's very, very grim for Alf here, as it looks like they're going to be able to get the last generator powered with it so far away here.
Again, all they need to do is get 2. If they get 2 people out, they win this, and there's no way out in play. So once Xeno gets hooked, they have no reason to do anything other than the doors if they're okay just getting the 2 out and taking the.
They may
reins
just need
around.
to get a 1 out, right? Because they got a 4K last round as well.
If they get a 1 out, it's a tie. Because round 2, someone got Alf 4K'd and Lonely got 1 out.
Oh,
If it's if they get a 1 out, it's a tie. If they get 2 or more, it's a win. Because it's all right now the
because I thought with Lonely, Lonely got both Deadly Kitten, Claudette, and then he did the bleed out play for someone on the ground, so he got a 4K and 5 points. So then,
I think that the first round though, wasn't it?
oh no, we're in round 3, so like
Yeah.
So
yeah,
round of 3, I think.
but first round, Lonely let one go by accident.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh yeah, you're talking about
yeah.
total points. Yeah, I see.
So there's a 2-point difference in favor of pre-drop, but that'll be but because obviously they want one person out that loses 2 points. So that's a quick down there on Aaron, and here comes the double apples coming in useful here, because that allows that third corrupt pool might be challenging to get rid of, because they're now both in the same place. What would really make trying the spray, but it's not working around that corner. They're both in the wind, but the problem is they're both going in the same direction. So it's possible if Alf can get 1 quick down, can go with the other one while they're zoned out. It's possible that could happen, but I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try to survive as long as possible here, because they're all 3 up. I think Aaron had the Unbreakable.
Yes, he did.
And now they're all split up in like a baseball diamond. There's a generator on 75%, and Alf is probably going to be a little bit worried about something popping very soon, as all survivors being on different corners of the map would be very difficult with a non-mobile killer.
Well, I don't know what baseball is, but I assume you're right. But yes, in any case, this is a very difficult situation for them to be in. It's double stacking a gen at the back, which means that Aaron's location of running very, very solid. As an aggressive swing, but not quite making it there. This looks like it'll be the last gen completed for Team Predrop here. Noed's active, but with everybody injured, how useful is that going to be?
It's very well with Aaron not having the Unbreakable. Possibly, I think Alf may get like at least like a 2K here. It's looking like it might be so.
Well,
and I think the injuries probably
unfortunate.
won't be that crazy because of the Noed. At least.
Yeah. This is them both being in the same place like that is very with the Unbreakables and the door spawns the way they are. It's very precarious actually for Team Predrop now. The door spawns really ruin. There's one door on Shaq's side. They just both sit on it and they might be able to get 2 people out. But right now, the door spawns being a little awkward. But it looks like Alf may have lost Xeno or not want to commit to that chase and rather get killed the other door.
He has to worry about that pallet and the vault. So the groaning storehouse pallet combination is very brutal. And looking like here that Xeno may be able to get a full exit gate power. There we go. There's the exit gates open.
Aaron has hatch actually.
Yeah, but I think he knows where Aaron is here. I hope they're in comms telling each other. Oh, Xeno's going back. Hopefully Aaron told. Oh no, you see Xeno double back. He's like, he's going. You gotta leave. And there's the comms coming into play.
Well, the question is. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, good. It's like there's a lot of good micro here because they're trying to make sure that they know what Alf's doing at all times, and this might be a massive misplay here by with Xeno, as I don't know if he'll be able to escape this triple bloodlust. Oh, the live. A little bit of
coming
bait
in
and
big
switch.
here. Well, let's see what Aaron does here, because he is kind of zoned away from the doors, but he has got Hatch on his side.
And but the thing is that if they want to get a 2 out, I think it's in his best interest for the slug to crawl closer to the exit gate here.
I agree.
As it seems like they have the endgame collapse timer ticking down. So that is also a factor for killing everybody.
Yeah, looks like he's taking chase with Aaron, which gives Xeno potentially the time to get to raise Xeno and get them up. But notably with the exhaustion perks down, how much is that actually going to matter?
Yeah, I'd imagine Xeno's live is already he's exhausted, and Alf's gonna have to be doing a little bit of call-off play here. Will he be able to make it? It's gonna be a little bit tight. Oof. And there we go. Xeno goes down.
And Xeno is on second hook. Xeno leaves. Aaron is on the other door. I think this might be an unfortunate 2k for Alf, because Aaron's going to get that other door done.
I'd imagine so.
Yep. I can see on the Survivor camera that Aaron has made out the second door, and that is Alf's first ever door escapes and a win for Predrop in this round. That was, I'll be honest, when Classed was in that situation with the Gens, I was not expecting the match to turn out the way it did.
That's crazy. That was a very crazy
That was an insane match.
And the thing there at the end is like a lot of back and forth, trying to. The thing is, it's like there's a lot of micro. It's very difficult to try to control and tie all three players together as the plague there. You guys, M1. Alf, I think that the strategy there, forcing Alf on the back foot on a non-mobile killer, really did it in.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. Forcing him onto what's effectively a glorified M1. You can tell he was trying to get aggressive with the combo of Lethal Pursuer on the double apple. I like that. That's a very, very strong strategy. I just think it was a question of a dog chasing cars. He didn't know what to do with one when he caught one. And once he had Classed, hooked in that 4-gen with a corrupt pool next to the hook, that was such a back-breaking position for Predrop to be in. But I think Alf taking that corrupt fountain that was on the hill next to Classed's hook so early, I think that was the mistake that snowballed into the loss. That I genuinely think it was.
Like, because he had a bird's eye view on 1, 2, 3, and if he saved that, he just could time it perfectly, just like an Oni saving like their ability. Wait for the perfect moment, and then use it to get the maximum value. Because it's like a nice slow burn. It's like burning the tier 3 early, and then you need to try to get value of it.
Because when they bombed that hook, Alf ran out of corrupt purge by the time he had to actually get into another chase. And at that point, the Phantom was across the map. He'd used the one already in the corner. He had the 3-gen, and then having to commit to the chase as an M1 meant that corner gen behind the hill got done. And that the 3-gen broke, and it all fell apart. I think using that crown turn at the start was very aggressive, and if he had someone who he could use it on immediately, that maybe could have been a fine play. But the fact that he used it when that was such a valuable hook, valuable. I think that was what snowballed into that loss there. Like, it feels like a tiny little thing at the start. It could have only been a couple of second difference, but the threat of activation was so big. I think that's what cost him, and that does mean that that Predrop takes the win there after a real like rock'em sock'em robots on that suffocation pit match on both sides. Actually, they're both very close matches.
And you're right on the points there. There's a solid 15 points to a 13. Wow. So if they even just one less escape, that would have been a tie and we would have been going to overtime. Wow, that's crazy.
But for those of us who like these streams not going super long, it ended in 3, and that was of all the ways to see Alf finally let people out through the gates after a magnificent performance last week. What a way to do it, with some really solid macro play, with Aaron being a great piece of bait on the line, if you will, where he was constantly trying to pull Alf away from the slug, because importantly, Alf not properly forcing out the one remaining survivor, I think it was Xeno, made yeah, made getting that pickup significantly more difficult. And I guess on that note, we're moving on to highlights because that was that was really exciting, and I really want to show you the highlights of today's
wild match.
Absolutely, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yeah.
消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
And welcome back from an exhilarating match between Team Predrop and Froggy Frogs. It was looking like Froggy Frogs was actually going to be a little bit... They were the titans, I feel like, to take down from the match, and it seems like Predrop prevailed. And it seems like we're going to be going into a secondary match where Froggy Frogs will be going against Team Swing here. But first...
Yeah, of course. Well, if you're looking to participate in some little way yourself and get some blood points from tonight's event, give code on screen right now in that bit. So you can go to the DBD mobile store and get 20,000 blood points straight into your account. It's just a little way that you can participate in your own way and enjoy some of the rewards of today's event. It's the last day to do so. So recommend, if you haven't got the app, download it now. And pop this code in. It'll be it'll be worth your time, I'm sure.
absolutely like insane matches that we had before.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Because I've been having a read of the Twitch chat, and I've noticed a bit of a almost heel face sort of thing going on where the David and Goliath of Predrop into Froggy Frogs. Looks like David won that one out. Getting getting Alf. I keep getting this wrong. Getting Alf's first gate escapes of the tournament so far, when it really mattered as well. That was a fantastic performance by Predrop, and it was going into the redemption round now with Froggy Frogs and Team Swing loading into Blood Lodge. I'm not going to be. It's a hillbilly, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
it's
every
a
time
hillbilly.
Blood Lodge has been picked, every single time Blood Lodge comes, it's always a Billy. It's a Billy every time. We live in Dead by.
Oh.
I said it, didn't I? I had to say it, didn't I? I had to say it. I had to put my foot in my mouth and say it was a Billy. Flowers is playing Spirit tonight against Hans, Kitten, Dan, and Laser on Yoichi, Nia, Bill, and Meg.
And it seems like very similar add-ons to what Team Predrop was using on Spirit as well. So a little bit of that movement speed going to be chasing Hens here, and I'm genuinely curious if they're taking a page straight out of what Predrop did in Froggy Frogs in the first round. As right now, seems like Flower gets the first hit on Yoichi on Hens as they're going in front of the shack on the side here.
One thing worth noting with the add-ons is if you guys are familiar with the eerie purple combo that you'll see, that was a bold swing, on Spirit before, where you'll see Mother Daughter Ring and the Yakiyoke Amulet. This is basically the same thing, but a bit worse, because it's a less movement speed than Mother Daughter Ring gives you, but doesn't give you the downside of the not leaving on 2 scratches. So it's kind of a diet version of an already very powerful pair of add-ons. And I want to talk about this for a second before we dig into the next chasers. No Ruin.
It's a very interesting choice. It's like Flower's going with a very find people early with a Wheel Pursuer and then play for a solid endgame no way out. It's a little bit of insurance just in case things go awry in the end there.
Yeah. Laser hitting the ground with 5 gens left to be repaired, but Corrupt Intervention is over. So there's no guarantee any gen is safe now, and with a gen 90%, I wonder why which gen that one's going to be. I guess we're about to find out.
And we're going to see what type of play that Flower does. Flower seems to be going to be trying to pull people in. He's Dan and is able to get the follow-up hit. And now it looks like Dan's going to be able to get the unhook. I think this might be a double down play, but Dan is the Bill, and it's very likely that there's a borrowed time. And looks like Flower wants to do a commit and be a little bit greedy here to try to go for a 2-down play.
The greed consumes them, but Laser gets the pre-drop. And you see those phase add-ons that take Flowers so far, but Laser's disciplined and smart and using check spots well to make sure that Spirit can't get a free hit with her ghostly 110 forcing her to break that pallet because she can't get a power back up in time.
And not falling for the mind games, it seems like Flower's going to be heading back to the slug to get that free pressure before it's too late, and that's countering the unbreakable, it seems there.
Indeed. It also looks like the gens that have gotten done, if we take a quick look, seem to be fairly central, which is very good for the survivors because now the gens they have that Flower has left to defend are not particularly good. There's this one here, one in main building, one in the corner by Shack, and then one that I'm not sure of. But even the one by Shack means that the chances that the killer has here of potentially taking or holding a 3-gen, very, very challenging to do. Very difficult.
Now getting a follow-up hit on Deadly Kitten as she runs straight to the Blood Lodge building, and it looks like Flower's going to try to get a follow-up play on someone that's potentially injured. Double down on Dan. With all the gens practically on 0%, this is like a nice safe play. I'd be interested to see how Flower can convert this into a reliable form of pressure. We'll have to see how it goes out, and maybe there'll be a tunnel play coming off if Bill gets unhooked again.
Indeed. Because he did use Deliverance there, but importantly doesn't seem to have Decisive Strike. Which indicates to me then, because obviously he's broken, which would indicate Deli, but there is no DS. So either Dan missed the skill check, or alternatively, someone else has the DS. which could make tunneling anyone else in this match, especially someone like Hens who's even healthy, a very risky proposition. Also, the hooks aren't very well spread out, meaning No Way Out isn't going to do a huge amount unless Flowers gets more fresh hooks. So right now, maybe Flowers is incentivized to push for fresh hooks rather than tunneling somebody out. If it isn't Dan, just because of the lack of decisive.
And Flowers is doing a little bit of a risky play, camping Dan here. Yes, this will secure the hook, but no, like all the gens are going to get done, and Flowers going to be on the back foot with trying to rely on both Noah and No Way Out to get the last 3. It's a very risky endeavor here.
I think as soon as the central gen got completed, I don't think there was a way Flowers was keeping all the gens up, because the gen spread on a map this big was absolutely horrible. It was awful. And I don't think that was ever going to happen. But there's the Noah now revealed with the down. No Way Out is over halfway done. Looks like Flowers choosing to slug, which is smart given the Unbreakable has been used. So I think it's been used anyway. There was either that or Kitten picked up Bill. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I'd imagine Flowers going to check the other door to see if someone else is on it. Seems like it doesn't have a hint. And now here's a bit of an issue, because it seems like it's very unlikely that Flower will be able to find both Hens and Laser, as they're very spread out in very weird, awkward locations for hunting them down.
Looks like Flowers faking a pickup, but trying to head back to the door with those speed and duration add-ons.
And it looks like FroggyFrogs is trying to play like the psychological mind game by basically waiting out a little bit of time, making it a little bit awkward for Flower to be in. Flower's going to be in a scenario where it might feel like pressure's slipping off. Oh, now Hens is committing to a door. And by having this a little bit of an awkward timing, Flower just feels very... It's put in this very weird position. Allows Hens to get the door open, and it's very solid play. It seemed to throw Flower off his balance a little bit.
Looks like Hens and Laser are maybe staying in the match. This could be the deliverance already been used, so never mind. Maybe they're just buying. They could just be buying Deadly Kit in the time to maybe try and unhook themselves.
Oh.
But no, I think they're just leaving and giving the Spirit the 2K.
Yeah, but Flower, he can still 4%.
Yeah,
he can still.
Unfortunate. Yeah, because between the hatch being open and not being too far from Flower, there's actually a non-zero chance they could just make it to an open hatch if decisive strike was to happen there. So being careful for the 4%, very advisable. But that was all in all a very good performance from Team FroggyFrogs, getting the 2 out on the Spirit on Blood Lodge. Let's have a look at the perks. Yeah, Balls Unbreakable don't get used.
Yeah, Dan, Bard Time, Dead Hard, Deliverance, Unbreakable.
So turns out not hitting, I think it was Laser off hook where Bill unhooked them was absolutely the correct call. Because even just playing Bill at all, like, I mean, who plays Bill? Would telegraph the borrowed time, and it was a good choice to not get hit by it.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, that's breaking even.
I wonder how Team Swing has a very solid group of survivors going forth. I'd be wondering if what their game plan will be going in when it goes up against FroggyFrogs. So I imagine they're going to be facing a Nurse next round too.
That would be... I could see that. Nurse on Blood Lodge could be interesting. We've only ever seen her on Coal Tower so far, I think. Only ever on CT. And having her on Blood Lodge, that's a big map. That's a very big map. And while it's got a lot of line of sight, it has got many line of sight breakers. So Nurse can keep track of his eyes pretty damn well. The map just being the size of, like, Belgium may make it a little challenging for Nurse to travel, because I don't think even Nurse may struggle with the mobility to go across that map. Obviously, I think Alf runs range, so that may be less of an issue, but that there's still no guarantee that Blood Lodge will be of a size that's agreeable enough for that killer.
And you could see how much of the big size was a bit of a struggle for Flower in that last match. When it came down to 3 people alive, Flower can't watch both doors. If Flower really wants to go for more than just the second down, the second hook, person, she would definitely need to have go all the way across the map and take a massive risk, a high risk, high reward play with no one involved. So it's a very, very difficult position for playing Spirit there.
Absolutely. There's also a chance that Nurse has been banned away from Alf, given his performances on the killer. Would not surprise me if she was. Which means, well, the Billy dream could still happen. The Billy could still see play, especially if Froggy Frogs had an inkling Bloodlord was coming. Picking Billy ahead of time may have been something that they've done, especially if Nurse has been banned. But I guess we'll see, because I've got at this early stage, Alpha's gonna end up on a comfort killer. Renee Spirit wasn't banned because they got played by Team Swing. So either Nurse or Billy are in the wind. Such a question which one. I think our good friend Mr. Coconut Man may have muted his mic.
Oh, my bad. when it comes
to
the survivors facing Alf, it can be a little bit scary. You can imagine. So when Team Predrop was facing Alf, Aaron brought double plunderers, try to get keys against Billy and Nurse, but you can tell on the confidence on the last match they played against Alf, they didn't bring plunderers. They going in there like, we're gonna stand a lot better chance, because there's a little bit of something to be feared when it comes to someone that's very good at mechanical killers. So it's very interesting to see how Swing will be able to handle a team with a good proficiency when it comes to trying to force survivors to want to go for a key play.
Absolutely. Well, because we've not seen a key play yet, and it is ultimately reliant on RNG to some degree. Have the hatch in a good place, got to have the chests available to you, got to be able to get it. It's all, well, stuff has to go right. But if it can happen, it would not surprise me if we saw it at some point. Because to be fair, there aren't many matches left of the tournament. There actually is not that many at all. So it could, I think there's just a chance we don't see it. But if it does, that's going to be very, very major, especially because 2 kills is the benchmark that Froggy Frogs wants to at least match.
I know that Tony, Swarm, Swirt, and Kuwait, they're a very solid survivor team.
They absolutely are.
From them, we've been seeing, I think when it comes to performance and survivors, they had the most value of their lives, out of their balance landings, out of their borrowed times, out of their deliverances. Every single match, it seems like they go against them, they're going to have at least 4 value perks, getting a massive amount of pressure taken away from the killer. And as going against Alf, we'll have to see how both teams will fare. Both are adapting, and I imagine it's going to be a bit of a back and forth matchup between these two.
Oh, absolutely. Given that Swing played against Alf's Nurse once before, they were the kind of like testing ground to see if Alf could be allowed Nurse in this tournament, and the outcome of that match indicated he probably shouldn't be. It wouldn't surprise me if Nurse got banned from Alf immediately, and we're going to see Billy on Blood Lodge. It would not surprise me if that's how this is going to go, and then probably seeing a Billy ban for the second round. That would not surprise me at all if that's what we ended up seeing.
The thing is that like in the previous round, we thought Billy was banned because it's like, oh, he chose Spirit. But then it's like Alf's like, oh yeah, Billy's not banned. Yeah, they just chose not to play. I was like, whoa, you didn't choose Billy first round.
Yeah. Again, they let Nurse through second round, which was very surprising. But again, I think the result of that Nurse match may demonstrate why. Not technical error, the winning. that result of the Nurse match, I think may have, or at least maybe, in my opinion, should have put Swing off of risking Alf letting loose on Nurse, especially because she wasn't picked in the first round. Because if anyone picked in the first round, wait, hang on, no, this is the first round. I'm talking insane person noises. Never mind. So Nurse, if she's going to happen at all against Swing, it's going to be round 1. I'm almost sure about that. But the fact that Blood Lodge got picked maybe suggests they're looking at Billy instead, assuming Nurse is going to get banned. But I guess we'll see. For all we know, Nurse can still be on the cards.
Okay. Well, let's see. I'll be honest. I think Nurse is probably one of the most likely here. just due to the fact that you have the range add-ons. Spirit's probably a little bit more limited when it comes to phasing. Yes, you can speed up the phasing, but like the only other high mobility that you can probably rely on is probably like Oni. But the only issue with Oni is you gotta get that first hit to get the blood flowing and all the
Indeed.
orbs.
So in short, if Nurse is available, Alf will almost certainly pick her. But I just think with Blood Lodge being the map, I could see them. I could see Froggy Frogs going, yeah, they're not going to let us have Nurse, so we're going to push a Blood Lodge as a map, and then hopefully play Billy on it. Because while Blood Lodge is pretty good for Nurse, if she has range add-ons, it's really good for Billy because it's so wide and open. So I could maybe see a world where Billy is the expected pick here, because they just instantly assume Nurse is going to get banned, which honestly, not the worst assumption in the world. But it's worth remembering what you may consider Swain's win condition to be for this is force Alf to 3 rounds. If they can do that, they can just stall until like go through the first rounds without being completely knocked out. They can get to 3. Then they can ban away, do what Predrop did last time, ban away Alf's 3 core picks, which seem to be Nurse, Spirit, and Billy. Those 3, if they can get 3 rounds and ban all 3 of those killers, like Predrop did, that could seriously knock Alf off balance and give them their best chance. But that is dependent on them not just getting murked in 2, like Alf's done better than everybody else.
Ooh.
The Spirit Mirror.
Yeah.
The Spira.
I'd imagine something very similar. Well, actually, probably with Ruin this time around, though.
Yeah, Ruin's like that, I think.
Like I think the last match we were surprised, like you said. It's surprised no Ruin. The thing is, the Ruin doesn't help like control such a big map as it's the passive gen slowdown here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there's the Ruin. Corrupt, Ruin, Pop, and Noed. Very reasonable build, very understandable, and that looks to be green duration and green speed. I think it's green duration. I might be silly, but I think because add-ons have changed obviously on core game. I think that's green duration, green speed.
Yeah, I know the speed 100%. Yeah, looks like we're getting a first follow pit on Tony as he's starting to run to the downed car. And that's the speed coming into play. He's going to be able to do a little bit of a catch-up. Does he make the pallet? No, he doesn't. Not in time.
So close to that pallet.
And just like a tradition, the down within the 47-second marker. That's for, I think, very fast within these games.
Still over half a corrupt intervention to go, and Tony Duff is placed onto the hook. We might be a good time to take a look and see what Alf he can't deploy Pop because Ruin's up. So let's look at the gen spread. We've got 3 gen here, a pretty loose one, but a 3 gen all the same.
Ooh, yeah, there we go. Someone has borrowed time when they're going for the save. Let's go. And knowing that, hopefully Alf will be able to use that to his advantage. He gets a little bit of a cutoff on Tony. And I suspect likely a decisive strike play from Tony here.
I could see it's the obsession, so the chances are not the lowest. And also notably, in that tile where Tony was taken, no DS.
Yeah, no DS. I could have sworn that I've seen him with decisive strike in the previous games, but I'm surprised here.
Yeah. Well, the part that throws me off here is actually that the tile Tony ran to is the tile that had Ruin in it. So it's a very good chance now to worry about Ruin. The Swarm, actually look at Swarm's actually doing it now, is on top of the Ruin as we speak. As Meg unhooks with borrowed time again.
That's very good setup, making sure that the person going for the unhook has the borrowed time so that the person getting unhooked doesn't have that much tough of a time when getting tunneled. Tony, the mind games. Oh, he's getting stuck in the corner. The E. Oh, I thought he got the fastball.
Yeah. It also looks like maybe Tony didn't see the Ruin that was in that tile because Swarm is in the same tile as the Ruin and hasn't broken it. Which suggests maybe Tony didn't see it when he entered the tile earlier, or hasn't communicated it to his team properly. 2 gens pop, but at the cost of our man Tony's life. The skill check failed as Quiet gets off the gen. This is not looking amazing for Team Swing right now. It could be worse, but it could definitely be better.
And it looks like, just barely catching off guard. I'm wondering if maybe they would possibly caught him off guard, or maybe Meg may have an iron will or something. That was very peculiar. The missed read there.
I can barely hear her, but also I've got wooden ears, so that isn't really saying a lot. Guess we're gonna see. But 2 gens at 40%, and anyone who gets off that hook to get chased or to unhook is gonna have a progress eaten up by Ruin. So this could be a little challenging if the Ruin doesn't get dealt with like now.
Playing a little bit safe with the pallet drop there, and Kawhi, and there's going to be a slug play to try to get some points on the board.
From the survivor cam briefly, we saw that Swit's recovery bar was yellow, suggesting an unbreakable, but I don't think Alf's gonna risk that.
And there's the deliverance play. I'm wondering if Kawhi should have delayed a little bit more, just so that Alf has to go to a different hook from a different angle. It might have been a little bit more optimal.
I could 100% see it. Forcing a locker DS, but Alf's not having it. Nope, Alf is having it apparently.
Bit of the caster's curse going into play there as Meg does her decisive strike and gets a little bit of distance, but the Spirit will be able to get the speed, and it looks like looking for Swarm on the side, just barely missing as a drive-by play comes in by Swarm. Unfortunately, there's no pallet here, so it's looking like there'll be a pretty solid conversion. We got the comp corner coming into play as Swart does have the unbreakable and wants to try to force Alpha into a precarious position. Does Swarm have a toolbox to Sabo? Oh, he's not going for it. Okay.
No, looks like Swarm can see the aura of the basement chest. Is that Swarm having plunderers?
Yeah.
It looks like that's the case.
They're utilizing a very similar tactic to what Predrop did. They spawn the hatch with the death, and then if Swarm can get a key here, they can actually get a double out with a double hatch play if they do.
Massive. Let's see what Swarm gets.
It's
a medkit. That's not quite so lucky. No, I can see the plan though, and maybe you'll see more chests later on in the trial. I guess I'll have a little bit of a look. But looks like Swarm may have encountered the Spirit.
But it seems like Alf did not see him. No read that nobody's nearby, so he's probably going to camp this out. Oh, he hears chase music from Swarm, so he knows he's close by. I don't think it'd be wise for Swarm to do a hook dive here.
I agree.
And I'm assuming since Swarm has the plunderers, he's going to be searching the chests to try to force a key from somewhere. But now it seems like Alf is going to be right chasing him. Oh, he thinks that that Kawhi's going to go for the save. A little bit of paranoia since there's a lot of that hook state still in play. So Swarm just got a nice get out of the jail free.
What we saw there in the main building was actually Kawhi 99ing a chest for Swarm. So that Swarm got the increased luck odds from Plunderer's Instinct, but had the chest 99'd like by Kawhi ahead of time, so he could just run up and open it. I think that's a nice elegant piece of team play. But she's just presumably looking for the last chest on that, because there are 2 chests that have been found now. One on in main and one in basement. 3rd chest somewhere on the map, but we don't know where it is at the moment. And Swarm seems to be being chased, so Swarm won't be able to keep searching for it.
I'd imagine what Kawhi's doing is probably looking for the chest for Swarm, possibly in the future. And it seems like Alf is right on Swarm with an insane spirit speed and able to get the down right away.
That was incredibly quick.
Doesn't seem like he is. Yep.
That's a central
Doesn't seem like
hatch.
he saw the jungle gym hook there either, and it looks like it's going to be hooking close to the bus. And Kawhi, it seems like it might be playing for a hatch play. Unfortunately, not close by one.
The hatch is unfortunately right next to where Swarm is hooked too, and I think Alf knows that. So he's going to wait here. Swarm dies on hook. Hatch presumably gets closed immediately, and then just best play for gates. And that's the best thing Kawhi can do, I think.
And without no way out, with no way out in as a possibility, It seems like there's a possibility to escape through a door, but it's going to take a little bit of maneuvering to make sure that Team Swing can secure at least a one escape. Oh, it seems like Alf didn't see the hatch.
No, Alf didn't see the hatch.
The fire barrel must have been in the way there.
And Kawhi's actually quite close to it by the looks of it.
Oh, Kawhi would need to go more central, but typically what players do is they go around the edges. Does Alf hear it? He does not hear it. And it
Alf
seems
like
like
just Kawhi though, and will the hit actually take Kawhi to the hatch? It's possible.
And if Kawhi should have understood that Alf probably ran along the edges of the map. So I'm very curious. Kawhi wants to go for a safety play with the vault.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
goes down mere meters from the hatch.
Yeah. Okay.
And that looks like that's
Unfortunately, I don't think Kawhi got the read that Alf possibly was running along the rim looking for the hatch, and then Kawhi could have ran more central and go for an all-in mid hatch play.
Well, I think what we might have seen there would be what we call a double accidental bamboozle, if you will, because I thought Alf knew where the hatch was because he hooked Swarm right next to it. Yeah. And so I could see, if I was in the brain of Kawhi, I could see, oh, Alf doesn't know where the hatch is, so I assume it isn't close to where the hook happened, because otherwise Alf would know.
Yeah.
So she was looking in places where Alf wasn't. But unfortunately, what no one saw was the hatch right next to Swarm's hook. So it's kind of like an inadvertent double mind game almost. Like everyone just assuming something that wasn't quite true. And that unfortunately for Team Twain got quite killed.
And I'm curious. Like with the going into the comp corner there, Swarm did have a toolbox. I'm wondering if they could have gone for like a Sabo hook play to try to force out an unbreakable, because like with I think it was Swert going to the corner, we haven't seen any saboteurs, and that would have actually forced Alf on the back foot by forcing him to slug as there's no close by hooks. And there's also another thing with Kawhi not getting the read that, hey, like you said, close by to the hooks. Maybe the hatch didn't spawn close by to where the hooks was, but it seemed like Kawhi was like, okay, I'm going to play more for survival. And when instead Kawhi should have probably been going for, okay, you know what, I'm going to play for the out, because yeah, Kawhi was checking areas where it's very unlikely the hatch was.
Yeah, it was certainly a hard end game to navigate for sure. The part that surprised me actually was Tony the Duff being chased in the tile with the ruin and not spotting it. And then watching, I think it was Swarm, do a gen in a tile with the ruin, having Detective's hunch up, because he had Detective's hunch, I think Swarm had Detective's hunch anyway, and not getting rid of the ruin. Maybe he thought he didn't have time to get rid of it because of all the pressure they were under, or maybe he just didn't notice it. It's possible.
I wonder if at some point in the match they're like, okay, you know what? No, we're not doing the gens anymore, because Meg 99 there was at one point they're like not on gens, Swarm in the basement, and then Meg upstairs 99ing a chest. So I wonder if at one point they're like, you know what? We're not going to play for gens anymore. We're going to try to find a key. This is going to be our silver bullet. This is going to be how we're both going to get out here. So it's very interesting way to navigate that battleground.
Yeah, it was certainly an choice, but I wasn't ready for it. I was not prepared for actual unironic plunderers gaming this early in the round too. Like maybe if you're desperate trying to like just scab somebody out to secure a win or something when it's pretty tight, I could see it. But having that be something with dedicated multiple perks to, because they had Detective's Hunch and Plunderers, makes me wonder. Like that's a bold choice. I think. To be fair, they did get a good use out of the medkits at one point, because Swarm opened the basement chest in Shack, pulled out a medkit, and was able to finish the half of their heal that was missing. So it was actually a good use of Plunderers, like actually a really good use of Plunderers. But nevertheless, I think maybe another perk could have been more useful there. Like I didn't notice, for example, a distortion. Touchy player in Lethal Pursuer or something.
The thing is with the Plunderers as well is if you spawn the hatch really early, you give the killer the opportunity to find the hatch early and be able to counter a 1v1 situation. So if you're going to go for a plunder's play that early, there's a bit of risk involved of just being like, okay, the last guy's just going to die because it's going to be a door hold. The issue being they had a lot of gens done, so they spawned the hatch. So I don't see. I feel like it might have been a little bit better if they were going to go really early for like a plunder's play to search the chests a little bit earlier.
Yeah, maybe.
And if you get a key, okay, we're gonna go all in on it, and then power gens. But if you're committing to spawning the hatch, and going for like that end game strategy, it might have been advantageous to have more generator pressure, possibly.
Perhaps. I do think it was good that the Meg was the one with the BT. She's going for all the unhooks. That was quite, I think, going for all the unhooks with deliverance, make sure they got the safe unhook. It was a very smart strategy, and unfortunately, all the times that Meg could reasonably unhook happened to be when the spirit was right behind them. So Tony almost never got off that hook without the spirit hitting him instantly afterwards to get his BT out of the way. Which against a killer as fast as spirit who can catch up that quickly is very, very unfortunate. But nevertheless, I think it was the right call sending Meg in because spirit can get back to that hook pretty easily. So, you know, I think it was a hard thing to navigate, especially with the add-ons Spirit had to make the phasing very, very powerful to travel that distance. But I think they did the best they could. I think that's fair to say, given the ruin just lasted for the entire match. Maybe if they'd gotten it super early, they could have had a bit more pressure. But that ruin staying up must have been a nightmare for them.
I wonder if any of the teams have considered running like small game to find the totems, so that like there's a little bit of value. Everyone has to run different perks, so I wonder if any of these teams are running like small game to find where the totem's at and try to sniff out the ruin totem as early as possible, because the killer's main goal early game is to get a hook close to the totem so that they can not only camp the hook but also make sure that the ruin stays up within the first 4 to 5 to 6 minutes of the match. So.
Yeah. Well, I did notice that I think it was Swarm had Detective's Hunt, which is pretty big a way of finding totems, but that requires you to already get the gens done, like to deal with the totems. And the thing about Ruin is it makes it really hard to get as early gens completed if the killer is pressuring you. So it's kind of like it's almost countering itself by being, oh, you can get rid of the Ruin, just do the gens. Get rid of the ruins of doing gens by doing gens. It's an unfortunate situation to be in. Maybe there's small game. There's really could be a place for small game in that case. Maybe if we could go totem sniping with that perk instead.
And I feel like right here, Team Swing is in a very difficult position. They have 2 points to FroggyFrogs 7.
Yes.
So a little bit on the back foot here. They're gonna have to hope that their killer is able to get a 4K. And then hopefully pushing Alf onto what seemed to be very reliable when it came to pre-drop versus FroggyFrogs, was pushing Alf on a killer that he's not comfortable with, like
yes.
Plague, for instance. And if Swing could emulate that, there's a possibility that they could get enough points on the board to probably get a foreman out. But they need probably like a very huge round with a 4K and possibly a foreman out, so
absolutely
it's going to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, because importantly, if the next killer, or if Team Swing's killer gets 4 outed, gets 0 points, that means that as long as Alf gets some points in that following round, there is no chance that Team Swing can catch back up again, because that will put because there is now basically a hard cap on how many points Team Swing can get, a pretty significant cap, and a good second round performance from Alf could make that life very, very difficult. Like if they get a 4K, then obviously they've got a bit more room. They're almost certainly going to get to round 3, but the less kills Flowers gets in round 2, the lower their chances of even making it to a 3rd round. Because even if even if there is a non-zero chance they end up just losing this at 2 rounds. It's not impossible. Like it's not nowhere near certain. It's certainly possible though. and that's the one thing they really don't want to do, because the Alf is at his weakest on the third round when they've got the 3 bans. So I don't think they want to see a repeat of last week, where you had Alf just taking everything in 2 rounds, so that they couldn't force one into a difficult killer.
The strategy going forward is not just one game after another after another. It's about an endurance to endure the pain that that's gonna be brought forth, and then when the dragon is the weakest, you go in for the kill, and you have to. There's a lot of setup though. So not only do the survivors need to pull all out, Flower is going to be a huge factor on how much breathing room that Swing has here.
Absolutely. What do you think we're going to see ban-wise from Froggy Frogs in preparation for Flowers round 2? What do you think we're going to see?
Let me see. I'd imagine Flowers. They're probably not going to ban Nurse, and I feel like Billy's like almost a given. Spirit's been played by both teams, so I keep saying Olro, and I feel like a broken record saying Olro. I feel like Olro's going to get banned, but I feel like Flowers, after being they're on their back foot as they lost like yesterday, they're in the losers bracket in this round robin. So I imagine that Flowers is doing a little bit of practicing, and I'd imagine maybe Flowers is going to pull out the Nurse, maybe get a little bit comfortable. Because it's been proven that you can make Nurse work. You just need to be able to get the conversions off and get the hits, make the reads, and get plays off. Nurse is a very solid pick if you can pull off the hits.
Yeah. Thing is, I think Billy isn't off the table, because while Alf is no doubt a very good Billy, so is Flowers. I'd say Billy's one of Flowers' more confident killers. So. But I think it goes almost without saying that Alf's Nurse is more confident than Flowers is, because Flowers has had a couple of games with Nurse and has never gotten more than 2 kills with her. Whereas Flowers' Billy is pretty damn good. So I think if they're gonna try and take a pick that both of them play to ban for at least for team Swing will want to get rid of Nurse but keep Billy around. And maybe we'll see a Billy mirror in round 2. I think I'd like to see that, actually. We've seen relatively little Billy today compared to last week. Maybe he's only banned a lot, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I'd imagine they're just like, no. We had the slaughter of like last week. We can't let him get through. After all, everyone's been practicing and getting the 180 flicks down. And imagine going in, it's like, okay, we're gonna let them pick a killer that can go straight and then just on a dime and then insta down. It's like, okay, that's kind of terrifying.
It really is.
Yeah, and to have that imposed on the survivors, it's putting you on a scenario where, hey, yo, maybe we should play for the hatch here. This is not looking great for us.
It's like, hey, isn't that nice? Anyway, where's that chest? No, I think as scary as Billy is for both sides, I can't help but feel Alf's Nurse is scarier. I can't help but feel that, because get Billy on most maps he'll do all right. These maps that are already run this tournament. You get Nurse on a small map with the kind of builds and add-ons that Alf can run, she just wins. Like, if Alf slaps on range recharge and 3 slowdowns and nerd like he's done before and gets a map that's small like Coal Tower or Wrecker's Yard, good luck. That's just open season for Alf now. Whereas with Blood Lodge been chosen, Billy may become more attractive to play against because his probably best map has now been taken from him. So if they wanted a Billy map, they probably want Coal Tower or Rotten Fields.
I'd imagine we're very likely going to see a Coal Tower. Both teams have been very heavily liking the Macmillan Estates.
Yeah, everyone loves Coal Tower.
Yeah, unless they go crazy and like, you know what, Haddonfield, let's go.
Well, we did have one Haddonfield game. We did have one. We haven't seen yet. We haven't seen Rat's Abattoir. I think we've seen Rotten Fields. I'm not sure. We haven't seen Disturbed Ward. We've seen Haddonfield by a complete psycho who decided to go to Haddonfield in the Billy Mirror. We haven't had Sector of Wrath, and we haven't had Gas Heaven. Those are what we
think
haven't
the
had yet.
The reason why we haven't been seeing the Sanctum of Wrath is because it's a very solid way to set up like a 3-gen, right?
It really is a very good 3-gen map.
So, it'd be very terrifying. And
And-
we go.
Wow, it's almost like we're just getting the same 3 maps as we load into Cold Tower once more with Ringo his point FroggyFrogs
I
going
think
into round.
both these teams trying to not leave it up to risk, trying to reduce the amount of random number generator as much as possible. And Alf pulling out the nurse here. Ooh.
Continually letting Alf's nurse through on the second round. I don't know why they're doing this, but that's their decision, and maybe it'll pay off. I guess we'll have to see.
It's interesting because it seems like they are more scared of the Billy in comparison to the nurse. If
That is
means-
interesting.
Yeah, so maybe
I
they,
don't-
they have something.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that personally. I think I would still like... That man has a reputation, does Alf. He's a terrifying nurse,
Mm.
but I guess maybe they're really scared of the Billy. In any case, no lethal pursuer. The same build we saw before: Ruin, Haunted, Noed, and Corrupt Intervention. And it's a very nice early hit on Tony the Duff there.
And now we'll have to see if tradition follows. Around 40 seconds of the match, will he get the down really early? Oh, the tree!
Get treed.
Unfortunately, blocking the hit there. And 37 seconds into the match, unable to get the conversion off. And he's trying to pay out the dead hard, and that is the down around 47 seconds once again.
Yep, can't say the man isn't consistent.
There we go. A very solid early down with the Corrupted Dimension and Ruin up. This is a brutal position we put in if we're on Team Swing here.
I want to point out here, these survivors actually brought 4 commodities, toolboxes, no medkits. Maybe they had a feeling Nurse was coming and decided to think this Nurse isn't going to break chases very often because it's like she could just kill you. She could just decide it's your time to go. So rather bring toolboxes to force, like, anytime she spends camping or anytime she spends whiffing blinks is wasted. It's like survivors use it well to burn through the gens. That might be what they're using the commodities for, and we see that by the fact that the one gen's popping, another one is
Wow,
wow,
see
so it's
Swarm
actually
cleansing a
aggressive.
totem here. Are they going to play around the Noed? Very peculiar, going for
That was haunted groundbreaking.
oh, that's haunted ground.
That's
I see
haunted
it.
ground going. Oh no! Oh no! I'm pretty sure because of that, Alf just gets a free kill on Tony because they can't unhook safely. That's really bad, actually. Now for Team Swing, Alf can just... Ooh! The holy range, Batman!
There we go. Haunted ground double down both on Sword and Swarm. A massacre straight away.
Going back to make sure that Kawhi is not unhooking Tony there. Maybe it looks like Alpha's overcome with greed and the little haunted ground timer. Only 10 seconds left on haunted. Let's see if he gets the last down on Kawhi. It doesn't look like he's going for it though. We'd rather just secure the kill on Tony the Duff.
Yeah, they're a little bit on the back foot here, and it looks like Kawhi is the one with the plunders. I'd imagine Kawhi wants to pick at least one of their teammates up here, but I've seen this pattern before. I've been here before. Kawhi probably will want to play for a key, I'd imagine.
Yeah, maybe. This is a very dangerous situation for the survivors to be in, and we saw the power of range add-ons there, because that range of letting Alf get from the hook to the gen across map in a single blink was absurd. It was nuts. Well, Sword's up at least, but unfortunately Tony's dead and
Let's save?
Swarm,
No.
and Swarm was
We're about to see
Swarm was about to
I'll
get
save that.
hooked, so this could go very badly. And worth noting, through all of that, Ruin is still up. The gens are all at 0%. Someone's dead. It's not looking good for Team Swing over here. It looks like Swarm staging himself, trying to 4%. Maybe he was trying to maybe get off and then use his decisive strike to hop on a generator. Maybe that was the plan.
Looks like this Team Swing trying to do a full reset, taking absolutely zero risks here. They've been known to been very reliant on resets when it comes to high pressure situations. So it'll be interesting to see what they try to pull off when it comes to how they play this end game here. Oh, I'm surprised that the top gen is not open, as Kawhi is the one with plunders. She knows she's close by. You can't make noise that you're there. And it seems like Alf sees Swart running on the corner. And
Yeah.
Hatch also has not spawned, so
Once
seems
again,
like
that blink range coming in very, very handy to reach Swart basically across Coal Tower. Really insane set of add-ons.
he's barely getting a little bit of a miss swing on Swart there.
We can
Running
see
around
our
this jungle
resident.
gym as Lori does go down. Meg is desperately checking the chest for a key, as this is one of the only ways to find an out here.
We see our resident
and,
Luke Goblin, terrified of the nurse and hoping to get out, get a key from that chest. Hasn't seen one yet, so maybe this is the time to get one.
Chances
And
are,
it
the amount of
is
chests that have been searched.
Toolbox.
Ah,
Unlucky.
there have been so many chests searched this entire tournament. It's like around I'd imagine it's like in the 20s for the amount. It's been a very reliable tactic for people to try to go for.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have gotten them many places though. Especially with what I'm noticing seems to be a lack of what is it? A lack of keys. Which is a bit of a shame because you think this is the their ace in the hole and they're just not getting them. It's very, very unlucky for them. They're just getting endless toolboxes, it seems.
Yeah,
Maybe.
toolboxes and medkits, a conveyor of such.
Great thing to have at the start of the match, not so great to have when everyone's dead at 4 gens. That's a bit less good.
So I think typically in a match there are usually 3 chests that spawn. Kawhi searched I think the top of Coal Tower, the bottom of basement. I think the last chest is on the hill, which Kawhi is probably going to be searching hardcore for. Alf gets a little bit of a hint that what Kawhi's doing. This is a little bit of a. I've been here before. This feels very familiar.
Let's see if the detective nurse figures out where the culprit's gone.
It's like
Checking basements to see if that
maybe
chest
she's
has been
searching
done.
the basement chest. Oh, she did.
Hello, Quiet. Hello. we can see you on the side of the cam down there. you know we're watching. Yeah, there's Alpha in the basement. I think I don't know where that third chest is. Maybe Quiet might have already opened it.
It's on the hill by the shack.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's in a very exposed location. It'd be a very high risk play to search it. So I'd imagine Kawhi wouldn't do it and just probably go bare bones, look for wait for the hatch to spawn on a bleed out and go for an out here.
I can 100% see that working.
Checking Sword. The good game sense, figuring out where Sword is on the first blink.
Goes for the pickup. Potentially, I think the plan here actually is to waste more time than the bleed out, so that maximizes the nurse's chance to find the hatch or find Kawhi.
So do you think that he's going to let him wiggle free here?
That's actually possible. I hadn't thought about that.
Wait, what if Alf does something where he lets Lori wiggle free and then he downs Meg and then he it's like a reverse?
I could 100%
Because
see
Lori's about to bleed out, so then he has like, oh, you know, Meg has some bleed out timer I can use, so you know, I can slug her now.
I mean, that's certainly a very mercenary use of the bleed out time, but I don't object to it.
I think that's what he's doing. That's a very
Hard to tell.
all these really weird tactics coming from the
I'm very
teams here.
unsure. Let's see. Oh, the nurse is very, very close to Kawhi there. Very, very close. Maybe the third. Nah, the third chest. Yeah, the nurse is right on top of it. So, getting Kawhi to search it would be a real fool's errand, perhaps. I'm not sure what the plan here is.
And unfortunately, on mobile, there isn't an appraisal, so we can't search chests like 3 times each.
Yes, Laurie going to the basement chest to get a heal with the medkit that Kawhi found. I love it. I love it. That's what we call teamwork. It's like, hey, look what I found for you. It's got a key, but it might do. I'm fond of that greatly.
Maximum usage out of the plunder's role.
one might call it making the best out of a very bad situation, because now effectively the survivors are stuck. If Kuwait can maybe take a big risk and get to that corner chest, and there's a key in it, maybe then we're in business. But otherwise, I don't see a way that they get out of this match. Especially if the coal tower, if the map doors are not looking good. Because this is coal tower, the doors can be very locked down. Kuwait is stealthing right next to the nurse, but does Alf realize that they're there? Oh, come on.
I feel like plays like this all was a domino effect from Candy. Everyone was watching when Candy was playing, and they're like, "Oh, that's good. That's good. We should do."
Yeah, Candy walked so everybody else could run, and also he seemed to irritate Alf to hell and back because it always used to happen to him. It always used to happen to him. I don't know what keeps happening to him, but I guess he's the one who has to spend his entire time like opening lockers and checking around small corners to see if the survivors
Why
hiding.
is it always me? I watched the matches, and they're always playing for the hatch.
What did I do to deserve? What did I do to deserve
What
playing
did I do?
playing Blue's Clues with the survivors, trying to figure out where they are instead of getting in chases, doing things you want to do playing nurse.
Now it seems like Alf has a little bit of a pet here. Lori wants to tag team Alf to see a bit of the show that's happening. You think you can find my teammate? No, you can't. She's hiding from you.
The joys of competitive Dead by Daylight. The third chest is there. Yeah, you're right.
You know, it's actually advantageous for Lori to follow Alf and be like, yeah, he's going to the shack, a little bit of a double agent, because he doesn't want to down her. He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, he's by the shack. Don't go to the shack.
Genuinely, like that is literally all Sweat needs to do is just basically be what I'm going to only call a walking object of obsession.
And then Alf is like, why can't I find Kuwait? Why can't your pet is a double agent. He's telling you where you are.
Well, this survivor? No, they would never betray me. Source, I made that up.
Look, Lori's being so friendly. Look, it's so cute. Oh my god.
I wonder what would happen now if Swirt decided to just hop on a generator. I wonder what would happen. It's like, I'll do the gen now. What are you gonna do about it, you silly nurse?
You wanna be my friend? You gotta let me eat too, okay? I can't starve to death here.
Thing is, getting 2 gens would actually be bad for the survivors because it would reveal where the hatch is, and that's bad. But doing 1 gen, very it's something that could happen. It looks like there's one at 20. Say someone was actually trying to do a gen.
I like how Lori's vaulting back and forth on the pallet. Like, I know you won't kill me, so I'm gonna annoy you as much as I can.
This game's an absolute clown fiesta, and I love it.
You know what would be interesting? If Kawhi pretends to be Lori and does the pallet vaulting. He's like, you know what? If I act like a clown and be a jester, he's not gonna come to me.
It's just like Meg with the TF2 spy mask on with Laurie's face drawn on a felt tip. It's it is I, Laurie Strode from the hit film Halloween. I am not a Meg, Thomas. Please do not spread these rumors. What is a Meg? I know not of a Meg. Oh my lord, this is the true comp DVD experience. This is pressing spacebar on lockers for 5 minutes.
It's like, we got a little bit of water torture from Lori. Jumping in and out of lockers, trying to drive Alf insane, and it seems like Alf is actually losing his mind.
that might be their intention, to break his sanity, so that he has to
psychological warfare. This is how we're going to get this escape here.
Yeah, he has to be excused from the tournament because he puts a picture on Twitter and it's just like claw marks gouging the wall next to his seat. You just see his mobile screen is just cracked. He's just broken it. Hits it with a claw hammer. Cease! I am free. I am free of this torment. No more opening lockers. No more opening lockers.
Sure, that's happening.
I have an idea for Alf, by the way. Maybe actually next time, unironically, spies from the shadows. Or like run spies.
Yeah.
Or like I don't know what else. What else would work in this situation?
Bitter Murmur?
Bitter Murmur could work, but no one's not doing gens.
Yeah.
Barbecue, actually hook the lorry, find where the Meg is. that could work. Again, so sort of tracking might actually be beneficial here.
Oh, does
so-
he see Kawhi? Oh, there's...
Finally, it's been 400 years, but Kawhi has finally been detected.
I've
What
been
an
searching
absolute,
everywhere for you.
what an
This is-
absolute clown show. The painful part here would actually be if then Laurie started to hide. If Laurie started hiding.
Now Alf is celebrating. He's like, I got a nice old bleed out timer on Kawhi here. There's a lot of time to work with, and that's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah,
Very
there's a lot.
interesting.
Well, Sweat can hide quite well because Sweat's bleeding like a stuck pig. So this chase is going to be over fairly soon. But what an absolute tour de force!
I'm surprised Lori didn't search the chest to try to get another med kit. She instead, you know what her play was? She's like, I'm just gonna drive Alf insane. That's the play here.
Simply break his sanity. That is how
Yeah.
they intend to win this one. I think he's going to go back to Kawhi, hook Kawhi, and let Laurie bleed out.
Yeah, that's
I
probably.
think that's
the
what's
play
going to happen here. But what
there.
absolute
Unbreakable.
unbreakable! Of course, this couldn't be over. Why would this be over? There's no reason for this
It's
to
like,
be
yes,
over.
now you should slug Lori. Now here's the thing that's interesting. Lori's about to bleed out. Kawhi has a chance to try to get the hatch play here.
If after all of this, Kawhi was to get hatch, the dead hard!
Holy!
Great dead hard from Kawhi! And where's the hatch? It's right there!
It's right there!
Holy! The dead hard of the century from Kawhi!
my
Securing
God.
the one-man escape against Alf after all of that turmoil, all of that stress!
Oh.
A single dead hard is all it takes to get Kawhi out that door. I would not want to be like Alf's neighbors right now, because they're probably hearing him yelling, hammering his hand against the nearest solid object, screaming, "Why the dead hard? Why the dead hard?" Wow, that was nuts.
Maybe, and you know what? Maybe the psychological warfare worked as they get the escape.
I was not ready
Like
for
going
that.
in and out of lockers 20 times, vaulting the pallet over and over again. They get the escape. The most optimal play available. Oh my goodness.
Ah, Christ on the bike. And that actually denies 2 points from Elf there, because not only did he not get the kill, he didn't get the bonus point for 4King either. So that's unironically put Team Swing into a actually alright spot for trying to regain some dignity in their killer match. Because I don't envy Alf for that. For that poor man. It was maybe 7 minutes everyone was out of it apart from Kawhi. But he's had another like maybe 5 or 6 minutes just opening lockers and looking around corners only to get robbed by a dead heart. Oh.
It only happens to him.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a trek, but all for 1 point. And I imagine it must probably gonna be worth it. That's a very, very well fought match by Team Swing there, though.
Absolutely, the patience that everyone needed for that match. I couldn't do that. I had patience to like get in the queue for a bus, much less just do that. I'm actually astounded by the patience that displayed.
You know, I imagine the psychological warfare worked as when Alf downed Lori, and then Kawhi got the unbreakable. He didn't even want to let Lori like struggle free again. He's like, you know what? She can bleed out. I don't care at this point. The psychological warfare must have taken a toll, and you could see as he hit the wall once inside the building, and as he goes down, as he's falling, he hits the wall again, and he's like, you know what? We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna. This didn't work the first time. It's not gonna work again. And then, pays the price. Gets the dead hard. Gets the hatch. 1 point on the board. The psychological warfare.
Yeah,
Actually came in play.
Nuts, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just doing some points maths here, because that means Froggy Frogs right now are sitting pretty on exactly 10 points, and Team Swing have 3. Meaning, they need to get Swing needs to get. It looks like at least it needs to actually get a 4K here to remain in contention. But getting that one person out, pretty much saved the game saved the tournament actually for Swing, because Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, this is like the slow burn play where
It really is.
you're forcing Alpha into a position where he can't play a killer that he's comfortable with. And that always seems to happen on round 3. Forcing him onto Plague, he's not that comfortable on Plague, making sure that exhaust the Spirit, exhaust the Nurse, exhaust the Billy with the ban. And then you go into round 3 and you have the upper hand. As you force him on, I'd imagine Alpha may play Plague again. Maybe he might play someone a little bit different. Maybe Onro. I expect an Onro, but force him on the back foot, make him in an uncomfortable position. But what this all hinges on, and whether that happens, is if Team Swing is able to pull out a 4K on Killer here. The 4K, Flowers needs to pull out in order to play the endurance game going forth.
Absolutely. There's a very real chance that if FroggyFrogs let people out of it, then Swing are just unable to come back. But it is certainly far from possible to see a reality where Flowers pops off, Flowers does really, really well, and then it's an actual round 3, because that's when FroggyFrogs are going to be at their weakest. I can't even begin. I'm almost devoid of things to say about that match because it happened the match was over. But then there was still like 8 more minutes to go.
Yeah,
There was so much game.
A lot of that match was like, okay, you know what? I want to slug out Lori. Meg has more bleed out. Oh look, Lori's my pet. Let's go on a little bit of an adventure around the map. And then they're like, oh hey Lori, how are you doing? He's like, yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm just gonna like annoy you a little bit. He's like, he's over here. He's at the shack. Don't go to the shack. Okay, now he's heading to the jungle gym. Don't go to the jungle gym. It's like, oh yeah, hey, yeah, Lori, I'm not gonna down you. I need to go find Meg. Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna just keep vaulting in and out of things. It's very, very peculiar, and I don't blame you for having things devoid to say of it, because that was unorthodox.
It really
and very
was
strange.
I think because it went on for so long, we kind of ran through a lot of things we want to say in the match itself.
Yeah.
Because it was like, okay, the game's over. Wait, it's over, right? It's over, right? 10 minutes later. There's just Swirt vaulting a million pallets, White stealthing behind a small rock, and you can hear Alf just like a blood vessel in his head just starting to pop. No, I don't. Do you think we're gonna see more of this? Do you think FroggyFrogs is gonna?
100%.
Oh,
Okay.
We're
Here's the
gonna be
thing.
here for a while then.
I think when like we've seen what was the team Predrop. Both teams are very familiar with using plunderers and going for the play. We might see a mirror matchup where both teams try to torment each other's kills. Possibility.
Bring a whole different kind of meaning to the term bully squad. You're not bullying them by winning, you're bullying them by losing really slowly.
How are you gonna try to win this match? Oh yeah, you know when they go to like war, like the drill sergeants try to like break you down? We're gonna do that to the other team's killer. Like, no!
I'm expecting at the end of round 3, like, yay, FroggyFrogs wins, but Alpha's conceded. Like, I'll sorry guys, I'll let Swing have this one because I don't want to do this anymore. Please don't make me go back. Don't make me go back into the locker opening sim for 10 minutes. You see, I think this is where it gets interesting because on a lot of the tournaments for core game, especially ones made by Predrop DVD League, they'll have hatch offerings. So this thing I think doesn't happen. As soon as you hook somebody, you go to where the if they're going to hatch, you just go to where the hatch is going to be and you close it. But because mobile doesn't have hatch offerings, it's just they're not choose not to use them. They're just not in the game.
Yeah,
it makes it a little bit different because now that end game for hatch is so much more uncertain especially if it hasn't spawned yet, and it will take so much longer to comb the map finding the last survivor. And I think now you can see why they might have those hatch offerings, because otherwise this happens and it makes matches go on way longer than they probably should do.
Yeah, but it makes for a bit of a crazy show. I do admit that, even though the hatch offering type of thing.
Oh, absolutely. It was a complete. I'll say this: as someone who's been like watching comp DVD for a while before getting, but nothing at mobile, like well, I competitive mobile DVD anyway. I loaded into this. When I was into the tournament, I had no idea what I was going to expect. Whether we were going to see amazing players, or whether we were going to see like decent players. But we had both great players, but like regardless, I did not expect this. I did not expect the turbo bleed out, the bleed out for hatch simulator. I was not ready for that. I wasn't ready for this turn from Dead by Daylight into like, I don't know, a Thief or Dishonored style hiding sim. But you know what? I'm here for it because it gives this tournament a unique identity. Like I don't think there's been a DVD tournament quite like this, and if not ever, but a very long time, where it's just messing around in stealth and running in front of the killer again to down you because you're going to bleed out. It's
and you
great
know,
and interesting.
And the thing is, it's like they're not throwing. It's a $30,000 prize pool. That is the best play.
Absolutely, it is strictly optimal play. It's great.
It's like, yeah, like, okay, watch this game. What do you think they're doing this on purpose? Like, no. This is probably like, no. They're competing for $30,000. They're going for the hatch play. They're trying to get a point on the board. And this is the strategy going forward. This is actually the best way to go and get everything down. And yeah, it's very interesting. I think it's quite entertaining. And yeah, it seems like we'll be going into our next match. Kinetic Flower is playing Wraith. Ooh.
Breaking out the Philip. We've seen Philip on Cold Tower before a couple of times, mostly in the hands of Lynxy though. So it'll be interesting to see how Flowers handles Wraith on the very same map. I wonder if maybe we're going to see something like All-Seeing Blood. Maybe some tracking on survivors would be really welcome in the recent how the meta of this tournament's developed.
I can't quite see that.
Now it looks like we've got Ruin, Haunted Ground, Noed, and Corrupt Intervention. Maybe taking a leaf out of Alf's book on Nurse, rocking the Haunted Ground plus Ruin on Killer Who Does M1s. So let's just see how this goes, shall we?
Getting an early hit on Dan. Getting a 40-second down. A little bit of symmetry. Oh, what was?
Dan doing the stop moving tech. I didn't even realize that was a tech, but I guess that's what we're doing now.
But down at the 47-second mark once again. It's looking like a great start. You should typically, when the killers have been getting the downs within the first early minute, it looks like it could turn into a very clean snowball for the killer. So that's a great start.
I'm not sure if Dan just let his keyboard go, or his phone go, or if that stopping was an intentional maneuver to make Flowers whiff, but either way I support it wholeheartedly.
As long as it works, then you know the motto of this tournament, as long as it works, you know what, we're going to do it. Whatever it takes, even if it looks a little strange, you know what, it works.
The DVD Mobile Invitational, sure, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't be in marketing. I think that's a particularly good slogan. Sure, I guess. Kitten getting staggered and then hit through the non-existent shack pallet by Flowers there. 3 people injured.
Going to be doing a little bit of maneuvering to try to control the generators, and that Ruin being an absolute beast for Flower here, as getting these hit and runs, a nice solid conversion on all these cloak-uncloak plays.
Unfortunately, Hen's place planting a tree, but him heading up here may indicate a bounce landing in our near future. But does he make it to the floor before Flowers gets the hit? He does not.
Just on the edge of the swing there. That could have gone south a little bit quick, but fortunately able to get the conversion. I think this is a basement hook. Very solid 2 minutes in as well. So that is a very solid position to be in.
Well, most impressively here, this is the second hook from a Wraith with some good resources used up as well. With not a lot of gen progress this early on. 2 minutes in, Corrupt is already gone, and yet there's no gen that's above 75%. This is very, very impressive early pressure from the Wraith, forcing those gens to regress into the pits of hell with Ruin. Fox is looking like an excellent start.
And, yeah, that like very, very much so, as he's been getting these back-to-back hits. I know he's not camping, but it seems like he's been able to get a lot of pressure with Wraith's jump scare potential due to the invisibility. So it's been a very solid performance by Flowers so far.
Absolutely. Again, there's one gen done here, but that's only one, and there's barely any progress on the remaining generators. Ruin is not looking like it's going anytime soon, and with Haunted Grounds up, if they try and do a totem, there's 2/3 of the odds it's not even Ruin. So this could go very badly wrong. This is looking very this early on. It kind of looks like it might be Flowers' game to lose here.
And Hen's doing a totem here, so this could be either his death or oh, he moves away, does he? I would imagine that would have been a cleanse, but fortunately not.
Oh, Ruin is gone. Ruin has been broken. Hens did break it. Hens killed the Ruin.
Ah, I see. And now they should know that these last two totems probably are Haunted Grounds. So Haunted Grounds is probably a bit of a sitting duck here for Flowers. And I think Flowers will likely want to get this struggle hook on Kitten here as well.
With all the time wasted to get rid of the totems and wait out corrupt and stuff, securing second here would cost at least one gen, because there's that top gen at 90%. But I think it's the one that lasers on. But nevertheless, that's still a lot of pressure, and chasing two people here is not a bad thing to be doing. Dan heading back into the map to maybe get the unhook and Deadly Kitten. Laser gets their gen done, but unfortunately, Dan's injured.
He's taking a little bit of a page out of the book of Lynxie's strategy when she played Wraith, a little bit of hit and run to constantly force them to reset and make sure they have to focus on healing rather than doing generators. So very solid play.
Love the from the book of Lynxie. That sounds like a prophet of Wraith, which she kind of was, to be fair. But I don't think taking false idols against Lynxie is really an excellent idea. If you've seen her Twitch chat,
There's been a lot of metas that have come out from Team Kingdom here, to be honest.
They really are trendsetters in a way.
Now,
big dead hard from Dan.
Get a nice distance play off and combine that right into a window vault. We'll be able to get the connection off due to the base kit Windstorm on the Wraith, and there's the down on Lori. I'm half expecting a double back to try to play around the Decisive Strike and go for the tunnel kill, I imagine? No, lasers first hook, actually.
Fresh hook on laser. Flowers just about makes it before laser can drop the pallet. It's looking here like this is still a pretty good position for the Wraith. Ruin being gone is a big thorn in Flowers' side now, because all that time spent healing and resetting will not translate to gen regression. But what it will do is deplete medkit.
Yeah, the thing is, like when it comes to this team, I think my co-caster's mic is a little bit muted as well.
I think I fix it now.
Okay, you're all good. You're good.
Yeah, I pressed button for a second. I apologize.
And I think what Flowers has been doing is getting a very nice killer setup where you have someone down and someone on a hook. That's like the perfect scenario to be in as a killer, because that's a lot of pressure and it basically forces survivors to not be on the generators. And by constantly coming back to the hook here, Flowers is just building hook, hit, run, and just a constant amount of pressure, trying to force FroggyFrogs into reset over and over again, so that they're always on the back foot. It's a solid play.
Really, really is. And that's a nice quick down onto Hens there, but I suspect he's probably going to slug here. Yes, he is. There's a Haunted Grounds there that I'd be surprised if anyone tried to break it at this point, because they don't have the time and honestly nor the inclination. Deadly Kitten running through that window, but is Flowers going to commit to Kitten or potentially go for the main building gen, the one that's been worked on?
Kitten is also dead on hook, so it's ideal to try to get this down, to try to take off a little bit of pressure off of Flower. 3v1, make it so that you can breathe a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, well, Hens is up and being healed, but that's going to be a kill at 2 gens remaining, and with not a lot of gen pressure on the remaining gens. The main building one is being worked on. It's about halfway at the moment, meaning it looks like Flowers doesn't have particularly good 3 gen, but with someone dead, not sure they really need one.
And Wraith actually being an absolute powerhouse. Constant, like, juggling, going from one down to the other. Now going on a tag team onto Laser here. This pallet's probably going to go down very soon. And decides to drop the chase to go for pressure. As committing to a chase there could be the difference between one more generator popping and not. So getting a conversion on Dan at the coal tower.
Let's see if Dan has balanced landing to maybe get himself out of the sticky situation. It's not like Curiosity go for the window, I'm pretty sure. It's going to be no life either. Oh yeah, because Dan's on with Dead Hard. We saw Dead Hard come out Dan earlier. So I guess Dan's trying to find it to the next usable resource. See if Dead Hard
Is
can
there
get
a
him
pallet nearby?
Oh, right through the Dead Hard. Perfectly timed swing there from Flowers. And that's going to be another hook for your boy Dan.
Very close. The anticipation on the Dead Hard, very well played by Flowers there, but also good patience by Lori. A little bit of a guessing game on the works.
Looks like heading back to the gen that he knows that Hens is working on. Hens does have balanced landing though, so if Hens is too hasty with the drop, maybe the Wraith can catch up to that balanced landing in short order.
And, trying to do a little bit of Speed Racer, my balance landing versus your Windstorm. Going right back to the hook with Dan and Laser.
But unfortunately, Laser having to be so injured.
Conversion.
Unfortunately, Laser's injury there, meaning that's going to be a pretty bad trade for Dan if it ends up going down here, which looks like it's going to happen.
And now,
that's a hatch spawn.
Yeah, Flowers knows where the hatch is, so now we won't be having a little bit of a duck goose, hopefully. And this is a death on Dan.
Yeah. Well, I think the killer's gonna slug here because of the risk of decisive strike. The time wasting of DS could go very, very badly if say Hens gets on a gen and completes it, popping adrenaline. Perhaps it could all go horribly wrong. I think.
And he's checking the basement. I'm just getting flashbacks. I see the basement. I'll get flashbacks.
Yeah, Flower is wise to the schemes. I think at this point, Flower's not looking for Hens, so just having something to do that could be productive before the DS times out. Kicking gens, kicking pallets, all that sort of goodness. Just to make sure that the lorry's DS is weighted out for the appropriate amount of time.
Now, ideally here, I'd imagine Flowers finds Hens. I don't know if I'd hook Dan here.
I think
you're going to go for the hook for Dan.
I think because Flowers knows where the hatch is, I think hooking down and then just standing on top of the hatch is probably the best bet.
And also because Wraith can move fast and get the down and guard the doors with no ed. So yeah, I guess so as well.
Yeah, Flowers has got the hatch here, so Flowers can close that. Hens could potentially get a door, but it would not be easy. I think it's the safer play over risking something like an unbreakable.
And those doors are actually quite unfavorable. Well, actually, no, never mind. I thought the shack was blocking it, but I think you can watch both.
Yeah,
here.
and
there is Hens.
That's looking like that game is just over. As a solid 4K for Flowers on Coal Towers. I'm a poet, I didn't know it. But in any case, it looks like, there's no way that Hens gets out of this. With only one person in the trial, there's no room for deliverance or a Kobe. I think he's been hooked already anyway. So this is just over. But a much needed 4K for Team Swain to keep him back in contention for round 3.
Hit on hook play. Probably feels good to get the 4K there.
Absolutely.
Must have been very difficult.
Yes, this is going to round 3 now, and this is exactly what Team Swain wanted. Because if Alf is ever going to slip up, if you're ever going to play carries not comfortable and potentially get people out the gates for it, it's now.
And that's the tactic to try to slay the dragon, or push him to round 3.
Because if they can beat Alf and beat Alf's potentially uncomfortable killer pick in round 3, then for all we know, we could end up with the side that was arguably the favourites, who take the whole thing back after the week 1, where they had their almost uncontested dominance at the top of the leaderboards, potentially being dethroned before the finals even arrive. And wouldn't that be a ton up for the books? Wouldn't that be a David slaying Goliath, seeing a swing and swing and Predrop final?
I think all the teams here, it's been interesting to see everyone grow. Because and the start, I feel like there was a lot of experimentation with what everyone was doing.
Yeah.
Alpha's playing very solid and very straightforward. But I feel like teams have started adapting with like different tactics and strategies to try to make the most out of to try to push things to round 3 more often and try to get the other team on their back foot, back and forth, a little bit of tug and pull. And it's quite difficult.
Yeah. FroggyFrogs looks to still be in the lead, and it means that Alpha doesn't need to do very well to ensure that his team can't overtake them.
I think if Alf gets a 4K here, that's game for FroggyFrogs.
I think it is, yes.
What Team Swing would need to do is to get at least 2 survives. I think
that's correct. I think 2 survives and a 4K from Flowers would get them through, I think. My maths could be bad, we'll see, but guess we'll find out.
I think it's going to be a little bit of tug of war. I know Team Swing has a very strong set of survivors, so I wonder, they're likely going to be taking a page out of the book out of what Predrop did, where they're like, okay, they had the plunders for the first 2 games, but the 3rd game, okay, we can go all out. Let's try to strategy either get the gens done really fast, or find the rune totem as fast as possible, and then get the gens done.
I can 100% see it. Well, the one I'm wondering is, what killer will Alf be playing? Because this is the thing that will possibly decide whether Swing has a fighting chance or not. Because Plague went okay, not great, but okay. 2 kills was like fine.
I'd imagine an Oni, to be honest.
Oni would be a very, very safe bet, I think.
Yeah. So like, if I was in Alf's position, it depends a lot on the map. If you get like a really bad map, then it's like maybe not Oni. But if you get a decent map, I'd imagine if you play very similarly with the Lion's Fang, having a long duration, getting the blood. The only issue being is how much experience does Alf have on Oni, right? When it came to Plague, there was a little bit of a slip up by getting the corrupted pool in the hill. If he has experience with Oni could be proving to be a very solid pick, but it really depends. I feel like if on Suffle Pit, if he chose Plague over Oni, I'd imagine Oni is not that good of a matchup on Suffo, likely.
I think it depends. The gen spread that he had probably was pretty good for Oni, but there was no way to know that ahead of time. So it could easily have gone sideways. If they'd taken Chase down the middle, then it would have been probably hell. But because he had that 4 gen at the start, I think that if he just kept that with Oni, then I think he could have done a very, very good job. What I'm interested to see is if Alf knows he doesn't need to get too, if he needs to just secure some kills to make it a really hard time for Team Swing, maybe we'll see more focus on camping. Maybe we'll see something like a Bubba.
So Alf needs 3 kills, I think, to take it, right? So Team Swing has 8.
Yeah.
Team FroggyFrogs has 10.
Yes.
If Team FroggyFrogs gets 3, they'll be up to 13, and then actually no, because then Team Swing will
have 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
Swing will have 9, meaning that they can still potentially do it. If Alf 4Ks,
he needs a 4K.
then that brings his team beyond the ability for Swing to catch up. But he needs to actually get that 4K to do it, to make it impossible for Swing to come back. So the question is, does he pick something that's potentially high risk, high reward, like an Oni, where if the map you get could determine whether you get your 4K that you need or not, or is he going to play it a little bit safer? Maybe we'll see a more like a camping killer like Bubba who can secure kills, so that Swing have a chance, but not a particularly good one. Because say he gets 2 kills of Bubba, just down someone, camps them. They die on hook, the gens get done, no way out triggers, camp the second person, they die. That could be the absolute flaw that he could do to get 2 kills, and even then that puts Swing in a position where they have to get a 4K to beat them, and that's hard to do.
I'd imagine I could see Alf doing Wraith.
Maybe.
Wraith seems like a solid pick, because we've been seeing how consistent Wraith can be, but you the thing is you need to play like how Flowers did in the previous match, where you're constantly getting a constant flow of hits. I think Wraith is really good on Cold Tower there, but the only issue is that like if you get like a bad map for Wraith, like a bigger map, then Wraith might not be that much of a better pick. I just think that we've been seeing very consistent results just to that pick, just in the tournament though.
100%. I think Bubba or like a hardcore camping killer is something that we maybe could consider, just because it's a very safe way of getting kills. Because again, something like Oni or Huntress, very high potential to go crazy, but also potential to completely misfire. And a misfire from Alf now, plus a good game by Flowers, could result in an upset that could actually have Swing beating out FroggyFrogs here. So I think it depends if Alf survivors feel confident in quote unquote carrying him. Obviously that's not what I mean, but in the third round, with putting in the work and confident they can deny Flowers the 4K, then I think if Alf gets 4 kills, Flowers gets 3, FroggyFrogs takes it. So if they're confident that the survivors can deny Flowers the 4K, I could even see a very radical situation where they potentially choose an awful killer map and just camp the first person they down. Because say they end up on Haddonfield. Let's say worst case scenario, end up on Haddonfield. Alf picks Bubba, down someone, camps them, down the second person, camps them until they die. That means that Flowers would have to 4K on Haddonfield, actual factual 4K on Haddonfield, and that would be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Whereas camping to secure 2 kills on Haddonfield can be done. Alf's done it before with Hillbilly. So maybe that's something we could consider. Just going to an awful killer map and playing a killer who can safely get a couple of kills. That might be something that I could see happening.
Yeah, but that's a very high risk, high reward, because that also is a bites you in the back as well. Because when you choose a bad map, everything really hinges on how fast you get that first down. It's been proven well. If the team tends, looks like we went to family residence. A lot of the results when it comes to these matches is if the killer gets the down within the first minute. Every single time the killer gets the down within the first minute, they at least get like a 3K or a 4K. It's been seeming. Yeah. So you need to choose a killer that has that potential to make it work early on.
Let's see. Flowers is breaking out the nurse.
Yeah, the nurse.
That's gonna be interesting. Yeah.
I'd imagine from the games yesterday that we saw from Flowers playing nurse, a little bit of practice and got like, practice with the team, and like now we're confident. We're gonna go into the finals. I'm gonna play nurse. We're gonna make it through.
I'm looking forward to seeing, because Flowers' nurse performance at least recently has been like all right. Flowers got, I think, 2 nurse games, 2 2Ks, but let's see if Flowers can pull that out by when it really matters. Go for the range add-ons, much like Alf himself has done. Maybe the student usurping the master, perhaps.
There we go. I think Flowers sees laser here. Unfortunately, does not get the conversion onto a little bit of the Claudette going on the side. Dan is very close by. Unfortunately, the hitbox on the jungle gym is denying the hits in play as Dan hides behind a rock, trying to be a little bit of a sneaky boy.
Unfortunately,
does not get the conversion off on Dan as well.
Rough time getting some early hits, although the build actually reminds me a lot of a certain nurse player's build we saw earlier with the Ruin Haunted combination there. It is tier 1 Ruin, so maybe the urgency of getting rid of it isn't quite as high as it would be if it was tier 3, because tier 3 Ruin, you have to get rid of that. If it's a nurse pressuring gens, you just have to get rid of it. But
I'm wondering in this match if Flowers is feeling like pressure, as like a lot hinges on how Flowers' performance here. So it might be a lot of stress. There's a bit of missing when it comes to a lot of the hits. They haven't gotten any generators done, but there's one on 80, there's one on 50, and there's one on 30. So it's going to be proving to be very difficult going forth within this match.
Indeed. This is a real This is playing for all the smarties right now, and it's very dangerous to see if Flowers can overcome this slightly slow start, not even getting a hit before crop intervention times out. To maybe turn this around. All it takes is one good Haunted Grounds proc. It's all it takes for is Haunted Grounds to go off, and then suddenly everything changes.
And I'd
'cause we've seen what
imagine
Haunted Grounds can do.
that these survivors are also going to be ignoring the Ruin Totem,
I
as
would say so.
they've gotten so much pressure on the board here. Chasing hens around the pagoda, and that is the balanced landing coming to play. Oh, okay, right on top of him.
The perfect blink there from Flowers, right onto Hens's face. Second gen pops and laser's been healed, so some of the pressure that the pressure that
2
Flower
minutes
had
into the match, that is the first hook, and that is also going to be probably 3 gens being done very soon. So a little bit of tempo, a little bit on the back foot. It's a little bit hard to deal with at the moment. Going straight back to the hook, getting a nice conversion on the laser here. Very solid hit. Oh,
and a
get
grab.
the grab as well.
That's and a drop. This changes everything, because now they've got obviously a couple of gens to do, but they've got to do it with 2 people. When this is an us with no ad.
And the thing is that if Flower decides to do a little bit of a campy camp around the hook, that's 2 people out of commission. They can't pop 3 gens at the same time. There's 3 gens that need to be repaired, and there's also Ruin up. So a little bit of pressure and pressuring Dan. So you know what? There's only 1 guy doing gens. You guys got to come for the save. Otherwise, I'm gonna put you out of commission here.
Yeah, this could very easily go very badly wrong. I think worst case scenario here for the survivors is they do a totem hoping to get rid of Ruin and then Haunted procs. That would be the worst thing. But I don't think they're going to do that, even though Dan's being kind of bullied off of his generator by the nurse.
This is a little bit like, what more could you ask for from a situation like this? Oh, the unbreakable play.
Perfectly timed
Colette.
unbreakable.
There you go. Nice convert. And you gotta pray that a borrowed time does not come in from Hens. There's the balanced landing. And Flowers does get the read on it. You need to get the distance hit on Hens. This is going to be a little bit tight. It's very close together as Hens starts going around the mini pagoda behind the rock. And there's 1 more blink left. Worried about the generator because Dan is on it. The dead hard comes into play by Dan. Oh my goodness.
Exceptional DH there. Looks like might have to just give up the chases and go for a hook. Dan's generator does pop. That unbreakable was a massive relief of pressure from the survivors. A big safety valve, letting some of the pressure on them slip back. Another gen's at 80%.
I'm very surprised that Flower didn't try to push Hens onto Struggle Hook, as Hens is only still on first. So that could be something that comes into play a little bit later in the match, as there's a lot of pressure needed to be on the board. There we go. We get a down on Dan, and that's the very much pressure needed. The deliverance, siphoning out more again, a little bit of back and forth, a little tug of war. And getting a hook on the hill. We're going to need to get an early conversion off right after this here.
Yeah, this match is not looking great for our friend Flowers, but this could go either way. There's a decent chance to go the other way.
That Ruin Totem was actually doing a lot of work, as generated 0%, 17%, 0%, and 74. So the Ruin Totem is actually hard carrying very heavily. I'm surprised that Flower is going to this far gen here. Maybe Flower has a feeling that there's more than 1 survivor in this corner. That's a good read.
He got a whiff of Hens behind that little wooden barrier. And that's a quick tag with Blinks now recharged and back up, ready to try again. This, if they can't pop a gen,
Ooh.
very excellent blocking your own blink to force a short blink so you get to hit around the corner. An excellent read, leading to a nice smooth down on Hens.
Now, wow, and that's, oh wait, I guess the read on the hooks were a little bit off, as Hens is dead on hook. Now this 3v1, 2 generators not repaired. This one doesn't seem like it's going to be popping. As the exploded skill check, that's actually a very huge missed skill check for Flowers here.
Yeah, it's a big setback, and looks like Dan and Dedicated are scrapping it out for the generator, but I don't think our friend Flowers giving it up quite so easily.
Looks like we might get the conversion on Dan here, and that's a nice solid down by the shack.
The tempo swings in this game have been absolutely beyond belief, and slugging basically free at this point because they know that lasers use the team's unbreakable up.
Yeah, and this is the part where a little bit of the range add-ons come into play, and it does bring a little bit of a detriment. This Ruined Totem is going crazy on this generator, going from 70% back up to 80, back down to 70, back down to 80, and it's been an absolute monster, proving that possibly Team FroggyFrogs should probably consider devoting a little bit of resources to possibly finding this totem somewhere.
Well, it turns out a tier 1 Ruin doing more work than it might initially appear. Hatch has now spawned, so the whole hatch jiggery pokery we've seen in recent history is not liable to happen again, which is, I guess, pretty good for those of us that have quick matches. But I guess we'll see what's going to happen next, because Deadly Kitten's going for the unhook, but I don't think that's going to let that happen.
With these range add-ons, I'd imagine that Flower will be able to make this blink downstairs. Yeah, it doesn't see that Kitten is inside yet, and I'd imagine, I wonder if Flower's going to check the totem and possibly find Kitten nearby. You do see it. Do you think someone's close by? I think what Flower's going to do is try to secure this kill. I'm surprised Flower doesn't mind if they cleanse the totem.
Well, Haunted Grounds is still up, so.
Ah, I see.
And that's Dan slipping onto death there, which is very unfortunate for the survivors, and may spell the end of their attempts to force gens through it, with one person being chased and Ruin still up. This is not looking so hot.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a side swipe on Laser as he goes right inside the main building, and just barely a little bit of a whiff when it comes to the blink and the hit. But that's okay. This is a little bit of a recovery, as there's not that much places to go within the building with these breakable walls.
Yeah, there's 2 walls blocking off the only exit, so fortunately Laser used the only exit they could. Slugging for the 4K because Flowers absolutely knows there is no risk to be taken there. Oh, did Flower see that hatch? I think Flowers saw the hatch there. Flower knows.
Seeing a very similar play to what Flower did in the previous match, where he's trying to get as many points on the board. Slug, let the guy bleed out, kick the hatch, and make sure to secure every single kill that you possibly can.
I think.
Yeah,
Flowers going for the hook. I think because now Flowers can camp both the hook and the hatch at the same time, meaning that Deadly Kitten's only option is try and play for a gate.
Yeah, and this is very symmetrical. Okay.
Wow.
Trying to assert dominance here.
That's just rude, Flowers. It's actually it's not that rude at all. It's actually perfectly reasonable, but it's rude anyway.
You know what? Psychological warfare has proven to be very effective. You know, if it works, you know we're going to do it. Having this camp on Laser is reminded me a lot of the Wraith match that Flowers played, where they hooked the second last survivor, make sure they die, and then go to the hatch, kick it, and then use the ability, whatever it may be, either Wraith movement speed or Nurse Blinks, and close out the match by defending the gates with your distance.
There's a door, and there's so Kitten immediately hopped on the distant door. If that was any killer that wasn't a ranged nurse, I would say that Flowers wasn't getting that door, but it is a ranged nurse.
Unless Wake Up? No, I don't think Wake Up has enough time there.
The progress bar is unfortunately not boosted. And with no ed, it's not like Kitten can take a hit and then work on the door during the hit recovery.
And this is quite interesting. If Flowers does not find Kitten here, Kitten has a very high chance to open up this door, as there's a lot of progress ticked in. Does Flowers see her? She does.
That was, if only Kitten had urban evasion, I suppose. No, in any case, this looks like it's the writing on the wall here that Kitten is going to. This is going to be a 4K for Flowers. It's just a matter of if, not when, really. How close is the door? Not close enough.
Yeah, this will be the no-ed coming into play from the nurse.
Yeah.
Doing a little bit of ring around the rosy as she's down between two rocks. Stuck in the rock in a hard place and going to be hooked as the last survivor, and that is a solid 5 points for Team Swing.
This is exactly what Flowers and Team Swing needed, was to be able to get this 4K and put Alf in a kind of awkward position, because this is exactly the same as last time now, where Alf needs to get at least 2 kills, to remain in contention here, because this could go very badly wrong. If Alf forces him to an uncomfortable pick, which right now he's likely to be. This is tense. This is exciting. This is what I was hoping to see, was this to get close, because Flowers needed to hoover up 3 or 4 kills and stay in contention for this match, and I'm very, very pleased for them to report that that's what's happened. This is going to be an interesting round 3.
It's an interesting turn of events, as Swing was originally on their back foot, a little bit slipping, but it seemed like they were able to pick themselves up. And now it seemed like a lot of the pressure is going to be on FroggyFrogs, as pushing Alf into an uncomfortable pick. We'll have to see a little bit of the brawl that happens when it comes to this next match. It'll be interesting.
Let's take a look at the scores on the doors. Team Swing is sitting pretty with 13 points, and FroggyFrogs sitting pretty at 10. So right now there's a 3-point difference. But FroggyFrogs at this point, they're the ones potentially struggling, but especially with Alf potentially pushed onto a killer human which he's comfortable on. What do you think Alf's gonna do?
So, like you said, Team Swing 13 points, Team FroggyFrogs on 10. So even if Alf gets a 3K, I think Swing would still take it. He needs to get a 4K in this match.
Because a 3K there would put FroggyFrogs on 13 points, and would put Swing on 14.
A 3K would put Swing on.
FroggyFrogs on 13 points and Swing on 14.
Yeah.
So yes, Alf needs to 4K this match. He absolutely needs to. There's no question about it. So he needs to 4K. I'm guessing Nurse Spirit Billy are going to be banned, because that's what happened last time. What do you think the killer pick is going to be?
I think he's going to double down on, like, I don't know.
See, I'm not so sure. I think we're going to be seeing, I think Oni, because Oni is very much like win big or lose big with Oni, and Alf needs to win big. He needs to win big. So I think because even a 3K is not good enough. He needs to go crazy, go stupid. And I think the best bet to do that is a killer who can snowball. A killer who can force them to use their perks like their unbreakables, their deliverances early, and so they have to run late game without those resources in play. It's going to be.
That might be a little bit difficult, as well, I think we're likely going to be seeing a Shuffle Pit. That's from Shuffle Pit or Chapel. Those two are they can be very brutal due to the amount of window vaults in play. Oni's going to be able to get that first hit off, and yeah, I think it's especially it's a little bit of a struggle, but I think
it'll be Map's family residence, because obviously that was the one that Flowers played on.
The thing is that Alf heavily relies on getting the down within within 47 seconds, and almost every single match, 47 second down, 47 second down, 47 second down. That has been the good old faithful reliable way to do it. And the issue is he's being pushed into a scenario that's very uncomfortable, where 2 minutes go by and then he gets the down, and the only issue with that is that's a back foot. That's 3 gens usually get popped in that scenario, and you're playing 3 gens down. They have 2 gens left to go, and I'm not so sure how comfortable he is when it comes to maybe like a 3-gen setup play, because I don't think we've ever seen him have to be forced to be in that position yet.
No, we haven't.
So undiscovered territory, and I think a lot of it hinges on trying to get that early down. As you get the early down, you camp them. That's been the tactic that he's been using, and then play a 3v1 early on. The pressure's off of you, and then you go in for the 4K.
I think there is a non-zero chance that we see a Bubba, because again, if we're looking to get early downs and get pressure off of that, there is nothing that's left, at least, that's better at doing that, at least in my opinion, than Leatherface. Like, if he gets it down quickly, catch someone in dead zone, gets it down quickly, plays territorial, make sure he gets that first kill quickly. That could quickly spiral out of control. Plague, I think, is too volatile because Plague, your fountain spawns make you sad. Hit registration that can happen sometimes with the servers make you sad. Resilience makes you sad. Plague has a lot of inherent risk factor to her for a reward that maybe isn't explosive as someone like Oni, whereas Bubba, very consistent. And also finding residents, you haven't got many good windows, which is important for chainsawing. So catch somebody in a dead zone, maybe a fellow pallet gets used up, gets a hook, gets a basement hook maybe even, and just plays around a 3-gen at shack or a main building. That is something I would not be surprised to see.
If I was in like a similar position, I'd probably go for like a Wraith pick with like Lethal Pursuer, Corrupted Dimension, Ruin, and then use the Lethal Pursuer to find someone really early, get a jump on somebody with the Wraith that's in a bad position, get the early down, because that seems like whenever he's able to get that ball rolling early, it's always proven to be really helpful. So I could see like a possible Wraith as well to try to get that early down, because that's what he's comfortable with when it comes to killing.
100%. You know what would be really interesting though? Imagine if a down at 47 seconds wasn't good enough, and you get a kill at 47 seconds with Tombstone. No. I'm not advocating Tombstone Piece. For one good reason, everyone runs object in this in this tourney. Every team's got an object obsession user, which for a Myers is a disaster. So if Tombstone Piece would be funny, it would really not be good. So I'm not going to actually suggest that Alpha or anyone in this tournament runs Tombstone Piece. Don't do it. It's funny, but it's not good.
Myers would be like an excellent choice if 3 gens didn't get done by 2 minutes.
Yeah, and object obsession didn't exist.
Yeah, 100%. But I would love to see a Myers going in all in, just kill it like instant down, go. We'd love to. No, I don't think anyone's practiced that.
No, I don't think anyone's practicing the old Michael. I don't think they have.
Yeah.
No, I think we're going to see. I think Oni, Wraith, Bubba, I think are what we should be aware of, because all of them are kind of Wraith, not really, but Oni and Bubba are powered killers, kind of things that he seems to like to play. Billy's got similar movement to Oni, so I can see that. If he wants to be camping a lot, I can see Bubba being useful, or he could just go old reliable and try and get his 4K with Plague. And to be fair, his Plague game was not a disaster. He wasn't like he was bad at Plague. He just made a bad call and it snowballed out of control for him. We have no reason to believe that he will make that fumble again. So, for all we know, he learned from his error in the last game, picks Plague again, and will just do exactly the same thing he did before. I'd like to see maybe him on a redemption round for Plague, but there's no guarantee that's what he's going to do, especially on a map like Final Residence, where one thing that this is the thing I picked up playing a lot of her is Final Residence in particular. That map is quite big, and the fountain spawns are not as bad as Swamp, but they're pretty bad. So like you'll see a fountain will spawn in the corner of the map, several zip codes away from your spawn location, all the gens, with its own like border control and passports and stuff. And it's your only usable fountain because you didn't bring apples, and it's just awful. You don't have a power in the situation. You just don't have one. So maybe that RNG on a map as big as Foundry Residence that has bad fountain spawns, I probably wouldn't put Plague on it personally, but that's just me.
I'd be worried about getting what Cold Tower has been pushing play already. I'd be worried more so about the map that I'd be getting. Yeah. If I get Suffo Pit and I'm playing an M1 killer, like that can be very scary. So I imagine like you may be right when it comes to Plague. The thing about Plague is that you're putting a little bit of your fate in RNG. That can be a little bit terrifying. But she's been proven to be reliable if you run like a good like a setup as you get everyone, you puke on everybody. They all perma injured, and then you have the no-ed in case they cleanse, and it's basically perma no-ed killer. And that's the reliability when it comes to Plague. The only issue is you got to get that setup in, along with the really good RNG on the pools of Corrupt Purge.
I think if we're talking suffocation pit, then yes, play becomes a more realistic choice, I think. But because we know going in that Alf's playing on Valley Residence, because that was what last game was on, we know Residence is the map that's coming in. I think picking Plague knowing that is dangerous. Especially because, not to mention, you're a massive, like, you're a very tall killer, you're gigantic, big Babylonian woman. That map has not got many line of sight blockers. They can see you coming a mile away, and it means if you're relying on just playing everyone staying injured, they will pre-run you from like Saturn's distance away. They absolutely will do that because they'll see you coming. They'll think you haven't got a power bug, but I'm injured. I was going to run as soon as I see you.
Yeah.
And I think on a map as big as Yamaoka, that could also have not many opportunities to take your corrupted pool, I worry that will make Plague quite unreliable. Again, I think that if I was in his shoes, I would probably go Bubba. Because Bubba has a fairly reasonable floor of effectiveness. You just camp the person that you down, and a pretty good like high point where you can get the early down because you're so lethal, just so scary in close range that like they have to drop a pallet or just die. And if they don't get the pallet there, they just die.
Yeah.
I think
Bubba
could be a good
can
shout.
break like Yamaoka is like one of those maps that doesn't have as many pallets as well, right? So like we've been seeing in the matches when Bubba goes to chainsaw mode, breaks the breakable wall really quick, breaks the pallet really quick, and he's really good at just getting back into the chase. So I could see that being like a solid pick when it comes to like the family residence, he getting that early down would be pretty effective, but I feel like I'd wonder if he'd need to pair it with Lethal Pursuer, Ruin type of corrupt defension type of play. I think he'd be almost forced to at that point.
I agree. Like, because we've seen before in Residence where there'll be the shack, and then there'll be a little bit away from it, there'll be a further pallet in front of it. But if that further pallet goes, that creates a massive dead zone in the middle of the map. Because that one filler pallet and maybe the little pagoda next to it holds up that entire section of the map. If Bubba can force that pallet out quickly, that's just a zone of nothing. Where if Bubba catches you in the open and you don't have sprint buster up to get away, you're just gonna die. You are just, you may as well sign your will, choose your next of kin, and get choosing the font for your tombstone. Because you're gone. You don't exist anymore. And that might be the kind of thing Alpha needs to do, to just carve out a dead zone quickly and make it work for him. Again, this is also all assuming that the bands are Billionaire Spirit, because if they're not, we're going to see Billionaire Spirit, and it's going to be a very different game.
It's almost guaranteed to be a Billionaire Spirit band, because when Billionaires and Spirit are in play, you saw in both teams always running Plunderers. When teams run Plunderers, they're like, okay, this may come to an endgame 1v1. This may come to an endgame 1. And they almost expect like a really powerful, really hard match against a brutal killer, and that's why these teams have been running Plunderers. When they don't run Plunderers, they're more confident.
Alpha is running back the Plague.
He's doing the double down. Because I thought so, because I was like, if he played Plague once, he was probably practicing it, and he's likely practiced 4 killers, and Plague is his backup plan. He's like, I'm definitely running Spirit, I'm definitely running Billy, I'm definitely running this. I need to learn one more. What's the one I need to learn? Plague. So I was thinking that he was going to double down just based off on like, I practiced her, so I'm most experienced with her, I'm most confident with her. Let's do it.
No, that is completely reasonable. Maybe I judged you too harshly after how the second round went, because again all it was wonder or blunder, and let's see, there's no guarantee again he'll make it again. The double apples and Lethal Pursuer once more, trying to get early corrupt purge value, but heading to an area of the map without any fountains in it, at least as far as we can see.
Getting an early infection on Dwight. This is what he needs. He needs an early down, and this early infection can prove to be really, really good for him if he can get it off.
Yeah. When we turn and look, I'll show you what I mean about corrupt fountains not having great spawn RNG, because you'll see the fountain locations. Look at them. 2 of them right at the corners of the map, like right at the corners. The double apple mitigates it a bit because there's one that's fairly central, but the other 2 are just in the realm of nowhere. Good luck getting those unless you're defending a 3-gen around Shack. That was my initial concern, but it looks like get a nice quick down on Tony the Duff in this area, far from the other survivors. meaning she's building up a 3-gen around main building. That could be a little bit problematic. Let's go where the totem is if we can find it. Have you spotted the ribbon yet?
And that's also an above average down. I think that was like a 1 minute and 1 second. I think that might be manageable. It's very similar to what he's used to. I'm be curious if he's going to camp here. He does not. And he seems like he wants to, he's going to go with the tactic to try to make sure that everyone gets infected as much as possible.
It's a nice early ruin break coming out from Kawhi there, affecting the gen to make sure that they can't easily pressure it. And now back on Kawhi.
And the interesting thing about the plague here is that when he pukes on the generators, he incentivizes them to not work on them, which allows Ruin. Oh, Ruin got cleansed. Never mind.
Yeah, Ruin got nuked.
That would have been an awesome combo to try to get a double regression off, but that's not the best situation that you want to be in. It looks like he may go for the good old-fashioned, good old faithful, reliable. Make sure to get secure the first kill, give them all the gens they want, and play for an end game snowball, possibly.
One thing I've noticed here actually is he kind of has potentially a very loose 3-gen because he's got the 2 by main building here, and actually if that one in front isn't the one that got done because it's hard to tell because of the angle. With the 2 gens there and then 1 out front, he may have a soft 3-gen. Not a particularly good one because main building is a line of sight blocker for both of them, and there's loopable places near that gen and in main building, but he has a loose 3-gen. He's going for his 1 easily accessible corrupt pool.
Yeah, and if he can get back to the hook here, he's going to be able to convert this into a kill if someone does go for the save. And maybe they got a read on the strategy that he did last time, as he's doing something very similar, using the Corrupt Purge as a mode of trying to scare people away from going for the save. But the thing is, this is a double-edged sword, because it also prompts the survivors to be like, oh, okay, you have a Corrupt Purge, we're going to work on the generators, and that's fine.
Yeah, there's 2 more about to pop here. Well, the thing I'm worried about here is that the other 2 gens, the other 2 pools are miles away on the other side of the map. So if he's going to use Corrupt Purge again, basically this whole game, especially because he hasn't got many early infections, he will need to reinfect survivors, bait them into cleansing in his 3-gen or near it to get his power again, and that's going to be a real chore. So he'll basically need to effectively start the game again, but with 1 gen left and 3 survivors rather than 5 gens left and 4 survivors.
Desperately needs to get this down on
ambitious shot
here.
of Sweat there.
Yeah, so he's got to try to control this. I'm surprised he's not kicking this generator. He's probably thinking that they just won't touch it just because it's infected.
Going for the distant corrupt pool, very smart choice. This is the time where you can grab something like that. And now he's heading back towards the 3-gen.
And there's Kawhi doing a little bit of early running. Knows the Corrupt Purge is in play. It's a plague that pukes hatchets. That's very dangerous. Don't want to be around that.
By the way, if you're puking hatchets, see a doctor. Don't take it to the hardware store. They don't want to see it. To go to a doctor. Trust me. But yeah, it looks like pressuring Kawhi and I think it's Swirt off of the central generator, but that one's halfway done. And the infection on the generator out front is probably going to be wearing off soon, if not already.
Oh my goodness. This is
unfortunate miss there, but not much distance gained from Corrupt Purge due to the short recovery time. Hatch has spawned right here.
Does he get the conversion on the down here before it runs out? Does he miss her?
He doesn't quite have the time. This is brutal. And the 2 gens kicking around, both about 3/4 of the way done. That gen in the front of their building is going to go, I'm almost certain of it, and then it's just Alf running on Noed.
Yeah, so he's going to need to get the conversion on Swart. The anticipation's killing me. What is it? Oh, he got the grab
happened. Oh, that's so brutal. That is incredibly brutal. Swarm gets the gen completed. That was probably a server checking frame accurate gen grab there. That was insane. And for all we know, with Noed now active, this could be a bad situation for Team Spring to be in, with those healthy states being very little in the face of Noed. But all they need to do, remember, is get 1 person out. All they need to get 1 person out.
Yeah, so
Alf knows this. He's playing for his life.
Here. There's a lot of pressure to be if you're Alf here, and there is no way out. Swarm is going to be at the other door, so they're going to have to pray that they'll be able to make an escape play here.
Forcing a grab rather than a slug, very wise. Now let's just see. It looks like a Swarm was just sticking the gate. He has no intention of saving his teammates, which seems completely the smart thing to do here. There's no way Alf gets to that door. Not even close.
Yeah.
And
that
Swarm
should
is
be
out.
Swarm taking the
And
escape.
the Goliath is slain.
Wow.
What an absolute tour de force for Team Swing there. I was not ready to see the collapse in the third round twice in a row for Team Froggy Frogs. Wow. Last week the favourites. Tonight eliminated. Goodbye Team Froggy Frogs.
I'll
What
be
an
honest with you,
absolute game.
I was not expecting that. That's insane. With the dominant performance that we've been seeing from Froggy Frogs, I was like they're gonna probably push through. But wow, it's a very, very, very crazy match.
Absolutely. This is absolutely nuts. This is why this tournament is so exciting, because these turnarounds come out of nowhere. Like, we were not ready after the first week. A lot of people were like, "Oh, Alf's going to win. Alf and his team are going to win. They're Alf and his team. They're going to win easy." Because obviously they stormed the first week. But now watching them find the crack in the armor, and just hammering it, getting forced into the third round, making Alf play a killer he's not comfortable on, and just really strong performances from those survivors. What an absolute result for Team Swing.
And like father,
good.
like son, with pre-drop and swing, they use the same exact tactic to try to get a push through and a win there. It's not easy. It's like we gotta endure 1 round, 2 rounds, and then we've gotta push it to 3. And wow, Alf's actually very, very insane.
Truly, what an absolute round. I almost can't really think of what to say, because that was exactly the way that Team Swing hoped that would go.
Like, and the thing is, it's very unlikely for Flowers needs to get a 4K, well, to like put Alf in like a very tense situation, and it's just like, and then it's like, okay, I got a 4K, now you need to get a 4K. If you want to progress, you need to kill everybody. Wow. Maybe you were right on the plague pick. Maybe I'm not sure.
Well, the writing's on the wall there, as Team Swing will progress to the finals against Team Predrop, and Froggy Frogs had to sit there with the bronze medal in third place. Wow. Not gonna lie, I do feel kind of like Nostradamus a little bit, or Cassandra. My prophecies come true, and no one ever believes me, because what we saw there was exactly what we expected to. Why I was so anxious about Plague on that map, because those 2 corrupt fountains spawned exactly nowhere useful. There was one that never got access, one that got access right at a very awkward moment that resulted in Kawhi getting away. It was very, very unfortunate for Alf to be in the situation. It really, really was.
But he also got the down within like the 1 minute and 1 second, so he was able to camp. But the issue is that he traded like 3 whole generators for that, along with the bad corrupt pool RNG. If his corrupt pool RNG was just a slightly tad better, closer to that 3 gen, it could have made like a complete difference.
I fully believe so. Like if that corrupt pool, either of the ones that spawned on Shack side, because there were 2 there, one in the very corner and one near the pagoda. If either of them had spawned a bit further in,
and along with the fact that he's burned 2 apples, he's like, I need these pools, as many pools as possible. Like,
absolutely. Well, when we take a quick break for highlights to let you guys recover from the heart palpitations you're doubtless having right now watching that incredible pair of matches, and we'll see you on the other side for the finals.
Hi, it's gonna be exciting.
消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
And welcome back, friends and foes, survivors and killers, to the DBD Mobile Invitational Tournament. It's the finals. It's Team Predrop versus Team Swing, the clash of the titans, to see who gets to walk home with that $12,000 cash prize.
And speaking of prizes, you guys can actually claim a prize of your own when it comes to trying out DBD Mobile. There's a little bit of a gift code down below if you guys want to check out the game. You guys like what you see, you like seeing a little bit of the crazy back and forth matches and with everything intense. Redeem the gift code down below for a solid 20,000 points to get a little bit of a head start for trying out DB Mobile.
Absolutely. Looks like we've got an exciting finals to go. We've had the titans of last week, Team FroggyFrogs, slowly but surely falling to our gamers on Predrop and Swing, and now we get to see the fruits of their labour scrapping it out in the finals. Oh, my excitement can barely be contained. And I'm interested to see, what are your predictions? Coconut, show us your. I'll get other way so that the screen has it on the correct angle. Show us your wisdom. Reveal to us your truth.
So,
what do you think's gonna happen?
So when it came, I don't think the team should like let their guard down going into this next match. When Predrop and Swing faced FroggyFrogs, it was almost tradition. We're banning Billy. We're banning Spirit. We're banning Nurse. We're going to get those out of the way. I have a feeling that if one of these teams lets their guard down and doesn't do something very similar on how they treated FroggyFrogs, I'm not saying they should ban those three, but there's a possibility that there might be a team that it's been more well prepared when it comes to facing Billy. For instance, Predrop. Aaron has been really good at chasing the Billy. Zeno getting like a lie that plays off. They've been just having some very solid matches. So I think if one team if Swing basically lets their guard down on the map or the killer picks and the map killer bans, Predrop could possibly take it. So you got to be very careful, as this is the finals. Everything really does matter, and it's like, don't let your guard down. You got to make sure. Yeah. Absolutely. With all the experience that you've brought from the previous matches, you guys probably have learned a lot about 3-gen setups. You guys probably learned about on when it comes to mobile, when it comes to running the ruin totems and how important it is to get that out of the way early, and possibly even doing something a little bit crazy where you're jumping in out of lockers and get a hatch play. So all this experience leads up to this point, and the culmination of your efforts within these next few matches.
Absolutely. It looks like we're getting the first map, and it's going to be Suffocation Pit, a fairly standard map to start off with. This might be our first round of the night where the first map isn't Blood Lodge, because we have Blood Lodge for first and last two. And Kinetic Flowers breaking out the Sadako. It's Onryo rocking in against Razino's Ace, Aaron's Claudette, Classed's Nia, and Zeno's Feng Min. Let's see how this kicks off.
The Ice Cosmetic starting off the first chase with Aaron. Unfortunately, does not get the first connection off as he makes it to a pallet loop, starts hiding it very tightly. A little bit of mind games going off, and I think Aaron makes this pallet here. Gets the break as Aaron goes right back to the health generator, and that's one resource that's more than enough for Flowers here, teleporting straight to 2 survivors at the shack, with Classed going to a little bit of a dead zone here as Flowers gets the connection off.
Also, I gotta say, there's certainly the interesting add-on pair here, because we've seen Onryo play the tournament before. We've seen Tape Editing Deck being the purple add-on that gets used. Not this time, though. This time, the Sadako is using VCR, which makes all TVs play the visual where she's crawling out of them whenever she teleports. So, trying to bamboozle and confusel survivors who are looking at the tapes. It's there's real potential here to really confuse the survivors, especially if their comms aren't 100% sure on it.
And that proved to be like very helpful when it comes to like mind games, as almost every second counts. We can see how fast the generators usually have been going in these matches. Oh, and getting the hit on Claudette there, from what it looks like. followed into Fang Min. Those are some very rapid fire hits going off by Flower.
Well, the definitely is actually getting a little bit of ruin value from each teleport because, say you're working on a generator, you see someone teleporting, someone coming out of a TV, your first instinct is to get off the generator, right? You do that, ruin regresses it a little bit, you run off, and you realise, oh wait, it's not the real Sadako, it's just the add-on making you see her. I could 100% see that working. That is a really aggressive pre-drop and potentially punished for that with a quick pallet break from the Sadako.
Yeah, that also seems to be the Shock pallet down, and that's a lot of pressure on the board. With only one generator, well, two generators, one's on 68%, one's on 54. There, and the Ruin Totem's actually making quick work as Flower goes into this pallet play, chasing Classid around the wooden logs to the side, and the Supple Pit going to the center over and over and over again to try to bleed pressure out of the killer.
I like that it's fairly unclear which generators the killer is trying to defend, which is good because if we can't tell, the survivors sure as hell can't. A good body block there from Ray Zeno to allow Zeno, the non-Ray version thereof, to get out of the chat window alive. But how much time is that going to buy Zeno with Sadako back on a jail?
I imagine quite a bit much, as this is the only pallet here for Zeno. After this break, this turns into a dead zone. It should convert straight into a down, unless this is sort of a dead hard here. And there's the conversion. Now, we're going to be able to get the pickup, and that Ruin Totem is still in play. So I'd imagine 2 gens about to pop within the next minute or two, and this is a nice basement hook for Sadako. That might be quite huge.
I agree, with the Ruin Totem right next to it and a TV next to both of them. This means that whatever the survivors choose to do, whether that is go for the Ruin, get the unhook, or even go for the TV, turn it off, the Sadako has the ability to either know that it's happening and use the TV to get back to it, or perhaps see that they take a tape and then go right back to the hook.
Yeah, and this has been very solid strategy by Flowers here, as there's a bit of predicting of whenever they keep going back to the generator or they go for the unhook and trying to convert these TV teleports into instant pressure, like a jump scare on the survivors.
Zeno, unfortunately for the team, getting tunneled off of the first hook there. Let's see if there's a DS to be eaten. There is! Woo. Team's decisive strike has now been used, so now Flowers can tunnel without any reciprocity. Which I guess may be a useful thing to be able to do. But that generator's been decently done, and the ruins near it as well. So, there's another TV next to the Ruin Totem, though, which could be useful in protecting it.
When it comes to Flower's play so far, Flower has been hovering around this one generator in Shack. So I wonder if there's a 3-gen setup that the Sadako is eyeing. Maybe they're going to be trying to get a playoff to get full pressure with a Ruin Totem in the center of these 3 gens here.
Well, the interesting bit to me here is actually the ace, looks like Ray Zeno, is sitting there with 3 condemnation stacks, is running back towards the gen with the TVs next to it. So, for all we know, we could have Ace having to go and deal with the condemnation sooner rather than later, especially because the ruin's there right next to a TV. So there are lots of different ways that this could really bite Ray Zeno in the backside here if he's not very, very careful.
And team Predrop is going to be having to face like this powerhouse of a setup with a hook right next to the Ruin Totem and between 3 generators, and it's just a very insane amount of pressure to deal with. It's going to be difficult to try to pull this out of Sadako's grasps. It's going to be interesting to see how they pull this through here.
Well, at least Nia can watch the TV while they're on hook. At least she's enjoying a videotape that you should all go and watch, by the way. Don't do that, you'll die in a week. Looks like.
Yeah, the cursed tape. The good old-fashioned Sadako murder spree, where she does the condemnation of survivors, getting a little bit of a teleport right next to Aaron here, getting him onto 3 stacks for what it seems, and that's a little bit of passive pressure to make sure that they start having to do tapes at some point within the match.
Yep.
And Classid is still on the hook, nobody going for the save. Ray, Zeno, and Zeno all on the side. He's going to be checking this and he does go to struggle. That is very interesting that nobody went for this.
Ruin is still up. All the gens are at 0. Classic has just gone second. Aaron is injured in the corner of the map. The survivor situation right now are looking good, especially because Rezino's condemnation progress is decently far. So there is a real risk that that this all completely backfires. Aaron looks like uses an unbreakable.
And as he vaults the shack window, he'll
And
probably
goes
be able to
to
get a
4
conversion off on
condensed.
a down here.
It's possible, actually, given all the TVs that are in the area, that the Sadako goes for a full condemned kill. Because this is about to be the 5th stack of condemnation onto Aaron now. The 5th stack. That's a lot of stacks.
And now there's probably going to be a little bit of body blocking in play because they don't want Aaron to go down. The perfect scenario for killers are typically one hook and one person on the ground. It basically forces the entire team to not work on generators, as that's just a massive headache to deal with, and it's potentially game losing to be in a position
Xena
like
going
that.
for the unhook on Classic. Looks like to get it. Yep, the unhook does go through.
And is there a borrowed time or balanced landing? There is the balanced landing.
Aaron is on the ruin totem. Will the Sadako go back and check it?
Oh, he does not see
Oh!
Aaron.
Turns the head at the worst possible moment to avoid catching Aaron on the ruin. And that's the ruin gone for his efforts. But Aaron is on their own, injured at 5 condemnation stacks. Potentially a basement hook could be in the offing here. Oh, Rezuna going for the unhook, and this time the Sadako does have their eyes open to get a tap. That's going to be a
Oh, he doesn't get the double. Whoa, he doesn't get the unhook there.
That's
That's
fumbled the
insane.
bag at the worst possible moment. Classic has healed himself, and Aaron is going to go to 6 stacks of condemned. 6 stacks. That's a lot. That's at least 3, and maybe some more.
And now with like the unbreakable out of the play, that's nothing really to be sweating at when slugging these survivors here. If Flower finds the Closid, that could be a 4K. Oh,
Nope.
That's an injury, yes.
Just a little visual bug, I think. Spreading out the condemnation once more. Let's see. I could even see a world here where okay, never mind. That doesn't.
yeah, they got it.
I was worried for a second that they'd end up having to pick up Aaron, potentially get him his 7th stack. But turns out that isn't necessary. Just going for the 4-man slug is all you need.
And an absolute like killer setup for the owner here. Ruin totem, 3 gens on the side, 2 TVs surrounding the shack, and go to shack whenever you want to. Constantly keep jump scaring the survivors, getting that free pressure. Just a solid pick from Team Swing here with the Onra.
Absolutely, a stellar start to this finals, with Aaron's heart almost exploding from the condemnation. And again, the other 2 survivors have been hooked already, so no deliverance chances either. Meaning, this is, I'm gonna say, over unless one of them gets lucky and finds and crawls out the hatch, which I have my doubts that that's going to happen.
And is there anything that Flower needs to be worried about here? Maybe like a deliverance or a 4% possibly.
Well, I believe they've both been hooked. The thing that Flower would actually worry about, in my opinion, is possibly adrenaline, because if Flower was to hook one of them and then close the hatch, the other one could get up with adrenaline if they have it, and then work on a door.
So the class,
but no way out exists. So
yeah. So I'd imagine the best play here is to follow, walk Clasid. We could take him out to the park. Wait till Aaron bleeds out fully, and yeah, make sure you get like a double bleed out play to play as safe as possible to secure these 2 kills.
Or even just let Aaron bleed out and then hook Clasid. That's also something you can do from that point, because if a lot of Clasid is hookable, there is a nearby hook you can use. That will work fine, just as long as the hatch isn't closed with somebody on the ground. Then that's the safest thing you can do. But there's no way out in play. You could absolutely just risk a hatch closed on someone with adrenaline, and then no way out will still stop them getting out, as long as you sit on the hatch and teleport using your TV to the gate as soon as the no way out procs. Then you'll still be fine. But I see better play safe than sorry. I think it's fair to say that, given some of the incredibly close hatch escapes we've had in this tournament so far, I think we can all forgive Flowers for being a little bit on the cautious side.
Yeah, almost 100%. And yeah, timing it so that hopefully Clasid doesn't die before Aaron? Oh yeah, holding it out. Okay, playing it 100% safe here.
Gotta. The ancient ritual of spin to win. And Aaron is about to bleed out. So this is going to be a handy dandy 4K for Team Swing and Flowers at the putting off an excellent start to this the finals.
Yeah, that's very, very explosive start, to be honest, with the Sadako. I wasn't actually expecting a first round pick Sadako, but overall, very, very dominant performance. That one setup at the start, just absolutely amazing for Team Swing there.
The fact that the Ruin set up for such a long time, I think, is testament to how much control Sadako had over the area. It didn't really hear Adrenaline. Razina had Adrenaline, so Adrenaline wasn't even in play at that time. But
I
in any
keep looking to
case,
see if the survivors have plunderers, they cut it against each
yeah,
other.
they do not feel the need to try and scab a key. But in any case, Aaron, I think Aaron going down in the corner of the map and then using an Unbreakable was an excellent play. That if been done maybe if Aaron had means to heal himself, that would have been a great way to maybe. I saw someone within a healing, so I could have even seen an Unbreakable into healing in a locker, which would be an excellent way to lose the killer and get yourself fully healthy, recover some pressure there. The fact that Ruin set up for so long, the fact that the father didn't make it a priority to get rid of it, because for a while everyone ignored it. For a decently long time, everyone just ignored the Ruin. If that had been left a little bit, if we got a bit more quickly, maybe they could have forced some gens through. But sadly, it was too little, too late when the Ruin was eventually gotten rid of. And the TV spread as well. The one on the hill next to the hook, then the one next to the Ruin in the basement. Those two TVs together, as long as one of them is up, which most of the time they were, you have. The area is totally under your control. The shack gen, the shack basement, the hook, the Ruin tomb, all of that is under the control of one TV, and there's two of them there.
Yeah, I think the Sadako had like the dream New York City setup, like everything, all you could want in one place. The basement, the two TVs, the Ruin totem, the 3-gen setup, literally everything you could eat. You could sit in one spot, and then everything that you need is all right here. It's completely perfect. It's absolutely stellar.
It's like the entity just wheels out a waiter and it's like, "Your gen, sir." it literally served them on a silver platter. But that's not to diminish the skill of the Sadako in question. They played very, very well, and you can tell that they are an experienced Sadako player because they were able to keep very precise track of Aaron's progression of Condemned without actually knowing it, because the killer isn't told how many stacks you've got, only that you've got some. So knowing that because they took Aaron from 3 stacks to 6 almost instantly, just by going teleport, and that meant that even if he was able to recover, he had to prioritize tapes immediately, because he takes 1 even just to reset his Condemn back down, and that puts him in the danger zone. It puts him right into the danger zone.
Yeah.
And as we've seen before, Condemned kills, especially when people haven't been hooked, in this tournament, pretty major.
Yeah, and that's a lot of pressure. Because the thing is, that's why I've been surprised. We've been seeing quite a few Sadakos, but I thought we would see a little bit more. As Sadako, the Condemned stacks, that's a passive gen control. Because it's like, you don't do the tape, you're gonna die. I'm gonna just instantly kill you. I have built-in Tombstone Myers piece in my base kit, and I can teleport across the map. I could go crazy, and she's like what you can ask for. You teleport, you can get a jump on the survivor with a little bit of stealth, and then she can mori survivors without ever having to hook them. And she also has map-wide teleports. It's just a very, very powerful killer when it comes to getting that presence off. And yeah, when it came to how Flowers played Sadako, overall just really, really solid, very, very professional playing, trying to make sure to pressure Aaron and make sure that he's on the edge of his seat when it comes to threatening to get him out of the match.
So what do we think maybe that Predrop have learned from this? Maybe things you need to bear in mind for future matches, or even things that are going to matter for Lonely in his match, because he's playing Suffocation Pit as well. So I wonder what killer we're going to see. Do you have any prevailing theories as to what killer we're going to end up with, or anything particularly that Predrop's learned from this little adventure into Sadako TV land?
So, when it comes to what Lonely's probably choosing, I'd imagine the Spirit, to be honest. Unless Lonely does the mirror matchup, Lonely could do a mirror matchup with Sadako, but I think it's very more likely to be a Spirit, as we saw Lonely play Spirit in previous matches before. Probably very comfortable with Spirit. Both of these, yeah. The thing is there's a little bit of like that stealth, and she has like a little bit of the catch-up potential. I'd imagine we'd see a similar tactic when it comes with Ruin, like a Ruin 3-gen setup play as well. So because that's what, well, when it came to Flowers was able to just like dominate with something like that. I think we might see something like a very similar tactic when it comes to Shuffle Pit, especially with how it's split in half and it's quite big.
100%. And of all the killers, I think Spirit's one of the best at dealing with that problematic middle as well. Because survivors can't just hold W or, hold this way between the resources. They can't just do it between windows and pallets and stuff, because Spirit will catch up to them without the limitations someone like Hillbilly would have. If they try and actually play the tiles rather than just run between them, trying to chain them together, then she's still got a good chance of just hitting you. Like, you have to be very on your toes to avoid getting hit by a Spirit at a tile like that, if you choose to isolate yourself. So Spirit's got options if they run, his options if they don't. And I think that's a very, very safe pick, especially if she is running Ruin, can keep a 3-gen together. Even works with exposed perks. So we've seen Nowed, we've seen Haunted, we've even seen Devour Hope on Spirit. So I could actually see a recreation of the build that I think it was on Blood Lodge, where it was Ruin, Haunted, Devour, to create a network of totems, make it real hard to dislodge any of them. And there's a good, and make use of Spirit's ability to be an M1 killer and rely on Ruin to get the rest of the job done. Because we saw Lonely, I think it was Lonely doing that on Blood Lodge to spectacular effect earlier in the day.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think we're going to see that precise build perk for perk. We're going to see Spirit, and then because for some reason when it comes to that particular build and Spirit, it feels like that it's something that Lonely probably feels very comfortable with. It felt like very comfortable watching, he felt very comfortable using it, it seemed. So I'd imagine we see something very similar to that. When it comes to how the survivors will play, this Team Swing has had a little bit of experience when it comes to breaking a 3-gen setup. So when there are 4 different totems, I'd imagine that will give them a little bit of a whirl. It'll be something from left field that will be a little bit difficult, different as well.
Giving them if we want a better term, a part-time job of cleansing totems.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of times spent on, especially if you hit the haunted ground by mistake first. Because we noticed back when this build was run earlier, they tried to ignore the Ruin for a while. They tried to ignore it because of the risk of haunted ground, but you can't do that against a Spirit.
Mirror matchup.
It is the Onryo mirror. You called it. Lonely's rocking the Sadako against Tony, Swirt, Quiet, and Swarm. It's going to be an exciting time.
With how powerful that swing went into it, probably feeling a little bit of confidence. And he's like, you know what, I can do it too. Let's go.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Lonely's capable of with the Well Girl. Given both of her matches played with Sadako before have been amazing. They were very explosive, very quick, just rolling teams like a pastry. I'm looking forward to seeing Lonely can replicate that success against Team Swing.
I feel like with a Sadako pick here, maybe probably trying to emulate something very similar from a Team Swing, like what Flower was doing with a bit of a Ruin totem, a little bit of a early control. Getting those TVs out. I think type editing deck would probably be very likely from Lonely though.
Yeah, that seems to be a thing that Lonely favors a lot, is because that add-on is called tunneling. You find the person's late putting the tape in, and you just get that condemned as fast as you can. then they either, if you just focus on them, either they will have to put a tape back in, and they could just explode. It could just die. That could be a thing that happens, because that's just how tape editing deck unfortunately works. They're holding the tape. If you badger them enough, teleport to them when you can. Anytime they're out of chase with you, their contend will go up because they will be obviously carrying the tape, and they'll just get cooked. Maybe that was what we see. Yeah, looks to be a tape editing deck start as expected.
Ooh, Rancor setup play. And Swirt? Hello, buddy?
I think Swirt might be okay. Yeah, I don't think Lonely really grasps what's going on, but looks like Swirt might be AFK. Well, AFS, I suppose. You know what I mean.
I'm not sure. But I guess, you know, a free down is a free down.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate start for Team Swing, just kind of giving that up. I hope Swirt's okay.
Yeah.
This is not a start I expected, but I guess we'll see how it goes. Looks like the build is Noed. It's a full endgame build. Noed, no way out Ranker.
Wow.
That's that's different than what I expected, because normally you expect a killer with more lethality than Sadako to be running a build like that. But I can see the value of going Noed, no way out Ranker. It's got a lot of potential to just scrape script kills at the end with Ranker, or go big and start like slugging with Noed. There's many options the killer's got in this situation.
And the thing about Rancor is that I'm surprised it's not being used in a lot of other teams, is the fact that every single time they complete, I think, a generator, you see the location of all the other survivors. As Kawhi is going for the unhook, Tony going for the unhook here, and getting a double down onto Lori. Perhaps she has DS? Unfortunately, no DS here.
Especially worth it if, for all we know, Swirt may still be AFK for all we know. So if there was a DS, Swirt may have missed it, or at least never gone for it, because remember he was Swirt was AFK at the start, so it's possible Swirt may still be AFK.
And I'd imagine not so, but hopefully not. Going to be chasing Tony here. Yeah, Swart's there.
It seems like
he's awoken up from the dead, and he's here for the team.
Well, we could only hope they get to stay that way. Because it looks like Sadako might be head back again. There's not many TVs in the area, so unless they run into a TV, they might be okay. But it looks like that might be exactly what's happening. Oh, that's another condemned up on Swirt. That's maybe a sign to the killer that... Oh, yeah, the killer can't say it, never mind then. But yeah, Swirt is being tunneled off hook, and this is rather dangerous for the for the survivors in question.
Getting a little bit of mind game at this LT wall, but this would be a 1K at 5 gens left is an immense amount of pressure, as it's been quite rare this entire tournament to get this first kill this early in.
Absolutely. Well, it's also worth noticing there that no gens have got meaningful progress on them. There's one at 60, one at 30, but sorry, one at 70. So there's a couple with decent progress on them, but no gens done yet. So if Sadako, what Sadako has to do is turn up, and that's immediately turn off those gens. And I don't think the Sadako even really cares if gens get done at this point, because the fact that there's 3 players and this build that's going really hard into endgame, letting the gens slip by to get chases. Yeah, we're getting the nodders from Lonely there. If they can get the chasers quick, get their no way out stacks up, and maybe even keep the session alive to ranker them later, like if the opportunity presents itself, I think there could be some serious potential for some. Did I just see correctly the Sadako going undetectable to hide their aura?
I'm not sure. That is very peculiar if that's the case, and as I think you've said in the past. Lonely is a mobile main, and
yes.
So he's very experienced, and imagine very experienced at Sadako and using Rancor. Lonely's been using Rancor not only on Sadako but also Oni as well, so it must be something that very familiar with.
Yeah, but perhaps a bit of a pet perk for Lonely. But let's have a look at the gen spread. There's one in the corner. There's one here by Shank. There's one in... Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Lonely has a 3-gen. Not the tightest 3-gen in the world, and doesn't have any aggression to defend it, but a 3-gen nonetheless. And it seems to be, with 3 no way out stacks, I think there's actually only 2, never mind. Only 2 no way out stats. I got Condemn Mark confused there for a second. Lonely is content to camp and potentially let another gen slip by.
And rightly so, as this is just free pressure. Even just if you're letting one gen trade that for a 2K, that's an amazing setup as Lonely. A triple end game build. No way out, no Rancor. As well as keeping the Obsession alive. That's a free Mori as well.
Well, let's see. Looks like Swarm is being pressured off of his gen because secured second on Tony there, but come right back to the hook to make sure Quiet does not get the save. Quiet's on the side of the map now doing the distance generator. Let's see if teleport's happening on Swarm. So third stack have condemned onto Swarm, and we'll see
Catching
if
Swarm off guard here. And
Yeah.
I'd imagine Lonely is a little bit paranoid that Tony's going to get saved here, because Tony's about to die. So I'd imagine he's going to check this area.
Yeah. He's very, very big here, chasing Swarm at that exact moment, because that means that Kawhi is on the other side of the map repairing the generator at main building, has to come all the way back down, go on a pilgrimage from the other side of the map to get Tony, which they don't have time to do. So it looks like Tony's going to die on that hook there, with no hooks at all on either Swarm or Kawhi there.
And I'd imagine that Lonely is probably very welcome to a generator popping, because essentially, when a gen pops, Rancor tells you where the last survivor is, or all of them are. So you know that's free information, and that's exactly what I want. So you know, especially if you get the first down here.
Unfortunate whiff on Swarm there, but there we go. Looking in the direction, almost to check to make sure that the Meg is somewhere that Lonely knows about. Oh, the hatch is here too. That could be useful information for Lonely. Last gen has been 99, potentially to deny information from Rancor.
Yeah, I think that's very, very smart play there. But the only issue is the remaining generators are practically a 3-gen set. Oh, she pops it, and now Lonely has an idea where Swarm is, and as well as Kawhi.
Swarm is healing, but doesn't get the heal off in time, and the little hesitation caused by the medkit heal might end up getting the hit here for the Sadako. Excellently done. So that's going to be another hook. Quite approximate location is known, but here's the interesting question: does Lonely? Okay, I was going to say, does Lonely camp here, or wait for the Rancor pop to let him know where Kawhi is? Or does he slug, or does he teleport across map?
I wonder if Lonely knows where the hatch is too, because knowing all the information here, you gotta find Kawhi. You gotta get the down. Oh, you're gonna definitely find it here.
Well, I'm also not 100% sure that Lonely did spot the hatch. I'm not 100% sure that they did, which would be kind of awful if Swarm was able to crawl out of it after a hook on Kawhi. But I guess we'll see.
I think the best case scenario here is to get the down on Kawhi, and then if you do know where the hatch is, hook Swarm, and then get the Mori on Kawhi at the end.
Absolutely. That'd be the best way of doing it. Let's go for a quick break.
Dropping the pallet there, going right back into the main building. I think a window will be followed back to back here. There we go. That's the window. I think it's going to be followed into a pallet. And that's the pallet camp and a little bit of mind gaming. So this should be a hit. And I'd imagine Kawhi was not going to try to run this building. Because the only issue with this is that I imagine Lonely can just bloodlust and follow the trail. Is that no unbreakable. I was thinking that Kawhi would go to the center and start using the jungle gems to try to get a pickup on Swarm possibly.
Quick teleport there and to cut Kawhi off in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's a solid read on where Kawhi was going. Very, very, very well played there.
So let's see, shall we? Swarm may have spotted the hatch from his spot on the hill. And I guess we'll see.
And these moonwalky mind games getting a
quick tap there.
Right off guard there.
Let's see. Looks like the Sadako has no interest in immediately hooking Kawhi. More likely going to try and find Swarm or get to the hatch, wherever that may be. There's Swarm.
Oh, he's right on the trophy case. But does she? Do you see? Oh, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure they.
This type of play of going back to Kawhi here, I imagine that Lonely does not know where the hatch is, or
Yeah.
Lonely is going to play it super safe and bleed out Swarm as he can still pull himself off the hook.
Yes. Actually, I think both of them can. So playing around Deliverance here, playing around potentially a Unbreakable.
You know,
Because if Swarm had Unbreakable, Swarm would have used it by now. And Swarm's about to bleed out. So I think all they need to do is kind of follow Quiet.
well, this is a little risky here because if both players know where the hatch is and they get on top of each other, they can make it so that they can possibly make it a little bit difficult to get the pickup. Actually, I think the hatch spawn animation takes a little bit. So even if they
Yeah.
get on top of each other, you should be able to get the pickup.
Well, I think all that all Sadako need to do would be to preemptively pick up Swarm moving away from the hatch,
Hmm.
and then pick up Quiet when Swarm's about to bleed out.
Yeah.
That's all that would
'Cause
need to happen. Just hook one of them.
Oh, I guess they don't know where the hatch is.
All they do, and they're trying to make it more awkward for the Sadako to get a pick up. There's the Unbreakable. Into a dead
Oh, there we
hard,
go.
but not enough. Now the
I feel
Unbreakable's been
like
used.
Meg could have timed that a little bit better, as that
Yes.
would probably not have been expected. Because Swarm was literally just about to bleed out. She also did have the dead hard as well.
Possible. So I'm going to wait for. There we go. And now Swarm about to bleed out, just as they get some to Sadako's shoulders. Well, shoulders, the floaty bit of air over her head, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
That was a very, very tight end game there from Lonely that matches Flowers' phenomenal performance, getting a 4K once again on Suffocation Pit with Sadako. That was perhaps a little more tenuous than Flowers' attempt at the same, but it was an excellent match all the same and a very, very exciting conclusion to round one.
Is taking a 4K and meeting it with another 4K. So we go from advantage back to square one here. Very, very interesting.
Absolutely. They seem to be yeah. I'm very fond of those builds. The Unbreakable plus Adrenaline actually meant if Lonely had closed the hatch, Adrenaline pops. But due to Ranker's activation conditions, it actually wouldn't. Ranker only activates when the large generator is completed, not when endgame collapse starts when the hatch is closed. It's very unusual like that. So Noed activates when the gens are powered, but when the gates are powered, but Ranker activates when the large gen is completed. The two are different. So Noed would activate, but Ranker wouldn't. It's very strange. I'm not fond of that delineation, but that's unfortunately just how the two perks work. They're very inconsistent like that. But in any case, that is a phenomenal result there for Team Predrop, cracking back against Team Swing, heading into round two neck and neck. So, any thoughts on what you could be expected to see?
I'm very happy to see. First off, I'm very happy to see that they both played Sadako. I've been asking for it the entire day. So I'm happy about the Sadako matchups. When it comes to the killers that we may see in round two, I'm not. I don't know if Billy would be banned, but I feel like Billy might be coming into play possibly. Shuffle Pit might have been a little bit difficult to play Billy with all those vaults. But so if Billy isn't banned in round two, I imagine that we might see Billy in play.
Yeah, a Billy mirror would be very on brand, I think, for how this tournament has gone so far. Like less so today, but definitely maybe because he's been banned so much. But certainly in prior days, it's been like Billy fest. Especially yesterday was a real like, hello, welcome to the house of Billy.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll see more Billy because it only seems fair given he's been everywhere else in this tournament. We just had a Sadako mirror, maybe we'll get a Billy mirror. Because I think both teams are confident in their Billy's abilities, especially Team Predrop. So I think letting Billy through would not be too surprising. I wouldn't also be surprised if Predrop were banning Nurse. Now that Flowers has demonstrated their ability to play Nurse a lot more effectively than they did last week. yesterday, where the nurse is actually very clutch against Froggy Frogs. They may, but especially because we haven't seen. I think we've seen Lonely touch nurse at all. So I would not be. Oh, yes, we saw Lonely touch nurse once, I think. One nurse match, I think. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're banning nurse away just to make sure that a pick that clearly Flowers are pretty comfortable with gets taken away.
Yeah, and I feel like when it comes to Lonely has a more like versatile kit. I feel like when it comes to the nurse pick coming from Team Swing for Flowers, I feel like Flowers probably has been practicing nurse. And the ban would make a lot of sense. As he's like, hey, they've been practicing. You don't want to face that. That's dangerous. That's very scary to go up against. So I very much well think that we might see a nurse ban into Blood Lodge, Billy, Mira, and matchup.
I love the fact that Blood Lodge in the morning, and it is the morning here. Right now it's 2:30 a.m. So I can make that joke. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what round two's had to offer. But there's got to be a Billy Mirror. There just has to be. Like, it's this tournament. It's Billy Bowl 2023. There's got to be more Billies. There just has to be. Give us the Billies. Yeah, I don't envy Team Swing for having to try and ban picks away from Lonely, because Lonely's so versatile. We've had maybe 7 or 8 different killers that Lonely has played throughout this event. Banning picks away from Lonely must be like, I don't know, like trying to straighten out a bowl of spaghetti. A total nightmare. Especially because a lot of the picks that Lonely likes, Flowers also likes. Like, do you ban Sadako? No, Flowers wants to play Sadako. Do you ban Billy? No, Flowers wants to play Billy. It's like, it's a very hard thing to do, to play basically whack-a-mole with Lonely's bans at this point, trying to keep everything down, without also ruining Flowers' day completely by taking away all the killers that they have in common. I think the only one they don't have in common so much is Nurse. So a Nurse ban from Predrop is even more of a no-brainer, because that will then, if they want to try and do the same and crimp the killer pool of Lonely, that will also damage Flowers' ability to pick those killers. It's a real sticky wicket, I want to say.
When it comes to trying to like restrict Lonely's picks, I think one of the best chances that Swing has is to try to push Lonely on a little bit of an off pick. Even though the thing with Lonely's like, oh, you want me? I need to play Oni? Okay, we play Oni. Let's go. I'm good with Oni. And then he's like, oh, you want me to play Plague? Yeah, let's play Plague. We got this. And with such the versatile kit, I think Lonely's fine with whatever they ban. So I think when it comes to, like you said, get the bans being really, really important against a team, it would be against I feel like Swing when it comes to the unevenness on the nurse.
Now that you mentioned it, I think an Oni ban coming out of Swing, I think could really make sense, because we've only seen one game of Flowers and Oni, and it wasn't too hard, whereas Lonely has been consistently good with Oni, and it's clearly been a staple pick for them. So I could see maybe if a Nurse ban coming out of Predrop, a Oni ban coming out of Swing, which naturally leads them both to just do a Billy Mirror, because why wouldn't you? Third round's going to be where it gets interesting, though, I think, because the bans, or if there is a third round, actually no, there's no tie, there has to be a third round. But yeah, this is going to 3, which is going to be exciting. But I'm looking forward to seeing if, say there was a Billy Mirror on a Blood of Rotten Fields, who would you give it to? Who do you think? The Battle of the Billies? Who do you think? It doesn't, not even asking which Billy player is better. Which team do you think is better playing against a Billy?
Which team I think is better playing against Billy? I feel like Predrop would be. To be honest, this is the thing. This is the thing that's dangerous. I feel like picking Billy against Team Predrop is a trap. So your killer might be very confident with Billy, and Predrop is like, you know what? We both are confident with Billy's. I feel like Predrop has been practicing, and I've seen Aaron during, I think it was against Alf. He had to drop chase against Billy like 3-4 times, and same thing when it came against Lynxy pulling off these 180 flicks, having to drop the Billy chase 3-4 times against Lynxy. Lynxy has to do that, and I feel like if you choose Billy against Team Predrop, it's a dangerous game to play, because they practice. That's when it came to the thing that Swing was practicing. Swing practiced Nurse. Team Predrop, they practiced versing Billy. So
See, it's interesting because I would say of all the teams in the tournament, the one best playing against Billy is Predrop. I fully agree. I 100% expect if there is a Billy mirror, I think Predrop's going to have the edge, which might actually prompt Swing to actually cut off their nose to spite their face and ban Billy. I think an only ban is more likely, much more likely. Don't get me wrong, but I think if either team is gonna ban Billy, it's gonna be Swing, because not only is Lonely a very good Billy, we've seen Lonely's Billy perform many times. I'd say possibly the best Billy of the whole tournament. Predrop is very solid against Billy. Like Aaron in particular, he's been serving up juice at the juice bar, and Billy's been drinking too much of it. But yeah, I'm ready to see. We might get a Billy mirror, we might not, and I'm hyping it up like yes, Billy. But mostly it's because it's very on brand for how the nights have been so far. Especially yesterday, complete Billy carnage. But I think a Billy mirror is very much on the cards. If they do the thing called Team Swing does ban Billy, what do we reckon we're going to see?
Well, first off, for round one, what was probably banned is probably Predrop would probably be banning Nurse, I'd imagine, right?
Maybe Oni.
Against Swing, and then let's say round two ban Billy. We saw them on Blood Lodge. Both of these teams play Spirit, so probably a Spirit Mira, if that's the case.
Yeah. So Billy mirror or a Spirit mirror. Either way, hope you guys like Blood Lodge, because they're probably going there next. What is? I think if that does happen, we get Blood Lodge in the finals. Does that mean Blood Lodge is the most played map we've had for the whole tournament?
Yeah, because we probably would have seen Blood Lodge every single game. Well, game. Round, I should say, or match.
Every match.
Yeah.
There's just so many Blood Lodges. The only map we've seen anywhere near much is probably Coal Tower, but I think with the fact that every Billy and their mum wants to go to Blood Lodge, not to mention the fact that also got picked a couple of times as a counter pick to stealth killers like Lynxie and had to play on it with Wraith at one point, had Spirit on it. We had Hunters on it once. It really wouldn't surprise me if Blood Lodge was if we go back and look at all 4 nights of the tournament, Blood Lodge was the most played. I would bet my buttons on that. It's exciting because the thing is, these are 2 killer players who fundamentally have a lot in common. They have a similar killer pool, similarly wide killer pool. Both mobile players by nature, so they are they're on home turf, and they've got very, very skilled survivors too. So this tournament really is anyone's game.
I have a feeling that round 2 will go like both 4K for both teams. That's what I imagine. I feel like there's a high possibility for OT. I know it's calling it quite early, but I feel like it's the finale and everyone's going to be trying to play. I know Lonely's been playing very clean. I know Flower's been playing very clean. So you've been seeing very few mess ups, especially since they're both mobile killers. They're gonna have their strats in check.
Yeah.
I imagine. I feel like we're going to see like 4K. Like.
Yeah. I think if you'd asked me at the end of last week, which killer do you think is the better of the 2, Lonely or Flowers? I'd have said Lonely. I would have done. But after seeing the performance this week of Flowers, especially against Froggy Frogs, a really, really good team that Flowers just set to work on, I would be less inclined to give a real clear answer, because I honestly think the difference is like that. It's nothing. They are they are impossibly close to each other, and especially because the killers they also share a lot of their killers as well. It's like it is a proper mirror, both in terms of the picks and in terms of the players. It is a really exciting time, and it makes this final so tense because we don't know there's generally no telling who's going to take it.
It isn't interesting against Froggy Frogs because it's like a grinding the stone. It's like spirit. Oh, look, Blood Lodge. Hey.
Wow. I guess we're psychic. I guess we're wizards because we call Blood Lodge, and I wonder what killer we might get.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
Okay then. Okay. Well, that's something that we didn't expect.
Doctor.
Yes.
I'd imagine a shocky campy get someone down as fast as possible would be the pursuer doc play.
I could 100% see it. I think Funny Man Herman is he may struggle on Blood Lodge because the map is gigantic. So he may not be as a killer with that ability, he might struggle to get where he needs to go. But what is that build? It's corrupt pop, nowhere, no way out. Big fan of that build actually. Ruinless, because I guess Doc's innate slowdown might be considered enough. Immediately fighting chase with Swarm.
Nice early shotgun to Swarm here by the bus. I think he also has the range add-ons when it comes to shocking the survivors. He had
Yes,
like a green electric nodes.
Yes,
and then
there's increased range for anyone who's wondering, and I believe disciplined Carter's nodes, which is it decreases the detonation delay between firing your shock and it going off and shocking them. Very, very strong power add-ons for Doctor. For almost certainly, probably the best you can run in this tournament since you can't run Iridescent Queen. So I 100% think this is an excellent combo.
I'm going to see body blocks. They're like, do we body block this? He can struggle up, but that's free pressure. You don't really want to do that.
Yeah.
Ugh. Ooh, the swift instincts going off.
Yeah, and there's a fantastic hit there on Quiet. Looks like maybe the Doctor will have time to deliver the pop because all the gens are quite far away. This is a big map. And it's only tier 2 pop, so there's no guarantee they'll be able to deploy the pop effectively. Although Swit is working on a gen in to the Doctor, so it's a non-zero chance they're able to just get over there and deliver a pop. But maybe they're not going to bother and just going to get to a chase instead.
This is a solid position to be in at getting Swarm on the side and the shock so that he can't do a double back vault. That's the second down on Swarm.
These have been some clean shocks.
Yeah. I'm
So
surprised. You're like, oh, we're gonna go to Blood Lodge. I'm gonna play Doctor. Whoa.
Yeah, that's fearless. And given the fact that there's one gen that's just been popped into the stratosphere, other gens at 40%, 50% coming up now. You've still got all your perks, and you'll aside from crap, you've got your pop, you've got no way out in the chamber. There is a lot of stuff going for the Doctor right now, and that's something I didn't expect to be able to say today. But looks like Doc's actually in a really solid spot. Be able to protect the regressing generator while denying the unhook. Fantastic combination of things to do. Just keeping everyone busy.
We say that Lonely's really confident. The other teams will be like, oh yeah, let's ban Billy. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pull out Doctor. Like, what?
It's like, why am I hearing boss music? it's just like strong Hermans coming to get you.
And he must be very confident as he's running like just a solid the range add-on. So he must be like, okay, I can shock to make it so they can't vault the pelt. And he's been doing that a lot to this team. He might even do it again on Swirt as he's like, can't get the vault here, and he just perfectly timed shocks to deny this these plays here.
Oh, so close. Maybe that was a Lyth getting him a distance there. If Swit didn't have specifically Lyth there, that was absolutely a hit. But that's unfortunately enough to get Swit off and running. The other gens are getting some more progress on them now. There's 2 gens being worked on, both over 50% now. But Swit's kind of heading into the open.
We cannot fail to mention that also Swarm is dead. So this is a 1v3 at 3 generators. And there's a lot of pressure on the board, but it's looking very likely that 2 generators will be popping very soon.
Okay, the big picture question here is, will Lonely be able to get to one of the gens that's in the 80-90% threshold in time to deliver a pop goes the Weasel? It's looking like that's going to happen. 80% gen gets smashed with a pop, back down to 56.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of aggression applied to the generator there. And now it's a gen that can be defended alongside the hook, which is pretty spooky.
And look, just the confident shocks. He's like, you know what? I can control this area just by standing between the hook and not. And the thing about Doctor that's very powerful is that he's an amazing camper. You just spam shocks on someone trying to go for the unhook, and they literally cannot get an unhook play off. Just as powerful as Bubba may seem too.
Well, it looks like Tony's actually been all the survivors have been forced into tier 3 madness, meaning for now they can't do gens, which means that camping is now particularly free because they can't even do Day2 how to step out of it first. Like, look at what Quiet's doing right now, starts trying to step out of it. But
The
I
way
don't
that
think...
Lonely's playing this match, it makes me think that Doctor's like a secret weapon that he was saving for the last round.
Absolutely, a real sleeper hit. That second stage achieved on Swert there. Tony the Duff's in Madness 3. Also, maybe giving Quiet the unhook, maybe trying to squeeze a pop out of Tony. This is exciting. The pressure is going to get relieved probably from an unhook by Quiet, but I don't think Hammer's going to let that happen particularly freely.
Also, those perfectly timed shots, denying those pallet drops, denying those window vaults. It's been absolutely brutal to deal with, as these are the safe zones that they need to rely on. And he's absolutely just dominating. I think Adam's dead here, and it's a 2v1 almost immediately.
That's two dead. 2 gens left. A pop goes wheels ready to apply. And I believe Tony tapped this gen, so goodbye progress. Both in Madness 3, Tony stepping out of it and running towards the hatch. If the Doctor realizes the hatch has spawned here, then any hopes of trying to squeeze out an endgame escape may come to nothing. Dead Hard has already been used, so...
They're going to be trying to force a grab play here. I think they'll probably be coming a slug. Yeah, almost definitely. You gotta try to get that 4K. Gotta find that hatch. And Lonely, I don't know. I think it would be Lonely's best interest to find out where the hatch is, so the bleed out doesn't lead to an escape.
Well, the fun part here actually is that this killer is known as the Herman. And he is very good at finding survivors. So unless Quiet religiously stays in lockers, I mean religiously stays in lockers, like Quiet's doing right now. Oh, hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh,
We have a grab! Fantastically done there by our good friend Lonely. That was, of all the waiting for the deliverance, I see. I see they're just making sure that that wasn't going to happen. Also, one thing to note, Tony is in Madness 3, meaning that on the floor he will continue to scream. So that will actually help Lonely find the slug should he need to, because he can just follow the screams.
Yeah, and try to deny this bit of a hatch play, as Lonely does not know where the hatch is, and he's like, okay, I gotta go. Tony might find the hatch. It might be very close. She might bleed out. And Fang going and then gets the pickup for the 4K here.
Absolutely. What a stellar performance by Lonely on a killer that no one expected. Oh, hello. Is the game working? Are we good? There we go.
Okay.
I worried for a second that maybe there was some sort of technical problem. But it looked more like Lonely was just waiting for the hatch to open before hooking.
Yeah.
To deny Tony any chance of deliverance.
Yeah. And, very clean, very solid.
Yeah, absolutely. What a match of Doctor. And again, a killer we've not seen much of the tournament. We've only seen once with Linksy played Doctor, and that was it. And only got 1 kill, I think, in that match. But seeing that pop off with Doctor, that was something to notice. That was incredible.
Oh, someone's bringing a pebble.
Based Swert, based pebble bringer.
Flashbang. These are interesting.
These people are gaming. There's no distortion, no plunderers, no left behind, absolutely no fear. We're bringing the funny terror radius perks, or we're going to die trying. And unfortunately, it turned out to be the die trying. But nevertheless, it was cool as hell.
The thing is you'd imagine that Lonely would have played Doctor a lot more. With how insane, so oppressive with those shocks. Close to a pallet, I'm going to shock you. You can't drop it. Bam, down. Oh, you're close to a window by a jungle gym. I'm going to shock you. Bam, down. These type of plays have popped off tremendously a lot in the Macmillan maps. I'm just very surprised that we don't see it. And it makes me feel like, I said this in the match earlier, that Lonely was saving this pick as something that you could save during the finale, and yeah, Team Swing is probably going to be banning. Oh yeah, I think he's going to play Billy. We're going to ban Billy. Oh, he's going to ban. He's going to play Nurse. We're going to ban Nurse. He's like, what? Onro and Doctor. This is not right. This is not what we planned. And it's these little surprises that will make all the difference. Saving your secret weapons for the very end, where it matters the most. This is where the playoffs. This is the last round of matches, and these 3 rounds, maybe even 4 here, will be determined who actually gets $12,000 in the long run.
Absolutely. That whole match felt like, because Lonely played that Doctor so proficiently, like every shot perfectly timed. Even the locker intuition of they didn't get blasted, so they know they're probably in a locker. All of that just made me think of the scene in Princess Bride when he's been sword fighting all movie and he goes like, I am not left-handed, and just switches, and then suddenly, wow, yeah, that was a real tour de force by Lonely there. I'm really impressed. I always love to see good Doctor get played. Is a killer I absolutely adore to see, and it was really sweet. I'm interested to see now, because it doesn't mean getting interested to see now what Flowers is going to bring in kind, because we're going on Blood Lodge again. Billy is very much a possibility, especially because it's Blood Lodge. If they got a say in the map, then Blood Lodge is then Billy, Blood Lodge. It's a match made in heaven. If not Billy, what else do you think could be brought to Blood Lodge to really turn the tide back towards Team Swing?
It's a big open map. You want... I want to say Nurse, but I think Nurse is also banned. So I gotta say Spirit. But the thing is, here's what I think is gonna happen. I have a feeling that Team Swing is gonna pick Billy against Predrop, and it's gonna be like the trap, and then Predrop will be able to pull out at least 1 or 2 escapes, and that might be a game changer. So I'm not the one making the calls, and just from all the matches I've watched of these players playing, I would be scared a little bit of myself to play Billy against this team, but I imagine of Spirit.
Yeah, that is an anxiety I share. To be fair, though, we haven't seen Flowers play much Spirit. If we've seen Spirit play, it's mostly been Alf or Lonely playing Spirit. We've not really seen much of the other killers. I think every killer's played her at least once, but I haven't seen much of Flowers specifically playing Spirit. So I think you could very much potentially see a Spirit pick. I still think they're going to run Billy in, though, because Blood Lodge feels as such a massive Hail Mary saying, we are going to play Billy. And I think at this point, Flowers is a very confident killer. We can say that for sure. And I think if any Billy is gonna bring Team Predrop Survivors down a peg or 2, it's gonna be Flowers Billy. So while I agree Billy may be hazardous against a team specifically like this, especially with Aaron, who we've seen to be really skilled at looping Billies, I think there's been so much practice on this map now, and Flowers have played a lot of Billy, that I think a Billy pick is still very much, I think, the leading bet. Failing that, again, I think it's a very good pick. Could even see Oni, because the map can be quite dead zoney, and having the mobility from Blood Fury could be handy, especially because decent chance that Predrop have not banned Oni, because why would they? They know that Lonely loves Oni, and Flowers has played Oni before, not a tremendous amount, but has played Oni before. So the options I think are plentiful, but I think Billy is a leading bet.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm very interested to see what these teams have been choosing, and what type of bands they've been going out forth.
Yeah.
Do you think we might see another ace in the hole type play, like something very surprising coming out of Swing that they've been saving for like a finale?
Honestly, maybe, because if you'd asked me, are we going to see Doctor from Lonely this evening 20 minutes ago, I'd have said, of course not, you're insane. But now, obviously, anything's possible. Are we going to see the sudden 11th hour hag pick that will make me fall out of my chair? Or, like, anything's possible. My mind has been expanded. The box has been opened, never to be closed again. Anything is possible. Pigs can fly. Whatever. It's all up in the air now. So all these speculations that we're doing, all these predictions, could be blown out of the water at this point. Because as we've seen, Lonely's fully capable of breaking out something completely out of left field, something nobody expected. So maybe we'll be getting the same here with Team Swing's kill. I've got no clue. I'm pretty sure you don't have a clue unless you're hacking, unless you're a fortune teller and I didn't know it, because in which case I'm not going to trust that. But in any case, it's been I think the Doctor pick here has thrown the whole final wide open, because anything could be coming now. It's reminded us that there's 18 killers in this mobile version, or however many there are, not like 3, and 2 of them are Billy. But Billy is very much still a possibility, and I think we might see Billy out of Flowers, but it's far from a done deal. Let's put it that way.
I kind of agree, as he's been like the solid choice playing throughout the entire tournament, irregardless of how another team, like irregardless of how well they might play against you, you still have been playing Billy every single match. So you have that's the killer that every single killer in this tournament has the most experience playing as. So if it's your good old faithful reliable, and you're confident that you can pull out possibly a 4K from it, be my guest. And I'd be interested if they're going. That's a fight fire with fire play. So with the confidence at an all-time high, maybe we'll see the Billy coming out at it.
Perhaps. I'm interested to see perhaps actually the survivor builds, because obviously we saw people are frightened, they bring plunderers and whatnot because they're trying to scab a key. But I don't think we're going to see that at all. Because we're halfway. We're assuming it's a 3-rounder, which it looks like it's going to be. We haven't seen a single person bring plunderers. No plunderers, no left behind, none of that stuff. So I don't think we're going to see it anymore, because I think the time for that, for want of a better term, cowardice has passed. Like we are going to escape. We are going to win this video game. It is going to happen.
But you may say that, but there is also, I mean, they got the 4K. You just need one escape to get the round, right? So
That is true.
I mean, those times have been behind us, but there's a possibility, even if you just need one escape, makes a difference.
Yeah, I could maybe see if Flowers somehow like fumbles the second round. I could see maybe I can see Predrop doing it. Oh, what? The Doctor Mirror.
It's the flex.
Okay. Well, you know what I say about unexpected picks? Yeah, it's I guess it's the Doctor Mirror. He's never been played apart from one game by Linksy at any point in this tournament into a Doctor Mirror in round 2 of the finals. What an absolute experience.
And I'll be honest with you, Doctor's had a very, very strong performance in the previous match. So you know what? I feel like we might see something like a very strong Doctor in very similar build, it seems. Swapping out, I think it was possibly the No Way Out or something. No, yeah, for the Discordance here.
I think, yeah, that 4th perk was No Way Out, I believe. But yeah, Discordance. This is the first time I've seen this perk so far in the tournament. We don't see. I think this is not our first tracking perk, but it's certainly the first Discordance we've seen, and one of the very few tracking perks we've seen. Normally we see Slow Down and Expose, but no, this is something very different. Rezino gets zoned off the pallet. Easy, quick hit there from
right on Rezino. Yeah, a little bit of good denying with these shocks here. Unfortunately, unable to get the shock off on Rezino. I'm not entirely sure if he's running the crazy range add-ons, as I feel like that possibly could have hit Rezino there.
He is. Once again, I did check at the start. He is running Discipline Carter's notes and the electrode.
Electro nodes.
Yeah, the green one. Yeah, the increase the green range. Unfortunate there from Flowers, just brushing Rezino's hair with his bat as he tastes the pallet stun. No Discordance procs yet though.
And doing I like how both of these players have been doing these red stain mind game loops. Those are very difficult to pull off on mobile.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of subtle movement to deny a little bit of information of where you're staring.
Yeah. Doctor makes that particularly interesting. Doctor makes that particularly interesting because the add-on discipline puts the red stain on top of the survivor's back when they're a madness 3. So it does somewhat it makes the mind games even more hard to read because from where you're seeing the red light right on top of you. Also, notably, yeah, there's 3 gens popping in the first chase, which is pretty dire through corrupt intervention, and the lack of other gens that have progressed, meaning that Pop Goes the Boys probably isn't going to get much if any value off of this first hook.
And not like doubling down, going for a tunnel play either. You're going for a multi-level different survivors. So this is going to prove to be a little bit difficult as these shocks unable to deny the pallet drop here by the cars, as Classed is able to, I think, get pallet into shack window possibly.
Classed doing a little victory lap there while instead of making distance. That is a classic Classed maneuver. If anybody else is familiar with watching, that's a very on brand thing to do. It's 4th gen popping. Let's see what you can make of Xeno at this short wall jungle gym.
Off on the side here, a nice little side hit as Xeno goes into the downed truck here. I think what Flower needs to do is get these early downs. Oh,
Deadheart's the shock? Now that's certainly, I was not expecting that, but we're forcing a grab. Oh, grab validation goes still into a hit there. But one thing that showed that Xeno is a very disciplined survivor was actually watching how he played that jungle gym, because he veered away from it, and when he got hit, he didn't go for the jungle gym or for the pallet because that would zone him out. He instead just held W in a straight line away from the pallet, didn't use it up, didn't go for a stun, didn't do anything that was unsafe. Holy! That was a unhook onto Xeno straight into an adrenaline play. So he's healthy, basically right off hook.
That's brutal. That's absolutely killer when it comes to that play there.
Yeah, that is those doors are not looking too good either. Those are big, very badly spaced out doors. No head is active, so catch somebody out at the wrong moment, they could just get smacked down. But those doors are really far spread out, so I don't think he can place both at once.
Really feeling the pressure due to not running either a no way out or a ruin here. Either of those 2 perks would have probably made a difference when it comes to holding pressure. I'm actually quite surprised he ran this Discordance, as that's for information, and Doctor has the radial shock to get max information in this kit.
Yeah, it seems very peculiar. Like, I've seen Doctor build with Discordance before, but they usually run it with Obsession perks, run it with something say that's for last, so that they can find not obsessions easily to hit them, because the Discordance is proccing, you know that someone is there who isn't the obsession. But otherwise, it's a little bit risky. Xeno's running into the middle of the map. That's I'm not sure why what led him over there.
I think I know why. I think Aaron has Unbreakable. Aaron's typically had Unbreakable from if we looked at previous matches.
So I could see that.
If I was Flower here, I'd be going back to Aaron, be like, oh, he's Unbreakable. They're going to pick up. They're trying to do this really crazy comeback swingy play.
Well, Rezino is taking out the Noed totem, which is kind of massive, actually.
Oh my.
So that means if Classed or Rezino wanted to try and go for a pickup, that you can do so fast. It's like what Rezino is doing, trying to get the pickup on Xeno there, and gets the pickup.
Time to stop the heal. That's actually huge.
Yeah, it looks like Aaron and Xeno are resetting, and she's to keep body blocking against this Doctor. Oh, they do not want to run the risk of if Rezino manages to get it out, but Xeno is still zoned out. Maybe now it's time for the body block squad, Classed and Aaron, to come in to take some hits. Oh, Aaron coming in, the 11th hour, the saviour, and Classed tier 2. Maybe they can squeeze past though. Unlucky by the survivors there.
Yeah, they had 2 people, but unfortunately unable to get the body blocks off. They could have built a great wall, but unfortunately unable to. And it's looking like they're really trying to go for this one. They're like, we're not going to let him die.
It's a really unlucky situation for our good friend, our good friend Flower here, after a very, very brutal experience with Doctor. But here's the question: can Aaron and Classid actually make it to the exit gates, given the EGC is so close?
Oh,
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 the grab happens from Classid, but Xeno gets off the hook anyway.
boy. Oh, it's
That
crazy.
was maybe a very laggy unhook there. Maybe the thing I'm worried about now is Classid having deliverance. That would be horrifying right now.
If I was Team Predrop and I witnessed that, I'd be like, we gotta go. We gotta go. No, 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 no,
Yeah.
no, 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 no. That's terrifying.
The EGC is about to go off, so they can't really take any risks. But yeah, that is a 1K onto Classid from Team Swing and Flowers. An unfortunate misstep on their path into the finals. Whew, that was a bold choice in the Doctor Mirror, and unfortunately, it didn't seem to pay off this time. Any initial thoughts on the outcome of that match?
I think I'd be wondering is if Flower saw how well Lonely played the Doctor's like, you know what, I can do that too. We got this. And the thing is like there was a little bit of issues when finding a survivor at the start. It was very difficult to get a ball rolling with the early game pressure. I'm very, very interested on why the discordance, and yeah, it seems like Flowers was trying to go in with a very similar strategy to what Lonely was doing, but the survivors just powering generators and making a dominating counter to how Doctor is an M1 killer, and it's very difficult to bring things together.
Yeah, I think the writing's kind of on the wall for me. As soon as I saw Classid get a pallet stun, run to the next loop, get another pallet stun, and realize there were still usable pallets and windows all around him. That was a really tight chain of tiles that that Classid was dropping too early for the survivors to be able to interrupt with a shock. And that was the difference, I think, between how Lonely won their match and how Flowers didn't. Because Lonely was able to interact with the survivors to stop them dropping pallets before they got to them. That's something that, unfortunately, Flower wasn't able to do.
Yeah,
And that is the difference between Doctor getting hits and Doctor not getting hits.
When it came to Lonely playing Doctor, it just felt like this aura of confidence. It's like I got this. I can time these shocks down to make sure there's no pallets. And the thing is, when it came to it with Flowers, there was a little bit of a shaky start, unable to find the survivors really early, using the radial shock, not that many screams, trying to get the Electra node, trying to get long range shocks, trying to shock Feng Min before she vaults. It is a little bit of a shaky grounds when it came to the start. I think what made a difference there was the radial shock and finding someone quite early to get a ball rolling at the start.
Absolutely. Well, the bit that excites me now is now Predrop has a fairly commanding lead over Team Swing due to the slight issues that Flowers experiencing in that second round. Putting right now Predrop score at 13 and Swing's at only 6. So if Swing is able to pull out a very, very good killer performance, then maybe a redemption play. Like, what's going to have to happen here is effectively they're going to have to switch positions. If Predrop doesn't fumble the bag as killer, or Team Swing gets anything less than a 4K, I think this is going to Predrop. This is not looking good for Team Swing. That was a very catastrophic difference in Doctor performances on that map, and I think this is going to cause Swing especially to kind of be in battle stations. They're going to have to try and find something that they can make work. But not just that, be able to deny the point deficit and kind of reclaim what they can from Predrop as well. So this is, both sides can afford no mistakes.
I'm just very surprised at the Doctor pick by Swing. I'm just like I'm one. It had to be like a trigger from seeing Lonely do it. And it's like, yeah, that's good. You know what? Because I was almost certain that we'd probably see like a spirit come out here, like like the thing is the good old fashioned faithful reliable killers with a high amount of mobility like this the nurse Billy spirit have been like the titans that have been the killers to be feared and the killers that are always getting banned. So it's been interesting to see how these the different choices of these teams are coming into play and coming into fruition when it comes to playing these matches out.
Indeed. It looks to be. I, I think I'm not sure if the doctor pick was a reaction. I think it probably was, but I'm not certain. But in any case, it does put Team Swing in a very strange position because they're now banning 3 killers. But what the hell do they choose? Because they just Team Predrop have just thrown in yet another killer that Lonely's proficient with. They have to figure out what among the long laundry list of potential bans they can do to hamstring Lonely however they can without also hamstringing Flower. It's hard. It's really hard. I don't envy this task for Team Swain to try and pull this back. It's certainly not impossible. They've come back from similarly bad odds against Froggy Frogs earlier today, but this is not looking good for them. I can't lie to you.
Yeah, they're a little bit on the back foot there. The thing is, Predrop getting the solid 4K, and not only that, 3 survives. So doing well on killer, doing well on survivor. So you got like a little bit of like a double whammy. You need to kind of do like a reverse sweep, like doing well on your killer and then doing well on your survivor. It's possible, but you have to go in with a game plan. Maybe play to your strengths and play like do a strategy that you guys will probably be comfortable with, likely.
According to Untitled Chapter we've got, it looks like it's going to be Swing playing killer again, which means anything less than a 4K coming out of Flowers here means they still don't get enough points. But it means Predrop takes it. If anything less than a 4K happens, I think that's right. Yeah, because only six points to 13. They need to. I think a 3K might also do it if the survivors can get a 4 out. So it's and that would force a tie. But it's a very high standard of play that has to be expected from both members of Team Swing, and all it takes is one of them to either get a 2 out or only get 2 kills or less, and then Lonely and Predrop take it. And that would be an unfortunate way to have this turn out for Team Swing. But do you think that because obviously Flowers is up killing again against Predrop again, do you think Swing is going to get enough kills to be able to stay in contention and to force a 3rd match out of Lonely?
It's all going to depend on the map choice. If we see a coal tower, I could see it. But when it comes to like storehouse, it might be a little coin. Wait, we already played storehouse.
Yes, that's storehouse. What is storehouse?
To the possibility of chapel, I guess.
Chapel could definitely work.
There's a little bit more of a risk. I can see it if a coal tower comes into play, but it's I think when it comes to like if Swings will be able to pull it out, I think they're probably going to be rooting for a coal tower, as that's a nice solid map that killers can do very well on.
Yeah, coal, wreckers, maybe chapel. I think are the 3 that they're going to be preying on. For all we know, they're just like, okay, let's give Flowers a hard time and take him to Disturb 1. That would certainly be bold. And if they wanted to make it so that Lonely doesn't have to play a 3rd match, the best way of doing it is just by sending Flower to a map that's been designed by Satan himself. That That would be a pretty solid way of doing it. Taking advantage of the fact that Flower's playing killer first, and has such a high bar to clear to be able to keep the team in the running. But that would then backfire potentially if they did get it done, because then Lonely has to play on that map. Nevertheless, we've seen very survivor side map placements come out before. We saw Haddonfield coming out in the game against between I think it was actually Flower and Swing and Froggy Frogs on the first day. Haddonfield with a Billy mirror on Haddonfield. I think we've seen that before, so it could happen again, but I have my doubts.
And
Chapel.
Father Gabriel's Chapel.
Chapel seems fine.
Seems a pretty solid one. It's very in the middle. A little bit thing to worry about is all those windows inside of the chapel itself. It's a very dangerous area to be in.
Oh, okay. Very fair, very consistent. Playing Wraith. We love to see some Philip.
It's very similar to Sadako. Be able to jump scare the survivors and make the most out of the pressure that you can pull out here.
Indeed. Got the Ruin Haunted combo there. Aaron gets grabbed off a Chen! Oh no! That's such a sad start for Aaron, especially because the Wraith didn't even need the pursuer to get there. So that is a basement hook, and not just 5 gens, but like 2 or 3% progress on all gens. That's so sad for Team Predrop, just getting Aaron in the basement so early in the match.
Yeah, and the thing is that the basement is also in the main building, surrounded practically by generators like left, right, up, center. Oh, he's doing this you can't see me invisible play.
That's very smart, and I'm gonna say this may be a farm from Xeno, potentially with Deliverance, but we just don't know. For all we know, that could have been a play mistake by Xeno's running into the Invisible Wraith, which would have been pretty bad. I guess we'll see. There goes Haunted Ground has popped. Oh no!
Oh.
From bad to worse to worse.
And now a little bit of that speed coming into play at the pallet.
That's a down on Razy. No, oh no! And Class has found us going to take on the generator, so now Flowers knows that he's over here now. And Corrupt Intervention's still up.
Oh my god.
There's been more action in this first 90 seconds than there has been in entire matches before. And this is not what I was expecting from the Wraith pick. This is not what I was expecting at all. This is backbreaking.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a snowball effect from that Haunted Ground doing absolute work for him.
I'll say that again. Wow. And through all of that, Ruin's still up, Corrupt is still up. This is dangerous.
Yeah, and look, you got 2 hooks, 2 injuries, 2 minutes into the match. All the gens basically on 0 except for this 50 here. And it's like, what more can you ask for? Aaron, don't get grabbed again. Oh my goodness.
Aaron did get hit by the Wraith again. Oh no, he's got AirPods on. Unfortunately Aaron going back in the basement after getting out again in the first place. Wow. This isn't 5 gens. Ruin's still up. If I was these guys, I'd be screaming right now. I would be screaming right now anyway.
And would you look at this, hovering around the basement, and this standing still and making sure that the survivors can't see you seemed like a very effective tactic. I know there's no Terradius, but is he gonna do it again? A madman?
I wouldn't doubt it. The true stealth, excellent. There is no Philip here. Philip is a fictional creature.
And the only time that I feel like we've seen this a lot is when Lynxie was doing it. I'm surprised we haven't seen something very similar to what Flowers is doing right now. And it's like, oh yeah, you definitely can go for the basement save. I'm just going to be standing right here and you just won't know it.
Basically, it's super insidious.
Yeah, and he might just go dead at 5 gens.
Seems likely. Well, it might be 4 gens given there's a decent amount of time on the progress, and there's looks like Classes gen that's a decent way done.
Oh. And it seems like we're having there was a little bit of technical issues, unfortunately, but What do you think about the match so far?
Well, this is the early grab onto Aaron. I was not ready for that. That was like he makes a bell sound when you hit the bell. I was not ready for that whatsoever. But Jesus, I'm astounded really. That was such a strong start from Flower. An insane beginning. The whole ground, like it was like it's like a conga line of everything that could go wrong all went wrong at the same time.
Yeah.
First it's the basement hook, then it's the running into the invisible Phillip, then it's the haunted grounds proc, then it's the failed skill shack letting you know where you are, and then it happened again, and then Shackpala had to go, and then Ruin was still up, and Dimension was still up. It
And
was
then
just
you
like
got the first down into the second down from the haunted ground. Then you have two people on the ground, and then you find Aaron again, and then Aaron goes back down to the basement, and then you're like, oh, okay, then we could reset and do everything all over again.
genuinely it's like watching someone it's like watching someone carry like a basket down a flight of stairs and just dropping all the eggs all at the same time. They just fall down the stairs covered in eggs, and it's awful. Literally just like every single step something goes wrong, another one drops, another one drops, and eventually it's a shame that we can't keep watching that, because that was a spectacular start from Flower, utterly beyond belief.
I'd be genuinely interested if there was a grab on Aaron at the start. I wonder if there was possibly technical issues where Aaron may have gotten grabbed there. I'm not entirely sure though. But in any case, that was an absolute steamroll of a start when it came to the basement play. Like you said, it's like back to back to back. Everything that you could ask for. Literally, just like with Lonely in the Sadako match, everything that you could ask for just falling straight into place perfectly wherever you want it.
It was really something. And for this technical technical issue to happen in the final, like the third round of the finals, I'm sorry, chat, because that was like Sod's law dictates it, you know. That was such a tense moment too. Like the underdogs, people who struggled a bit in round 2, coming back, and suddenly it all just kind of falls apart. But not to worry, we're getting back as quickly as we can. It was just relentlessly impressive, and a very. I wonder what's running through the survivors of Team Swing and also through Lonely's mind with regards to their match later, because that's hard to follow.
I think it's been interesting how the dynamic between like there was a lot of pressure when they had to go against Billy, Nurse, and Spirit, but now we see like, oh, okay, double Doctor, oh god, Wraith. It's interesting because you'd imagine the finals would be like these very high mobility mechanical killers, and it's something very much different than that. So I wonder. I'd imagine when it came to Team Swing, they took off the Plunder's Instinct. They were taking Pebble, they're taking Flashbang, and they're like, you know what? Let's just have a good time. And I wonder if both these teams, like at least someone between these two teams, are at least securing $8,000 to second place. So I wonder if they're taking it a little bit more relaxed in comparison to other rounds. Irregardless, as second place is secure. So yes. I wonder.
That might be it, because second place is still not a bad place to come in. I know obviously everyone wants the crown, everyone wants to win, but you know, I think there's a real possibility for a more relaxed finals, especially because to many people the villain of the piece, the Froggy Frogs, was taken down to third place. And a lot of people. I'm not planning to ignore chat. I know I know the vibes, and I know that Froggy Frogs would not many people's choice to win. So watching the two mobile killers, the people who are at home on the platform, and some teams of very good survivors, very charismatic people as well, duking it out, it creates, I think, probably the best watching experience. I hope you guys would agree. Again, I say this during technical outage, but you know, good watching when you're actually watching it, than it could be. This has been an exciting time, and I can't wait to get back to it, because it's been a lot of fun. It really has been.
Yeah, be able to experience. It's been interesting. It's been like a lot of back and forth, a constant tug of war. It's been interesting to see how the intensity and all the pressure and all the players, how they grew from like the start all the way to where we are now. Where at the start you see, oh yeah, we're going to go on Legion and Rotten Fields, and then like never again, we're not doing that. And then we see Clown, and then he's like, wait, no, we're not gonna play Clown another round. And we see how a lot of these players are adapting. Like, okay, we're against the 3-gen setup. Oh, let's body block each other so that we could get the playoff. And you can really see how much cleaner the plays are coming from both the killers and the survivors when it comes in terms of looping, when it comes into getting control, making sure to secure that first kill, make sure that you have pressure on the board, and that you can get at least make it a little bit easier for your survivors. Like, they're probably talking to each other after every single match. It's like, hey, if you get a 4K, that will make it so much easier for us. And we're getting a little bit of word on the technical issues. We're going to be having to restart the match. I'm assuming it had something a little bit to do with the grab on Aaron at the start there.
Yeah, looks like a new game will be being started, so don't worry, we're going to get back to the action, and hopefully be just as exciting as it was before we left off. So, yeah.
When it comes to how these players are playing very, very solid, and I could tell from the first coming days there was a little bit of experimentation, as a lot of these players probably have not played. They play mobile, but very unlikely they played comp mobile against very, very experienced teams with over 12,000 hours of Dead by Daylight under their belt. So as this is a completely a bit of a
Yeah, it sounds like once again we've got the same problem as before, or at least a very similar one. So I guess we're just going to wait and see if that can be resolved, because that was very peculiar. But you know, well, hopefully we'll get it all sorted out momentarily. Of course, it would have to happen on the last game of the night, but it's all going to be fine. Genuinely,
with all these tensions high, how do you think the players are feeling as this is going on at the moment?
I think they're probably needing a new pair of trousers, especially the players who are not playing right now, Lonely and the survivors of Team Swing, because they're the ones who are watching all of this, are watching the horror of like, what is this happening now? What's going to happen to us? The trepidation's killing them, I'm sure, but nevertheless, I hope we get this sorted quickly. I really, really do. Not just because it's 3:30 in the morning and I'm ridiculously tired, but also because you know, we've had a really fun tournament series so far. It's been a lot of fun, and I want to see it concluded in the best way it can be. And we've got some, again, fantastic teams. But here comes the big picture question. It's not a big picture question, it's quite a small picture question, but let's work with that anyway. We know Wraith, Chapel. We know this. Chapel again, let's assume that Flower does well enough to allow a game against Lonely to see if it would be a decider of the Swing Survivors against Lonely. So, what do we think Lonely picks for killer on Chapel?
What do we pick? I'll be honest with you. I think they're gonna do like mirror matchup ×3.
Another Wraith. I assuming Spirit's banned, I'm inclined to maybe agree. If Spirit is not banned, then I think we're going to see Lonely playing Spirit. If not, I think that, or potentially Oni. I don't think Oni is a particularly high priority ban. Obviously, it's a killer that Lonely has played, but it's also a killer that I've seen Lonely be able to play in third rounds before. It's not a killer that people prioritize banning because you can play safe against it. But on Chapel, I think Lonely could really get value out of Oni, especially because probably doesn't have to do particularly well to win, unless Flower does amazingly. Lonely doesn't need that many kills. So he could run Ranker, which is a perk that's really good at securing 1 kill. Potentially with Noah as well, because that's a perk that Lonely's very fond of, especially on
And
Oni.
it's like the full endgame style type
I
of thing.
could 100% see it. Just like you secure a kill early, maybe get a couple more later with Nowhere, Ranker, No Way Out, whatever the hell sort of endgame blancmange of perks you wish, and try and get the kills that way. Because I don't think they can't force Lonely to get a 4K. I don't think they can, because even if Flower Kills everyone gets a 4K, to win, I believe Team Swing still needs to get 3 people out to win. To get 3 people out, which with the right build, with the right playstyle, could be very, very challenging. 2 can be done, maybe to force a tie, but 3, that's not easy. That will require a lot of things to go in the favor of Team Predrop. Team Swing, sorry.
Yeah. So right now I think Team Swing is a little bit on the back foot, I think. As Lonely, Team Predrop has a lot of points on the board, I think, right? And Flowers very. I think the survivors on Team Swing are just kind of praying and hoping that Flowers gets a 4K, because that will make their job so much easier when it comes to getting a pullback on trying to make a full conversion on a possible win, not just a round win but a match win. So.
Yeah, I think if Flowers gets 2 kills or less, I think that's the story decided. I don't think there's a way that Lonely can potentially lose, meaning there won't be a 3rd round and Predrop is declared the winner. But given how good Flowers seems to be at, especially from the half match we saw at the very start, it looks to me like that's not likely to happen. I think getting 3 kills, 4 kills, certainly within a possibility. Very, 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 very plausible thing to happen in Flowers' game, meaning Lonely is not out of the woods. Far from it. Maybe this is some incredible stuff, because they're showing they're getting against M1 killers before. They're showing they can play as Doctor very effectively. They've shown they can deal with M1 killers. They can do that. But it's a question of a smaller map. Frankly, probably a better killer with a better build.
Yeah.
And that could really throw them for 6. Especially as we saw at the start of the match. Oh, loading back in.
Yeah,
and for our third attempt.
Finding a survivor very early into the match, and there's Zeno going to be a body block. Oh, another cloak to hit him. There we go. Come on. Oh, what?
For a second, I thought it wasn't going to hit for a second.
It was a very interesting hit there. But yeah, going to be going onto a continuation on Zeno to get a conversion on the down. And this might be looking like around a 40-second down into the match. It
also looks like 2 totems are in this vicinity. Oh, okay, that was a weird dead hard. Looks like maybe going for the comp corner here, but it looks like there's a totem up in this corner of the map at the carnival, a second totem up here by the hook, meaning there is only a third of the chance that the accessible totem that they might have, even if it's easily acquirable, is the ruin. Odds are it's haunted, which is there's one right there near the Jans, but also on separate Jans. Let's hope for Team Predrop that the chase won't lead into somebody else's Jan, so that and of course it does. Splitting pressure here with Ruin active, very, very powerful thing to do, especially because all the gens are about half to 2/3 of the way.
And trying to zone Classid here around this jungle gym loop, as Classid's going to be able to get the balanced landing, I imagine, and oh no, he does not. I thought he was doing a little bit of a bait and switch and trying to use the exhaustion to its maximum potential, but unfortunately unable to get the connection on Classid as he camps the pallet and the follow-up vengeance for his first hit. Continuing the chase on Classid, as this will be his second down And Zeno's still on the hook. I think he really get the unhook play off.
Oh,
Oh,
grab gets
right.
cancelled there by Clattered's ping. And Zeno gets to the hook. And doesn't even get the follow-up tag there onto Zeno. That was very, very, very brutal there. I think if Clattered's ping was a little bit better, maybe they would have gotten it. He's taking the pickup, essentially getting a basement hook here. Her flashback to the last game, but except this time, 2 generators have been completed. Which is less than amazing for our good friend Flowers.
I'd be wondering if Flowers is going to do a similar tactic about waiting and seeing if they can bait someone going into the basement. But seeing Zeno here very close by,
I
this
don't-
may be
I don't think Flowers has time for that.
easy down. And they're both really close to the basement. I'd be surprised if he doesn't try to hook both in the basement, knowing that the other two are very far away. This would be a very solid two-man. Aaron seems to be running very close into the main building to try to counter the pressure that is being built up. But Zeno going to go for the save. And Aaron doing a half commit.
Aaron doesn't go for the trade. That's...
Wow.
Neither of them going for the trade. But they do get Zeno up, which is something. Let's see what whether he chooses to secure second by... Because, let's be clear here, if Flowers sits around basement doors, no one's getting that save. But at least not till everyone's healthy. Gens are resetting quite significantly too. But it's possible they're just going to let Clattered go second at least. Just to power Gens through, maybe to get a reset due to the med kit on... Yeah, Clattered goes second here.
And yeah, finding Zeno here, getting another down. And or Clattered going that second. Someone's going to have to get getting the hook save here. And this will be the four hooks for Flower. Very
Second one
solid
onto Zeno as
performance.
well.
Now, the starters seem to be like all bunched up with 2 injured. Aaron trying to complete the totem here. Will he be able to get it in time?
Not even close.
Remaining cloaked, getting that full speed boost, doing a little bit of mind gaming. And catches Aaron right off guard as he vaults to the window and gets the free down.
There's a slight caress of the upper spine there from the axe, and that was Aaron just to the window too. If that'd been a second too late, that axe probably wouldn't have hit. But that's like the resetting under hook. It's Aaron's fresh hook though, and let's see what he can do.
This basement proving to be very, very helpful for the for Flower here, as getting many people, forcing them to go downstairs, and now committing onto Ray Zeno. Flower should also know a little bit of fake here. Flower should also know that Clattered and Zeno are dead on hook. So if you push the only person that's not dead on hook away, someone who is possibly going to be a free kill is likely going to be going for the save.
Looks like nobody's doing that at all.
Very interesting choice that they have here, but Zeno out in the open. It'd be interesting to see if Flower's going to commit. That's the nice tag onto Jake by the side as he's taking him further and further away from the basement. It looks like that Clattered is probably going to be having to go for the hook save on Aaron, and there we go. Does not go to second there. Getting these tags off to get that pressure that he needs with these. Also, look at all this. There's like barely any pellets. There's been a lot of resources being used. And
Yeah.
Zeno going down, getting a back-to-back, falling up onto Zeno himself.
Awful lot of dead zones. Awful lot of. Oh, that was a hit. That was a hit and a half onto Zeno straight through that window.
And Flower's probably really happy about that, as this is a kill on the board.
Absolutely. Zeno's remains slugged. It looks like there's no unbreakable to help pick him back up again. Haunted ground has been popped when Clattered's healthy, so if the dead on hook Clattered ends up getting spotted, this could be a basically free kill for Flower here, but I don't think that's going to happen. Aaron's to be taking the chase instead.
And you can see this very clean killer play, body blocking windows, forcing Aaron to leave places of high contention, areas of high safety as well. Aaron seems like he's going to be running straight into Flower here, and that's a nice free down.
It also seems to me like because the Haunted was on the two totems in the middle of the map. The Ruin totem is squirreled away at the furthest possible point it could be from any of the action. It's back in the carnival, right at the back. Very hard to find. I do not fancy the chances of these guys getting rid of the Ruin effectively, and with the Ruin in play, I don't see how they're going to be able to make it back into this one.
Yeah, it's looking quite grim for Team Predrop. Ooh, trying to get a cheeky swing. Vaulting? Oh, lie. I see. I see.
All that distance gained from the life is pretty major. Looks to be the gens have mostly reset back to nothing. Got Ruin being up is really making their life difficult. Quick tag onto Classed there.
Now vault into the main building window as Aaron's on a generator on the side. Now, it's important to be mentioned, he's the only one that's not dead on hook. Seeing Aaron is out for blood, Flower is going to be trying to go for this second kill. An excellent red stain mind game by Flower in here.
Indeed. The size of these dead zones has been actually painful for Team Predrop to see in here. Like, there's an LT wall there, but what's near it? There's a horse, but that's more or less all you've got. And Maurice isn't going to save you from a wraith, I'm afraid.
Maurice unfortunately does not have that power.
No, he does not have pallets. Horses don't come with pallets. That's not how biology works. And now disrupting the heal by turning up at the. Looks like they actually complete it, but that's the entire survivor team, more than one place. Given that Aaron is out of action and presumably without an unbreakable. The slugging will continue until morale improves, it seems. And with Rezino in the wind, let's see if Classic can really get a pickup.
Ooh. Oh, just barely missing that swing on Rezino. The Wraith having the uncloak mind games seem to be pretty gosh darn effective. The Aaron having a possible unbreakable is very likely, as they've been seeing it a lot. I wonder if they switched it up this time around, as it's common knowledge that Aaron's been running unbreakable in previous matches.
Indeed. It looked like maybe there's kind of a split priority here, because now Classed being chased where Aaron is downed is very awkward. If Classed stays in the area, the resources get used up, then Classed will go down as well. So Classed could either try to basically abandon the slug and force Flower to decide, but looks like Classed's unfortunately zoned himself out a little bit, using the only usable resource that happens to be right next to Aaron's slug.
Ooh, nice tag straight through the pallet there.
Classed is using the hit as opportunity to unzone himself and potentially let him back into the resource-filled area of the map, but looks like he's just tasting the floor instead.
And now going to be playing for the 4K here, as you're trying to get 5 points on the board. It's likely Rezino is either A, picking up Aaron, or B, taking a little bit of a walk in the park between 3 generators.
Oh, that was a very crazy hit. Flower knows it. Flower knows it. It's looking like Flower isn't. Looks like Rezino here is not the one with Unbreakable, meaning that it's possible Xeno was the one who had it.
This is a little bit of a risky hook here, because Deliverance, 4% on Feng Min is possible. And the thing is,
and it's happened.
4%.
4% goes off, and back in the wind once more. Let's see if Flower can get down in a tiny fashion. Unfortunate there with the life getting the distance, but unfortunately leads to nowhere because all the resources have been used up.
Inside here gets Rezino down, and that is 2 people on death hook with Feng Min only on 1. I think it's very wise here to hook Rezino, as insta-hooking Aaron or insta-hooking Classed will prove to just instantly spawn the hatch. And what if the survivor on the ground spawns next to the hatch, or the hatch spawns next to the survivor? And that could be very troubling indeed, as that'd be a point against them.
Well, the difficult question here is, Aaron's going to bleed out almost certainly, because it's really hard to find. Although he's in the area, could find Aaron. Rezino may have Decisive Strike, so that is something that could be it may have been why Rezino been slugged there. But almost certainly Aaron's going to bleed out. Probably waiting out DS for Rezino, and we'll pick up, and then use the time when Rezino's dying on second hook to then go pick up Classed. That's likely what's going to happen.
And
or vice versa.
Now, the interesting thing is the hatch has not spawned.
No,
The
it's not.
best possible play is probably to bleed both survivors out and take a walk in the park with Rezino on a bleed out play here.
Potentially. Although I can also see hooking Rezino, since Rezino can't, neither of them can unhook themselves. And then using the time for Rezino to die on second hook to go and get Classic, because he's fast enough that he can do that.
And now searching for, I'm guessing, a Hazino, as
Yeah.
Rezino's bleed out timer is longer. You do know where Classic is. Are you going to do a pickup wiggle out play? Very reminiscent of Alf versus both of you guys' teams, Swing and Predrop.
Or are they just BMing? We're unsure.
You will bleed out, Meg. And I see he's doing a little bit of the good old-fashioned inching forward with Meg tech. Okay, now a little bit back and forth. I see.
Yeah, simply getting a proper view of Classic as he's crawling across the floor, as would be all. Yeah, and he gets the pick up there at the end. Just make sure Classic doesn't quite bleed out. And then it's just a question of going to go find Rezino, and it's all going to be over and sorted.
Now this is a little bit risky, as Rezino, if the hatch spawns right next to Rezino, that could be a point on the board for Predrop. So this is extremely risky.
That would be a really painful moment there, because that would mean that that would be so much easier to let's see where it spawned. Oh, nowhere near.
Ooh, okay.
Looks like
Dodged a bullet.
Looks like Rezino is going to be dying in this match, and that's a very good thing for Team Swing, who needed a strong result in this third round to really stand a chance against Team Predrop in next.
Not just needed. I think they possibly needed a 4K, almost like yeah.
I think they probably could have done it with three. I think they could have done it with 3, but to do so, the survivors would then need a 4 out. Very challenging. Yeah, well, look at that. That was after a couple of false starts, unfortunately, and we can only apologise enough for that. There was a really strong match of Wraithon Chapel, and this has probably got Lonely sweating under the collar a little bit, because the onus is on him to claw his way back, and get the all important 4K to ensure a clean win for Team Predrop after an unfortunate 4K by Flowers.
And we see some very interesting perks here. The Spine Chill, the Resilience,
Was
a little bit
Plunderous.
of Plunderous. It's like, maybe we'll need it.
Maybe we
And
shall.
Aaron not having the Unbreakable, so they switched it up a little bit to try to throw it, a little bit of the mental mind games. Like, I'm typically the one that run these perks, but we're gonna mix it up so that to try to throw you guys off.
Absolutely. No, this is how I was hoping this would go. It's close. It does admittedly somewhat favour Predrop, but not in a way that, like, this is not going to be easy. Lonely does not get an easy ride of this. It's a very real chance now, because Team Swing is sitting there with 11 points and Team Predrop have 13. There is a chance that if Lonely fumbles his bag, he just gives it to Predrop. There is a decent opportunity that could happen.
So
right
from right here, Predrop has 13 points, and Team Swing here has 11.
Yeah.
So 2 down to Predrop. So when it comes to Lonely is holding the fate of what will happen to Team Swing in this next match.
I believe to outright win, Team Swing needs to get I think it's a full 4 out, because a 3 out would be 3 points onto Swing, taking them to be a tie. Getting a 3-man out would be a tie, a 4-man out would be a win. Anything else, Predrop wins.
How likely do you think we're going to see a tie here?
I have my doubts, because I think the Doctor pick on Bloodlord was really just unfortunate, and we'd have to have an equal amount of misfortune i.e. a 3-out, for that to happen to Lonely. And I'll be honest, if Lonely's thinking about this, Lonely's plan may just be get first down quickly and then camp, and then get a second kill in endgame with no way out, whatever, and then just win through getting 2 kills. That would be enough. Maybe we'll see something more impressive, but really the ball's in Lonely's court now, and if Lonely chooses to play in a way to maybe secure a couple of kills rather than go for a 4K, that could be very difficult thing for Spring to deny him. That would require probably pitch perfect communications on things like perks, make sure the right person gets chased and hooked and camped at the right time. Team Swing cannot put if Lonely chooses to play in a more ruthless fashion to try and secure those 2 kills that he needs. Swing are going to need to not put a single foot wrong. They are going to need to be playing on point. And on Chapel, a fairly small map with potentially limited resources, like we saw that game, there's not a lot of resources for the to work with. We could end up seeing a very difficult match ahead of us for Team Swing, just to give themselves even a fighting chance.
And I'd imagine that when it comes to the repertoire, like you can expect a possible Wraith, you could expect a possible Plague, you could expect a possible Oni. I think with Team Swing, if they want to pull this through, they're going to definitely need to be focusing on what their strengths are and taking it home and just doing the best they can to make sure that they can pull out those escapes. I don't think calling for a plunderers is in order. You want to probably try to go for a complete victory, and that it may require that you run like more generative perks, like a prove thyself instead of like a pebble or a flashbang, it may require that you guys run like toolboxes possibly, but I think in order to you want to play for either with a tie or the all-out victory, so you gotta really try to get the generators done. Or unless you're crazy, plunder is key. Everyone skip to that.
Well, the thing is, trying to scrape it out with the key is really hard to do, because you need to have 3 people still alive to do it by 1 gen remaining, and that's not the easiest thing in the world to do, especially if a killer is playing ruthlessly, tunneling, whatever. That's very difficult to do, and most times if you're bringing that sort of build, you're doing it to get way 1 or 2 people out in a stalled match that's otherwise not going your way, and that's not something Team Swing can afford to do. They need to go ham. They need to go crazy, go stupid to stop Lonely getting enough points. Because the thing is, Lonely has been very consistently playing some very good killer, which means that not only will Swing have to just play well, they'll have to play better than most of the Survivor teams Lonely's gone up against in any match. Because I can count on one hand the number of times Lonely has got more than 1 person to escape a match with him. It's very rare. Has happened, but it's not common.
Well, I think going into this match is going to come down to a lot of the nit and grit. When it comes to, okay, someone's on the hook, person going for the unhook needs to have the borrowed time. And the person who is going to get chased, they need to have the deliverance so that we can pull the pressure off of the killer. And I think a lot of it will come down to the micro, like the macro plays, and making sure that you set yourself up for victory so that the killer won't be able to get a full complete overhang on you when it comes to your perks. You gotta set yourself up for victory basically, and avoid the basement, of course.
Oh yeah. If you end up in basement, I'm pretty sure that's that's a free way to say I'm giving up $4,000. Maybe you spent too long in there, but you know, if I was Team Swing, I'd be terrified right now. But it's certainly not possible for them to be able to pull this back. It really isn't. Again, they were in a similar situation earlier, being squeezed against Team FroggyFrog, and they did. They pulled it off. They pulled off the 2-man out against FroggyFrog, but now they have to go 1 better and get a 3 or 4-man out if they want to remain in competition. This is going to be challenging. It's going to be brutal. It's going to require some really good plays from the survivors, and I am looking forward to seeing what they can do, because I'll say this isn't looking good, I'm going to say, for Team Swing, but if anyone can pull it off, I think it's them.
Yeah, they've made it this far, and I'll be honest with you, they're a very solid Survivor team. Good. Out of a lot of the teams today, I think when it comes to overall solid looping, Predrop is great. But when it comes to making full utilization out of everything that you have in terms of perks,
Expected. This one's going to have to get restarted as well. Again, guys, we are so sorry for this technical quirk. Why? Of course, it happens on the last game of the last, what's likely to be the last game, the last match, the finals. Of course, it's put off by technical issues. But not to worry. We'll get right back to you with this as soon as we can. But, ooh, this is exciting.
and the triple mirror matchup, I'm wondering if they kind of they went into it and be like, you know what, let's keep it fresh. We're gonna make a pact. You're gonna run this killer. I'm gonna run the same killer. What killer do you want? And then they do okay, double Onro, double Roctor, double Wraith, and okay, let's do it. Okay.
Honestly, sorry.
Okay.
The double knock is what surprised me there, because Onryo, both teams have played Onryo before. It's kind of to be expected, but Doctor, that was out of left field. That was very out of left field. So maybe it was some sort of cross-team conflab. Just hey, Doctor. So now now we're living in Doctor Town, but no, we're not living in Wraith Town. What about the build though? Sloppy with Call of Brine Eruption. Someone's brought the meta into 2023.
That's a good old faithful reliable on PC. It allows you to hunker down like a 3-gen setup, and there's been potential for people to be able to hold down one for potentially an hour, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that. But it's a very strong play when you do the gen kicks and getting a nice sweet amount of control in order.
Yeah. I think we've seen it a couple times before. We saw it on a Sadako on Chapel before, and I think the Sadako in question won without kicking a single gen. I think it might actually been Lonely running it. Won, but not because of the perks. Won because they killed everybody at 4 gens.
Yeah.
I think we used once as well before. They might have actually been solo Call of Brine. She's just Call of Brine before. That game didn't go so well. So we've not really seen what these perks can do on the mobile environment with the mobile perks, mobile, the tournament rules. We haven't really seen what they can do yet. So this might be a chance to really show the old fogies ruin and pop. Back in my day, you had to earn your gen regression. To see how the new kids on the block, the Call of Brine Eruption gen kick, stall your game out till your PC freezes meta. Maybe
it'll be interesting to see. The thing is, the Call of Brine is not just the gen regression, but the Call of Brine, they hit a good skill check, then it shows that they're working on the generator. So if you want to make sure that the Wraith doesn't see you, you need to hit those grades in order to avoid the information play. And I'm not so sure how much experience they've gotten so far with the skill checks. I know they've been playing a lot of games, but that information now could be huge in the games going forward when it comes to the COB.
Oh, absolutely. I think the fun thing about having Call of Brine in particular is there is not a lot of room in any of these builds for information perks. Typically not. We've never seen Barbecue. We've seen one Discordance, and that did not, unfortunately, go very well. We haven't seen Bitamama. There's a lot. We've only really seen Ranker, and we've seen one Discord. We've not seen any information perks. But Call of Brine, that perk gives you good information. So maybe that will enable some more intelligent game sense players from Lonely. Maybe it could give them a very critical leg up at the cost of a weaker early game, because again, lacking Corrupt Intervention, which has probably been the most used perk across all the killers we've had, except maybe Noed. Corrupt Noed probably been the big perk that we've seen more than any other. The lack of Corrupt looks bad. It really does look bad. But when you're running it with like top eruption and sloppy on top, you're not looking to win the game quickly. You're looking to drag it out like dragging a belly across broken glass. That is going to be a long, drawn-out slog of a match. So 2 minutes at the start with corrupt intervention doesn't seem particularly useful, actually.
It'd be interesting. And as the survivors, they probably know what they're going up against right now. They're like, wow, this generator progressed really quickly. Yeah, this exploded because of eruption. Now the survivors, they know what they're facing. I wonder if they're going to be doing something a little bit different. Maybe they're like, he's running a 3-gen build. With that information in mind, maybe they're going to try to crack something early to prevent a play like that from happening.
Perhaps, because I could 100% see it happening, but the problem I'm starting to see with that is Wraith can just stand in one. Like, with Slow Butcher, your resets are going to take longer, and if you interrupt him, your medkit charges are going to get depleted pretty significantly. So all he needs to do is just get a hit, and then sod off. And then come back again when you're healing, you cancel your heal, you lose your healing because of sloppy, and then it all happens all over again.
Yeah.
It makes medkits functionally useless. Notably, whereas on the live game on core, you'd have circular healing as a way to counter this, because you could put it up outside the 3-gen and heal about as fast as they're regressing the gens. That is not possible on mobile because circular healing doesn't exist, and if they did, it's not in the tournament. So, but beyond those medkit charges and occasional healing perks that will make it, or make botany knowledge, it's going to be a real chore to try and break that 3-gen when Lonely might find a 3-gen and be like, yes, this is where I'm planting my flag, this game's going to go on forever. And that war of attrition might just be enough to grind Team Swing down. Because we've seen it happen before. We've seen Lynxie defending a 3-gen like her life depended on it with Ruin on Coal Tower, and this is the same story, except the difference here is that the Ruin that gets applied with a kick also incapacitates you, which sounds cool and good, and certainly not like it's going to cause more irritation than it would necessarily help. And you can't get rid of it, so that's also going to be fun.
Yeah. The thing with the incapacitation is, like, you won't be able to work on generators, you won't be able to work on healing. They're also running 4 medkits, and the thing is, it's like the Wraith pick from Lonely, it's like a complete counter to what the survivors are bringing. We got the Sloppy Butcher. It's like, oh, I see you're going to be healing. Waba! Just constant. We want to make sure that we're going to bleed out all your charges. If you're going to commit to a heal, you better make sure that you're out like somewhere where I'm not going to find you. And then the thing with Team Swing is, whenever they have 4 people injured, they tend to go all the way to the side and do a full reset. And the thing with Lonely is, playing Wraith, you're like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then they just starts regressing, and everything's like, no, my medkit heal charges.
Yeah.
It's a complete, yeah.
And during all that time, Call of Bride is eating the generators like Pac-Man. It's just, this is a situation that I said this about 5 times tonight, but I don't envy Team Swing for having to deal with that. This absolute slog that's going to come from dealing with this 3-gen, especially if the Wraith can find a good one, because Chapel's not the biggest app in the world. Finding a strong 3-gen is not the hardest thing in the universe to do. Maybe one gen at Shack, couple of days near Shack, and you're good. Just a question of how quickly the resources are in that area can be forced out. Because if Lonely can get any good pallets, or even worse, if they have a good, Chapel can spawn with the jungle gym into Shack window. That would be horrifying, because that's a resource that can't be depleted. But if that can be avoided, hopefully, for Lonely, and the other good resources like Shack Pallet, whatever, can be forced out, 3-gen can be created, that seems like an inevitability race that the survivors will eventually lose, or at least lose a couple of people trying to break it. Because that's the thing, Lonely doesn't need a 4K. Lonely needs a 2 or a 3. A 3 would be ideal. So you might see Lonely be more willing to commit to chases once 3 has been set up than you would be otherwise, because you don't have to like turbo it out for the 4K. You can kind of settle for less if it means making sure you get those kills. So committing to chases in dead zones may be something you might see more than you would before. Just because Lonely knows he has that freedom to play with. The survivors don't have that luxury. So I said it's always going to be hard for the teams, for Team Swing to get enough wiggle room to get 3 or 4 people out to secure a tie or even a win. That just got so much harder. And it's going to be
a lot of
real
pressure on the board, as it's like an uphill battle, right? And the thing is the killer is predominantly in the driver's seat. They're going to be able to, the killer basically is like, okay, I'm going to camp this guy, I'm going to do a gen control. The killer determines whether he's going to hold a 3 gen setup and kick for 20, 30 minutes possibly, or when the killer decides, oh, I'm going to go for the down, I'm going to bring you to the basement, I'm going to go from player to player to player. The pacing involved with Lonely, and from what it seems like is you said that we will be seeing a little bit of a aggressive switching players and targets. I think you may be right with that, as in the matter of fact of the choice of Sloppy Butcher, where Lonely will be able to bleed out the amount of medkit charges, and once those medkit charges are bled out, then they're going to have to commit to healing each other with non-medkits. And then with the regression on top of that, it's going to be almost as if Lonely has no ed, where they're all injured, they can't heal, and generators are regressing with Call of Brine, Eruption, and you have 4 injured survivors, a possible 3 gen setup with insane regression with Eruption, Call of Brine, and it's just constant explosions, and it feels like I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember if you said this. It's like a war on like attrition, I think, where
attrition, yes.
you're battling it out, trying to slowly but surely grind down Team Swing by doing something very similar to what people have done in the past. Burn out their resources, make it so that they're weaker and weaker and weaker, and then when they're down, go in for the kill.
It's something we've seen before with Wraith. Seen it with other killers too, but Wraith especially. And what that more than anything else on the survivors is a test of patience. Because all it takes is one person to make a wrong footing, to heal in the wrong place, to try and reset when they shouldn't, or not reset when they should. Do the wrong gen and get eruptioned off it when they're injured, so the killer knows where they are. There is so much margin for error that these survivors could end up falling into that could cost them the match. It could cost them $4,000. And I'm sure this trepidation of waiting for the match to restart is absolutely killing Team Swing. It's absolutely ruining their psyche, if you will.
Well, psychologically, going in, they're like, okay, this is it. We're going to do it. We need to do good. And then they go in and they have that excitement, the dopamine, and the motivation to go in. It's like, oh, wait, we had a little bit of an issue, and then restart. And then it's like, okay, all right, gotta get ourselves hyped up again. Let's go do it. Let's go do it. They go in and like, oh my goodness, and that dopamine hit. It's almost that like that. I know it's like technicalities, but that's also part of the grindstone tactic to try to make sure that they make mistakes, because that motivation, when you're in the zone, you get in, there's a certain flow that teams feel, and if you break that flow, then maybe there's a mistake, and that could be the difference between, like you said, $4,000 on the line.
It looks like we're back in business. Immediate chase into Tony the Duff, and whoever it was there, I couldn't quite see the name. That's kind of a chest opening? No, that was Sound of the Carnival. It's a free hit on Tony. He's kind of zoned out. Does he? I think he's going to commit here because of the fact that Tony's kind of zoned off into the corner of the map.
And going to be chasing Tony around this pallet here. I think the Windstorm baseline play going to be non-pallet drop, a very mind-gamey strategy.
Tony's got nerves of steel.
Yeah, absolutely. And perfectly playing that out. I don't think he... Oh, wow! Double nerves of steel.
Once again, Tony's absolutely fearless. Apart from the pre-drop, that's a little bit fearful, but not very fearful. Also, is
Ooh,
that
Shadow
Jane? Is that kicking add-ons? Is
Yeah.
that what is it? It's not Swift Hunt. It's
Shadow Dance, I think,
Shadow
right?
Dance. Yes, that's the one. Just kicking gens at the speed of light. And calling this a Fahrenheit is gonna make a 3-gen meta out of you. Unlucky, maybe with the uncloak speed, but is right back on top of Swarm, who's got balanced landing.
Good read. Doesn't commit to the uncloak. And does the
Oh,
body
wonderful
block
body block off the window.
play. Oh my goodness.
Spectacularly done there by the Wraith. Swarm takes a hit. It looks like I think Swarm's had a toolbox, not a medkit. So
Oh, okay. I must
that
have
gen's
missed
going to be spiraling back into hell. I might be wrong. This one might have a medkit. I may just be being silly and goofy. The massive blood pools from Sloppy, leaving Swarm to gen injured. But
doesn't get the
Swarm
vault off.
brutal. That's an eruption. Someone screamed off of that. I think I think that was the sound of a Dwight scream. So non-zero chance that it turned off his incapacitated. He's hanging around the gen. I think he got incapacitated by the eruption hit.
And notice how Lonely does not kick the generator here. It's because he probably wants to get Eruption reactivated. Well, never mind.
Nah,
He decided to kick it anyway.
Yeah. Looking to get a potentially 1-for-1 here, or just tunnel off hook. Swarm getting a BT hit, but zoning himself back into Shack. So all he has is the Shack pallet. Let's watch it.
Doing a little bit of mind gaming here. Let's see if it will pay off. Will Swarm be able to make this window? Double mind game. Swarm does the Shack pallet drop. And he's doing a max commit around the Shack. Unfortunately, does not make the hit there at the window and has to kick the Shack pallet down. 3 generators left on the board.
None of them particularly highly progressed, which is good for Lonely, but Swarm is not throwing the pallet down, possibly cautious of the Shadow Dance add-on, just demolishing the pallet if he drops while the Wraith is in cloak. And that's Swarm back on the ground. Where's the nearest hook? There's a hill hook, actually. I could... probably not the hill hook, actually, because remember, Swarm has balanced landing. So giving Swarm a free speed boost after being unhooked would not be the best thing in the world for Lonely to do, even if it makes unhooking itself a little bit more awkward.
A little bit of a micro there, because that could have made a huge difference in the future.
Hooking in the open, very safe thing to do. It's the speedy gen kick there to apply the cob eruption.
And now he's going to be hovering around as there are scratch marks chasing straight through inside the building, but it seems like he's trying to cut off the survivors from going for the save here. He sees Swert, and he really wants to secure this kill, and a little bit of a tricky proxy camp. I'm going to see how he plays this out.
It's particularly awkward because we know that Swert has borrowed time, meaning if there's anything happens, tunneling is going to be significantly more difficult.
But fortunately, for a trade to get the free down, and Swarm is dead on hook, and Lonely really wants to go for this conversion on the kill.
We know Swarm has no DS. We know that BT is run out by now. So Swarm trying to brute force this down. But down to 1 generator. Lonely is undergoing some difficulties. Nomad is active though, so just get the last generator done. They're not out of the woods. Not completely out of the woods.
That's a balance
landing out of Swarm. And the just gens at 70%. This is very, very dangerous position for Lonely to be in. I think he knows he needs his kill now. Potentially thinking, because remember, all he needs is the 2K. We can kill Swarm now, get a second kill with Noad. That may be all that Swarm needs. Maybe all that Lonely needs to win this round. Why is tunneling so hard?
Looking like the generator is being popped here. Kawhi is very likely to be down here. I think Kawhi is also the one, possibly. Oh, the flush thing.
Not quite enough, but very bold all the same. Choosing to slug Kawhi here.
I feel like Kawhi might have Unbreakable, if I
possible.
remember correctly.
Oh, the perfect body block, literally pixel perfect body block on Tony the Duff, who also hits the ground. Swit is on their own. Does Lonely? Does he know what is he cooking?
Yeah, you remember that Kawhi is usually the one with Unbreakable, so this is a very smart pickup here and playing from previous experience to try to make sure that there are no outs in play. The no one is in play, and with Tony on the ground, Swirt definitely has to get somebody off the ground. Definitely.
Yeah, Swirt has to make something happen here because at this point, unless Tony specifically has the unbreakable, then that's a likely 3k for and therefore win for Lonely. Swirt going for the pickup on Tony, but I think Lonely knows his win condition. Lonely knows. Lonely's cooking, and Swirt going round back by Shaq, potentially trying to kind of sneak an unhook on Quiet is their only option to try to hold on to this match, but Lonely realizes, Lonely knows. He's just trying to keep them off of the unhook by any means necessary. It's all Lonely. Oh, Swirt running into the map. Maybe. Let's see what's. Looks like this is going to be over. Swirt has to go for it. Swirt has no choice.
You gotta try to make a playoff.
Down.
Yes,
looks like the last hope of this match has been extinguished, and with that death, Tony leaves the match. Swirt presumably going onto this hook, and with that solid 3k from Wraith looks to be impossible. In fact, likely 3k, and therefore win for Team Predrop. Again, I don't know how bad they might be. Ways to deflate the tension, you know. But in a spectacular 3-round special, Team Predrop, that is Ray Zeno, Aaron, Lonely, Classid, and Zeno are the winners of the DBD Mobile Invitational for 2023. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay.
Absolutely well deserved. They played their hearts out. It's been predominantly like an uphill battle, and they've been doing really well against all these really difficult teams. Both Lonely have had the versatility, being able to play every single killer that was thrown at him. Survivors against all odds, going against some of the hardest killers. Just a very overall solid performance, and honestly very well deserved play by Predrop here. Amazing.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Not to diminish though the fantastic team that they went up against. Second place to Team Swing, Swirt, and the other ones. I just no respect because it's the funny name. I'm joking. Swirt, Tony the Duff. I can remember. This is really embarrassing. Yes. Thank you. Yes. It's you have to forgive me. It's really late. My brain is melting is melting out of my ears. But nevertheless, some truly fantastic games of Dead by Daylight, and a wonderful end to the night. So, any closing thoughts, I suppose?
Yeah, I think that's very crazy. Well, first off, congratulations to Team Predrop, and it's all about like the versatility, the adapting, slaying dragons, and going nuts, and going. Was that also the team that went in and out of lockers like crazy as well?
It might have been. No, I think that was Swing. That was Swing doing that.
Okay. But regardless, they did a very good job, and a very well fought battle, a very insane story, and I think it's very well deserved. What about you?
I want to shine particular light on Lonely, because Lonely's performance has been absolutely first rate. I said even from the first day, I think Lonely was my of the 4 favorite killer player, and I think I'm vindicated today because what I noticed with Lonely was flexibility, because that when you're potentially having 3 killers banned away, being able to play a wide variety of them is critical. We saw this with Alf, who got forced off his comfort killers and ended up really struggling. But Lonely's comfort killers seem to be all of them. They're like, whether it was Wraith or Doctor or Spirit, whatever got thrown, whatever became necessary. I love that Lonely was able to do it, and I think Lonely deserves tons and tons of respect for that. Again, all the killers do. Even players from Team Kingdom who kind of got eliminated yesterday. It's been some truly amazing players, and I'm really pleased to have been able to cast for this, because it's been an amazing experience.
And with all, it's been some wild games. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, you could say.
Yeah. I'm just, yeah, this has been a fantastic time. And watching today's matches has reminded me, because they've all gone to 3. Some of them have been long as hell. I'm not going to lie to you, they've been real like slogs. But what I say about long games is that they always showcase the decision making of all the players involved, because they all have lots of time to make choices and time for those choices to matter. And I think some of these very long games, the close games, I'm not forgetting Team Swing's amazing game against Alf playing Plague on Suffocation Pit, where they first kind of shed blood against the king, so to speak. But it was there's been some amazing players playing some amazing Dead by Daylight, and it's been a great time. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have.
It's something special too, as a lot of these players haven't played on mobile and they're learning, and yeah, they're adapting and trying to get better, especially with the hillbilly. Everyone's learning how to play hillbilly and do crazy.
Well, and in case you're watching the amazing performance of Predrop and all the other wonderful teams, got you wanted to play mobile for yourself, then use the as always, use the code at the bottom. We said this 1,000 times, but we'll keep saying it. 20,000 blood points in the mobile game using the code right there, and you can enjoy some blood points on the house. Maybe it's got you in the mood to play some MOBA. Maybe you've already got it and want to keep grinding. Well, the code is right there for 20k blood points. It isn't the 12 grand first place prize, but it's pretty good.
And with that being said, we have had the Team Kingdom. You guys did great. Team Froggy Frogs, Team Swing, and most importantly, Team Predrop. You guys all did amazingly. Congratulations to everybody. And yeah, you did pretty. It was a really good show to see and see how everyone adapts.
So I guess on that note, that is going to be it from us. It's been a wonderful evening, wonderful time casting. Thank you so much for you guys for sticking around here. It's been a great time being here, and we dearly hope to see you in another one of these sometime. So we'll see you around.
Hope you guys enjoyed it.